A very good Sunday morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you happen to be in the world right now. Welcome to Lion and Unicorn's exceptional Palm Beach Oceanfront estate auction here. So glad to have you with us. I'm your licensed auctioneer, Colonel Cliff Dunn. We're going to get things started. We've got a great auction with lots and lots of stuff in it. And it's kind of a great day today here in South Florida and all over the world. World Cup Finals Day. Also, some other things that we're keeping an eye on. It's National Ice Cream Day here stateside, designated in 1984. You know, it's interesting. The first ice cream was served to a president, recorded in 1784. That was one of those articles of Confederation presidents. We don't know their names. But 200 years later, Ronald Reagan proclaimed the National Ice Cream Month, and the third Sunday, which is today, National Ice Cream Day. You know, interesting enough, Americans consume 44 pints of ice cream a year, and that only makes us the second most consuming nation. It's New Zealand tops the list. Kiwis eat 60 pints of ice cream a year, so that's pretty interesting. Ice cream also makes an appearance possibly in the Bible. The Old Testament references King Solomon enjoying an iced beverage, which might have been a milkshake or maybe a mudslide. Speaking of mudslides, too, National Daiquiri Day is today. That celebrates the daiquiri, banana daiquiri, which various versions of it, rum, lime juice, and sugar, invented in 1898 by American engineers who were in the town of Daiquiri, Cuba, during the Spanish-American War. So we celebrate that. And also, by coincidence, this is, of course, World Cup Final Day. It's also National Football Day. That's football with two O's and no U, commemorating the American version of football and 32 teams of the NFL, as if the Super Bowl wasn't enough to commemorate that. Let's do some business, and we'll get started. We got premiums, of course, on all purchases. A buyer's premium of 30% accrues, and as will a regional sales tax if one applies where you happen to be. We've got professional in-house packaging available on most of our lots. That starts at $38. Invoices are going to be sent out 48 hours after the auction closes, which should be Tuesday, and they'll offer you the opportunity also to get professional packing. Broadcasting happens very quickly on the bidding platforms, so please make sure you get your bids in quick so that your bids are registered, because we don't want you to be disappointed. We want you to get you all the stuff that you like and all the treasures that you covet and treasure. Sales are final. Items bought as is, where is. We may require wire payment on any or all of the invoices at the auction house's discretion, especially when it comes to jewelry and any of the gold coins that are up for auction today. And if you have any technical difficulties, our staff is standing by, and the phone number to call is 954-866-8044. And if that number is right down there under my name on the screen, so that way if you have any technical difficulties, we want you to be able to, we don't want you to suffer through it. Call us, we'll get your auction platform back up and running and work. Let's get started. Lot number one, Peter Max, the wonderful pop artist of the 20th and 21st centuries. Very nice July American piece here. It's the Statue of Liberty in the center with various images of it surrounding it, titled God Bless America. A very cool piece produced right after the 9/11 events in 2001. It's got the Statue of Liberty, and it is hand-signed by the artist in the lower right there. $1,300 now, 13 we go 14. I have a bid of $1,300. Would you go 1,400, please? Any advance on 1,300? Any advance? 13 going once. Now 13. We take me to 14, please. 1,300 going twice. And we're going to sell that for 1,300 to our live auctioneers. Bidder, lot number 2, Ferdinand Price, Art Deco Charleston Dancer, a paginated coal-painted bronze sculpture produced during the Jazz Age, 1920s. And titled The Charleston Dancer. Not that she's from the town of Charleston, but she's dancing the Charleston. Da, 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 da. You know, she's all jazz hands and everything. Now 1,000 would go 1,100. I've got a bit of 1,000 would go 11. She's got that long-sleeved tunic outfit and the cap typical of the flappers in that era. And she looks like she is going to town there. And got a nice base, too, with the reddish-orange variegated onyx base there to the underside. Now 1,400 will go 15. I've got 15 will take me now 16 will go 17. I have bid $1,600. I was looking for 1,700 to advance. Any increase on 1,600? Will you take me to 1,700, please? 1,600 going once. I've got 16. Will take me to 17? Now's the time for you to take me to 1,700. Yep. 1,700, 17. I got 17. Go to 18. I've got a bid of $1,700. Looking for 1,800. Now 18 will go 19. I've got a bit of 1,800, looking for 1,900 to advance. And increase on 18 going once. I've got 18. You want to take me to 1,900? Please take me to 1,900. 18 going twice. I've got a bit of $1,800. You want to take me to 1,900? Take me to 1,900. We'll sell at 1,800 to our bidder at invaluable. Lot number 3, we got a Steuben 18 karat gold engraved crystal moth pendant necklace. Look at that naturalistic design produced in Steuben glass, 18 karat yellow gold and crystal with a contoured gold wire torque style collar. The triangular pendant is in the form of a moth or butterfly. Very, very cool modernist piece. I like that. 1,700 is where we're down 17, we do 18. I've got a bid of 1,800, we do 19, please. Now 18, we take me to 19. I have a bid of $1,800, looking for 1,900 to advance. Want to take me to 1,900? Please take me to 1,900. Take me to 1,900. $1,800 is my bid, holding steady. Want to take me to 19? 1,800 twice. We're going to sell for 1,800. Nice to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 4, Pierre Hugo and Pablo Picasso, 22 karat gold Poisson fish medallion pendant. This one produced by the goldsmith Pierre Hugo, 20th century pendant. Produced after a Picasso design that came out in the 1970s. In a limited edition, only 20 of these were produced. This is number 12. Look at that great, the fish, the poisson, signed Picasso, bearing the Atelier Hugo and various marks, including the Goldsmith mark and the French Assay mark. Nothing not to like about that. I got 5,000, we'll go 5,250, please. Now $5,000 gold content has been tested and verified. About a little over 92% gold purity, 22 karat. Now 5750 will go 6,000. I have a bid of 5,750. Now 6 will go 6,250. I've got a bid of 6,600 looking for 6250. Now 6250 with a 6,500, please. Now 6250. 6250 would take me to 65, please. 65 would go 6750. I've got a bid of 65. 65 looking now 6750. 6750 looking for 7,000, please. Now 6750. Now 7 would go 7250. I've got a bit of 7,000, 7,000 looking for now 7,250. We'll go 7,500, please. Now 7,250. I'm looking for $7,500. Now 7,500. Looking for 7,750, please. Now 75, 75. Now 7,750. Would go 8. I've got a bit of 7,750. Looking for 8,000 to advance, please. Now 8 would go 8,250. I have a bit of $8,000. Now 8,250. We go 85. Now 8,250. Would go 8,500, please. Now 85 would go 8,750. I have a bit of 8,500, looking for 8,750 to advance. Will you take me to 8,750, please? Now 85, 85. Do I hear 8,750 from you? Now 8,750. I'm looking for 9,000, please. I have a bit of 8. Now at 9,250. I've got a bit of $9,000, looking for 9,250 to advance, please. Now 9,250 would go 95. I've got a bit of 9,250, 9,250 would take. Now 95 would go 9,750. Now 95, 95 looking for 9,750 to advance. Will you take me to 9,750, please? 9,500 holding now, 9,750 would go 10. I've got a bit of 9,000 now, 10 would go 10,5. I have a bit of $10,000 looking for 10,500 to advance. Will you take me to 10,5? 10,000, 10,000. Do I hear 10,500 from you, please? $10,000 holding steady and going once. I've got 10,10. Will you take me to 10,5? 10,10 going twice. Now 10,5 would go 11. I've got a bit of 10,500 looking for 11. Now 11 go 11,5, please. I have a bit of 11,000 looking for 11,5 to advance. Now 11,11. Will you take me to 11,5? $11,000 my bid holding steady. You could take me to 11,5 right now, though. Any increase from 11,000, 11,000, 11,000 going once. I've got 11,11. You want to take me to 11,5? Now 11,5 go to 12. I have a bit of 11,000 now. 12 go to 12,5. I've got 12,12 looking for 12,5 to advance, please. Will you take me to 12,5? $12,000 now. 12,000 will take me to 12,500, please. I have 12,12. Will you take me to 12,5? Now it's time for you to take me to 12,5. 12,12 going once. I have a bit of 12,12. I want you to take me to 12,5. Will you take me to 12,5? 12,12 is my bid holding steady. It's 12,12 going twice. We're going to sell $12,000 to our bidder at invaluable. Very, very nicely done. What a great round of bidding, and what a very, very nice piece. Lot number 5, Joan Miró, the Catalan-Spanish artist of the 20th century. Color lithograph, white and red cloth on a mandeur chiffon mounted on a panel. This is a great abstract figural design titled Les traits au carreau rouge. And you've got this, the signature. It's limited edition. Only 75 of these were produced. This is 18 in that edition. And we've got the signature to the low right now, 38 would go 39. I have a bit of 3,800, looking for 3,900 to advance. All right, let's move on then to lot number 6. We've got a kinetic silhouette sculpture on pedestal by the artist E. Masson, or perhaps Eugene Masson. All right, Eugene Masson, 20th century artist. Figural work with a kinetic, silhouetted form, standing female figure in layered sections of stained wood and dark metal that are joined to a clear acrylic core. Very, very cool look. And it's a nice size, too. It's life-sized, 74, larger than life-size. I guess I'll be looking up at it, because I'm shrinking, of course, too. So over 74 inches tall. Now 325. I got 325. Would it go 350? Any interest in 350? It's a really nice modernist piece. All right, so lot number 7. Got original oil painting on canvas by the artist Anthony Alfieri, titled "Guitar Face." They still call me that at school. Just kidding. This is an original one. Very interesting, imaginative, almost a surrealist piece with a guitar fish, but having kind of like anthropomorphic features. 130, I think. 130 is my bid. It's art. It has whatever you want it to have. It's guitar. Oh, it looks like a guitar pick. I get it. Yeah, right. It's cool. I like it. It's got a lot to like about it. It's a nice size too. 23 by 27 in the frame. 130 now. Any advance on 130? 130 once, twice. Sold. 130 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot number 8, or Ocho, as they're saying at the final today. Renato Tosi. I don't know. They'll probably say 8 too. Heavy Murano art glass sculpture with this great elephant inside. I love that modernist Murano with the very striking sommerso technique with the submerged decorative core. In this case, amber and yellow with the Zanferico filigree threading in this radiating pattern. A very cool elephant, and he never forgets his bidder. So 350 to 375, please. I have a bid of 350 for 375. Now 350, 350. Would you take me to 375? 350 once. I've got 350. You want to take it to 375? This would be the time. 350 twice. Sold 350 to our bidder at Live Auctioneers. Lot number 9, Tiffany & Company, private stock, hand-painted porcelain lidded box. Speaking of elephant, this has got nice elephant handles on opposing sides. Hand-painted en français with 2 relief-molded elephant head handles, blue painted accents, and these great floral medallions throughout. Underside having the Tiffany & Company details to the underside. 275 now, 275 to 3. I have 3. Would you go 325? Now 300, 300. You take me to 325, please. Now 300. Any advance from 3 to 325? 300 going once. Now 300, 300. You want to take me to 325? You can. You can do it right now. Right now. Yeah, right now. Now 300 twice. Sold 300 to our bidder at the home team, Lion and Unicorn bidder, bid platform. There we go. I'll say it. Lot number 10, Wedgwood basalt black Art Deco tiger and buck sculpture by John Skeeping. Now, contrary to what many people believe, the lion is actually rescuing the deer. He is not. That's the story you can tell your grandkids. No. He's just resting. He's carrying him to his bed. 150 is my bid. Now to go 160, or you can go the other way. It's just nature, Johnny. Buck is getting et. 170. Want to go 180, please? Now 170. 170. Want to take 180, please? It's your piece. You can make whatever narrative you want. 170 now. Any increase of 170. 170 going once. 170 twice. So 170 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. And I'm going to bid a hasty retreat. Now lot number 11, Wedgwood black and white jasperware plaque with the labors of Hercules. Speaking of Hercules, and again, what is he doing? He's wrestling. Oh, that's the dog, right? I don't know. He's doing something, but it's one of his labors, and it was right. The Hound Cerberus. Okay, that's I just couldn't see his other head because he's locked in mortal combat with the divine Heracles. 325 is one bid down. 325. 325 down. 350. 375. I've got a bid of 350. Looking for 375 to advance, please. Do we have a phone bid on this or a? Yes, sir. We do. I'm sorry. I've got a bid of 375, looking for 400 to advance. We do have a phone bid, so please bear with us. Give you a chance at home to jump in and take this too. Very nice piece. This is a really cool piece of classic antique jasperware, and I love how they really owned many of these neoclassical designs, But of course, they seceded, all the other stuff to Royal Dahl, King Arthur and such, so, it balanced out. Now 375, looking for 400 to advance. Any increase from 375 to 4? And we're going to see if our phone bidder. Now 4 to go 425. I've got 4 to go 425, please. Any increase from 400. Now $400 looking for 425 to advance. And we're going to see if our phone bidder is going to come in and jump in on this, give them an opportunity to jump in. And that's all that goes, great details with Hercules in the white sprigging relief, depicted nude wrestling. Okay, 400 is my bid. I'm going to take it down to, we're going to take it down to hammer time now. $400 go once. I've got 400. You want to take it to 425? Now's the time to do it. 400 twice. Sold. 400 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot number 12. Wedgwood Blue Jasperware Portland Vase. The iconic reproduction of the ancient Roman glass Portland vase, which was in the collection of the Duchess of Portland or the Duke of Portland, with all that great sprigging and details with these neoclassical figural scenes. 550 might be down. 5 to do is 6. I've got a bit of $550, also having the Rubin Collection Provenance label. Now 6 would go 650. I've got a bit of 600. You're going to take me to 650, please? Any increase on 600, 600 going once? I've got 600. You want to take me to 650? You can. 600 twice. Sold 600 to our bidder at invaluable lot number 13, Wedgwood Fairyland cabinet plate in the Salinas pattern. This is a Wedgwood Fairyland Etruria, hand-painted fantasy scene with figural elves or the like, including a dog, birds in flight, a leaping stag, and additional details, also having all the correct Wedgwood and Etruria details to the underside. Now 120, would it go 130? I've got a bit of 120. Oh, sorry, I forgot we are saving paper. I like that. We're printing on the back sides of the sheet, so that's good. Sorry, signature in the top of my page. Now 120, would it go 130, please? Any increase on 120, 120 once? 120, 120. You can take it for 130, though. 120 twice. So 120 to our bidder at Live Auctioneers. Lot 14. We've got a Victorian oak and cast iron antique adjustable dictionary stand, manufactured by R.M. Lambie, American Victorian piece. A podium or dictionary stand in oak and cast iron with oak bookrest panels mounted to this complex cast iron mechanism. Will you take me to 50, sir? What'll I hear? Will you take me to 50? Any interest at $50? I've got nothing right now. You want to take me to 50? You can now 50. Thank you. There's 50. We'll go 60. I've got a bit of $50. Now 50. Will you take me to 60, please? Any increase on $50? $50 going once. Now 50. You can jump in and take it to 60, though. 50 twice. Sold $50 to our line and unicorn bidder. Thank you kindly. Lot number 15, Ross Nieder, 20th century offhand blown jewel tone glass wall platter. Cool sculpture produced in a very interesting modernistic style by the American glass sculptor Dr. Ross Nieder, with these great offhand glass blowing methods that he used with a dramatic jewel tone palette. Now 130, would it go 140, please? I've got a bit of 130. Any advance from 130 to 140? You want to take it to 140? You can. 130 once. I've got 130. Any interest in 140, please? 130 twice. Sold 130 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot number 16, limited edition Kaiser porcelain horse sculpture. A horse is a horse. This is named after the famed horse named Maestoso, produced by Kaiser Porcelain, designed by Wolfgang Gawanka, and this is a limited edition. This is number 276 in that edition, with this horse looking very much like a royal Lipizan or stallion. I mean, I'm not saying that that's what it is, but it does have that look. To me, it's also accompanied by the certificate of authenticity. Produced in Germany, so that gives me reason to think that it might in fact be a Lipizzaner. I don't know. It'd be interesting to find out. 170, go to 180, please. I mean, the Royal Lipizzaners were Austrian, but it doesn't mean that they didn't have, you know what I mean. 170, go to 180, please. Now 170 once, 170 twice. So 170 to our line of unicorn bidder. Lot number 17. We have a rattlesnake, a bronze sculpture after Frederick Remington, famous iconic piece depicting a cowboy on horseback, and the horse is rearing because it sees a rattler on the landscape base, and he's got his horse in his reins. I don't know if the rattlesnake is actually depicted on. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Do we see it? I can't. So I do see the etched, the inside signature for Remington there. Now 250 to 275. It's after Remington, of course. Now 250. Now 275 would go 3. I've got a bit of 250. Now 275 would go 3, please. Now 275. Any increase from 275? 275 is my bid going once. Now 275. You want to take me to 3? You can. 275 twice. Any interest from 275 to 300? We take me to 3? 275 thrice. Sold 275 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 18. Wedgwood, very rare bone china pheasant plate by Daisy McCaig Jones. This one in the Argus pattern. Argus, of course, Latin for pheasant, pheasant or peafowl, peacock, peahen. This one in this case is the Argus pheasant design, in that a very rare variant having the central scene extending entirely to the rim without having a colored border. So this is a very, very rare piece by Miss Daisy McCaig Jones. Lots of beautiful enamel palette colorway there with pink, violet, blue, yellow. Now 225 in that great dramatic background. 225, 225, go 250, please. I have a bit of 225. Any advance from 225? 225 once. Now 225, you want to take it to 250? You can. 225 twice. Sold. 225 live auctioneer's bidder. Lot number 19. Wedgwood encaustic black basalt oil lamp and lid or cover, produced in that very cool ancient style oil lamp with a coordinating lid, hand-painted encaustic decoration in the neoclassical style, modeled after ancient Greek prototypes. Got a low circular body, the projecting spout, the raised ring handle. Nothing not to like about it. And then all that terracotta red and white enamel with the repeating palmettes. Now 225, 225, I want to go 250, please. I've got about 225, now 250, go 275. Now 250, 250, will you take me to 270? Now 275, 275, go to 3. I've got a bit of $270, we'll go to 300 to advance, please. Now 300, 300, go to 325. I have a bit of 325, 325, go to 350. Now 325, any advance from 325 to 350, will you take me to 350, please? Now 325, 325 once. I've got a bit of $325. You want to take me to 350? This would be the time to do it. Take me to 350. 325, 325 twice. Sold 325 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 20, Wedgwood Black Basalt. City of Philadelphia, Kenlock Ware Creamer, a cream pitcher, produced by Wedgwood, part of the factory's Kenlock Ware. With a bulbous body, wasted neck, flared rim, single loop handle. It's like they're describing me to a T. Front decorated, having this multicolored coat of arms for the city of Philadelphia, city of brotherly love. And they've got different banners too. And having the Wedgwood and England mark too. I like that. Now $60, 60 with 70. I've got 60, 60. Any advance from 60 to 70, 60 once. Now 60 twice. Sold 60 Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 21, Wedgwood Black Basalt portrait medallion of Plato, the great scholar of ancient Greece, philosopher of ancient Greece, who legend has it on his deathbed a young lady was playing an instrument, a flute, possibly a flutist, and he was dying, and he woke up to criticize her playing style. Oh, Plato, Plato, you scamp. 140, would it go 150? 140 once? Now 140, 140, want to take me to 150? You can. 140, 140 twice. Sold 140 to our invaluable bidder. And then, of course, there was Socrates. We'll get to him eventually. Lot 22, Wedgwood Black Basalt Medallion and intaglios, produced in Staffordshire. Circular medallion and 3 oval intaglios. The circular medallion has got the relief molded Union Jack flag at the center. And with the motto "Pro Patria," which for the country, for the nation, the fatherland, as it were, that has different connotations in different. But this meant in the innocent, apolitical way, the motherland, as it were. Although in this sense, $90, 90. What do you go 100, please? Now $90 once, 90 twice. We'll sell for 90 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 23, Wedgwood Blue Jasperware plaque. Neoclassical bas-relief scene of little playful Pootie. Oh, the little Pootie. Oh, they're so lovely and innocent. Right? When Pootie are play, somebody's going to get hurt. They've got bows and arrows, people. Who let them play? Oh, Zeus, right. Zeus thought it was a good idea to give them bows and arrows. I know. Then again, we had chemistry sets as kids, so I guess it wasn't much better. 325, 325 to go 350. I've got 350, 350 with a 375, please. Now 350. That's amazing that I have all fingers, and because I did have that chemistry set, maybe a little burned off on it. 425, please. Now 425, 425, we go 450. I don't even know, I can't get the words out. Now 425, 425, you want to take me to 450? You can. 450, thank you, we'll go 475. I've got 450, 450. Will you take me to 475, please? Now 450, 450 going once. I've got a bit of 450, 450. You want to take me to 475? You can. Now 450 twice. Now 475. Would it go 5? The reverse of this has the rectangular aperture bearing all the impressed marks as well too. Now 475, 475. Would it go 5? I've got a bit of $475. You want to take me to 5? And it's a nice size too. It's 13.5 inches long. In that nice gilt museum quality frame. Now 475, 475. Would it take me to 5? Now 5 would go 550. I've got a bit of 500. Now 5 would go 550, please. Any advance on 500, 500, 500, 500 going once. I've got a bit of 500. You want to take me to 550? You can. 500, 500 going twice. We're to sell for 500 to our live auctioneers. Bidder, lot number 24, Wedgwood Jasperware Dolphin Tripodal Lidded Pastille Burner. I love the look at the color scheme on that. There's just everything complements the other, produced in a neoclassical tripod form. Blue matte stoneware body, applied white and primrose yellow bas relief sprigging throughout, and the triune form, a dolphin fish fish forms down just above the final lower base. Now 600, 600, go to 650, please. I have a bit of 600. You want to take a bit of 650? You can. Now 600, 600 going once. I've got 600, 600. Will you take me to 650, please? 600, 600 twice. Sold 600 to our live auctioneers. Bidder, lot 25, Wedgwood Unglazed Jasperware. This is a raw experimental trial vase, unmarked trial piece, a globular form vessel, applied low relief sprigged ornamentation, a profile portrait bust of Shakespeare, the bard on Avon, to be or not to be, and etc., and the like and such. And lots of other cool details with floral sprigs, wild roses, and foliage and such. $80 now, 80, would you go 90? I have a bid of $80 now, 80, 80. You want to take me to 90? You can. 80, 80 once. Now 80, 80. Any advance from 80 to 90? 80, 80 twice. Now 90 would go 100. I've got a bit of 90, 90. You want to take me to 100? You can. Now 90, 90 going once. I've got a bit of $90. Do I hear 100 from you, please? Now 90, 90 twice. Any advance from 90 to 100? You can jump in and take it to 100 right now. 90, 90 thrice. Sold 90 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 26. Wedgwood Primrose Jasperware Lidded Canister, performed or produced in a cylindrical or bottle form, a lidded canister or tea caddy, tapered shoulder, matching conical stopper, and this is a great primrose yellow matte stoneware body with white sprig neoclassical relief, figural designs, and plants and vegetation and rosettes to the top, and a nice little acorn form finial, probably it looks like, to the top. Nice. And then Pooty with bows and arrows. 140, would it go 150, please? I've got a bit of 140 now. 150, would it go 160? I've got 150, 150, any advance from 150 to 160. Will you take me to 160? Will you take me to 160, please? Now 160, thank you. 160, would it go 170? I've got a bit of 170, would it go 180? Now 170, 170, do I hear 180 from you, please? I have a bit of $170. Any advance from 170, 170, will you take me to 180? Now 171, now 180, would it go 190? I've got a bit of 180, 180, do I hear 190 from you, please? Now 180, now 180, any advance from 180, 180, 180 going once? Now 180, 180 going, now 190 would go 2. I've got a bit of 190, 190, do I hear 200 from you, please? Now 190, 190 going once. I've got a bit of 190, 190, but you can jump in and take me to 200 right now. 190, 190 is my bid. Any advance from 190, 190 twice. Now 190, 190, sold 190 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot number 27, Wedgwood White Jasperware Potpourri covered bowl. White Jasperware glazed interior, the exterior ornamented with the applied bas relief sprigging in that repeating pattern with palmettes or acanthus leaves. Very nice. And of course, the top has got the rounded domed cover with openings to allow for the richness of the potpourri within to, make the space it's in smell good. 140 is my bid now. 140 go to 150. I've got 140, 140, any advance from 140, 150, 140 going once. Now 140, you want to take it to 150, you can. 140, 140 twice. Sold 140 to our live auctioneers. Bidder, lot 28, Wedgwood Caneware, cauliflower pattern teapot and lid. Very cool 19th century antique piece in unglazed caneware. Fine-grained buff stoneware, the body naturalistically modeled in a cabbage leaf or cauliflower pattern. with leaves and relief, and just a nice antique piece. Very nice, don't you know? Oh, very nice. Let's have tea. Come along, lovey. Tell me all about the day. Now 140, would it go 150, please? I've got a bit of 140, now 140, 140, now 150, would it 160, now 160, 160, 170. I've got a bit of $160, now 160, 160, want to take me now 170, want to go 180. I've got 170, 170, want to take me to 180, you can. Now 170, 170, going once. I've got a bit of 180, 180, would go 190, please. Now 180, 180, you want to take me to 190, you can. Now 190, 190, would it go 2. I've got a bit of 190, 190, want to take me to 200, you can. 190, 190, going once. Now 200, go to 225. I've got a bit of 200, 200, you want to take me to 225, you can. 225, 225, any advance of 225 to 250, please. Now 225, 225, will you take me to 250? 225, 225 is bid, and that's my bid going once. I've got 225, 225. Do I hear 250 from you, please? 225, 225 is my bid going twice. Any advance from you to 250, please? This would be the time to do it. 225, 225 twice. I want to sell 225 to our to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 29, Wedgwood, Jasperware. Christmas ornaments, 5 of them, various colors, including the 2011 Baby's First Christmas Carousel. 2 pierced wreaths in dark blue and sage green, an arched plaque with a white relief nativity scene, and a Portland blue ornament with a sleigh ride inscribed "Merry Christmas." Da, 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 da. I like that. I'm getting into the, Arthur Fiedler's sleigh ride thing. What's that old saying? Don't tell me happy Honda days when you know my family celebrates Toyotathon. I've got 110. Would it go 120, please? Now 110, 110. Any advance from 110 to 120? 110, 110 is my bid going once. I've got 110, 110, now 120, would it go 130? I've got a bid of 120, 120, you want to take me to 130? You can. 120, 120 is my bid, you want to take me to 130? Do I hear 130 from you, please? Now 130, 130, would it go 140? I've got a bid of 130, 130, any advance from 130 to 140? Will you take me to 140, please? 130, 130 going once. I've got 130, 130, any advance to 140? You can do it at 140 right now. 130, 130 twice. So 130 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 30, Wedgwood Aesthetic Movement Ivory Vellum Bone China Vase. Antique Aesthetic Movement Ivory Vellum Glaze. 19th century ovoid form with a flared rim, gilded line mask handles to the shoulders, and cream-colored ground hand-painted with these asymmetrical foliate sprays with hop leaves and cones, and that really, really wonderful naturalistic colorway, deep red, purple, green. And then that great chrysanthemum flower in gilding. Just absolutely gorgeous Victorian aesthetic movement design. Now 150 to 160, please. I've got a bit of 150. It's kind of an amphora form, too. Now 160, 160 to 170. I have a bit of 160. Now 160, 160. Will you take me to 170, please? Now 170, 170. Would it go 180? I've got a bit of 170. I was looking for 180 to advance. Now 180, 180. Would it go 190? I've got a bit of 180, 180. Will you take me to 190, please? Now 180, 180 going once. I've got 180, 180. You can still take it to 190. Now 190, would it go 2? I've got 190, 190. Want to take me to 2? You can. Now 190, 190 is my bid. Do I hear 200 from you, please? 190, 190 going one. Now 2 would go 225. I've got a bit of 200, 200. Will you not take me to 225? You can. Now 200, 200. Do I hear 225 from you, please? Now 200, 200. Any advance from 200 to 225? 200, 200 once. Now 200, 225, now 225 to go 250. I've got a bit of 225, looking for 250 to advance. Will you take me to 250, please? Now 225, 225 going once. I've got 225, 225. You can still jump in and take me to 250 right now, though. 225, 225 is my bid. 225, 225 twice. We'll sell 225 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 31, Wedgwood 19th century antique neoclassical trefoil form vase. 3-joint cylindrical sections on a shared base with flared feet, or feet, yeah, it's good. Neoclassical style vertical bands, that wonderful eye-catching decoration with dark green and gold stripes, and all the right Wedgwood details. Now, sir, will you take me to 50? I've got no bids right now. Do I hear 50 from you, please? There's 50. Thank you. Now 50 goes 60. I've got a bit of $50 now. 50 goes 60. This is a nice mid-Victorian, mid to late Victorian piece, 1880. Now $50. Any advance from 50 to 60? 50, 50 go once. I've got 50, 50. You want to take me to 60? You can. 50, 50 twice. I think you sold for 50 to our live auctioneers bidder. Thank you so much. Lot 32, Wedgwood gilded lidded lizard vase. The lidded lizard. I don't know why that put a smile on my face. 19th century, but look at that gorgeous aesthetic movement. Design, ovoid form, fine earthenware with a cream-colored glaze, and you've got this slender neck and flaring rim, and this fantastic 3D applied lizard in bright gilding. Nothing not to like about it. And then the body itself has got that Japanese style botanical design. 150, 150, 160, please. I've got a bit of 150, 150, 8 advance, and it's a nice size too, 10 inches tall. Now 150, 150, now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bit of 160, 160, will you take me to 170? Now 170, 170, would it go 180? I've got a bit of 180, 180, would it go 90? Now 180, 180, will you take me to 190, please? 180, 180 is my bid, going once. I've got 190, would you take me to 2? I've got a bit of 190 now, 2 would go 225. I've got a bit of 200, 200, will you take me to 225, please? Now 200, 200, any advance from 2 to 200, now 225 would go 250. I've got a bit of 250, go 275. Now $250, any advance from 250, will you take me to 275, please? Now 250, 250, going once. I've got 275, would it go 3? I've got a bit of $275 now, 3 would go 325. I have a bit of $300, looking for 325 to advance. Now $300, will you take me to 325? 300, 300 is my bid. I'm looking for 325 to advance. Do I hear 325? Now 300, 300 once. I've got 300, 300. Will you take me to 325? 300, 300 twice. And we'll sell 300 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 33, Wedgwood ivory porcelain vase with a very interesting bulbous ovoid form, produced in the ivory vellum style, a central decoration with hand-painted grapes, purple pink fruit with a lot of very cool, the neck and base featuring this wide chocolate brown glaze and additional patterns of gilded millefleurs or chintz style flowers. Now $90, 90 go, what do you 100? I've got a bit of $90 looking for 100 to advance. Now 90, 90. Any advance from 90 to 100? Now 100 go to 110. I've got a bit of 100, 100. Will you take me to 110, please? Now 100, 100 going once. I've got 110. Would it go 120, please? Now 110. Any advance from 110 to 120? Will you take me to 120? Now 110, 110. Now 120. Would it go 130? I've got a bit of 120. Will you take me to 130, please? Now 120, 120 going once. I've got a bit of 120. Do I hear 130 from you? Now 120, 120. Now 130. Would it go 140? I've got a bit of $130. Do I hear 140 from you, please? Now 130, 130. Any advance from 130 to 140? 130, 130 going once. I've got 130, 130. Will you take me to 140? Now 130, 130 twice. Sold 130 to our line. I'm sorry, to our live auctioneers bidder, lot number 34. Wedgwood Paul Costello ribbed flared trumpet ceramic vase produced by the Irish designer Paul Costello, featuring a tall cylindrical body with this really interesting ribbing, engine-turned horizontal ribbing to the body. And then you've got this great conical rim and a very striking modernist design, underside having all the Wedgwood factory marks. Do I hear 20 from you, please? I've got nothing but now 20 would go 30. I've got a bit of $20 would go 30, now 30 would go 40. I have a bit of $30 now, will you take me to 40, please? Now 30, 30, any advance from 30 to 40, 30 going once. And it's a nice size too. It's 16 and a half inches tall, 10 and a half inches in diameter, or I should say at the longest size that way, right? Now 40, 40 would go 50. I've got a $40 bid going once. Now 40, now 50 would go 60. I've got a bit of 50 would go 60, please. Any advance on $50, 50, 50 going once. Now $50, will you take me to 60, please? Now $50, any advance from 50 to 60, 50, 50 twice. We'll sell at $50 to our live auctioneers bidder, lot 35, Wedgwood ceramic vase and bowl group here, mid-century pieces, both having the Rubin Collection provenance labels. One a Globus vase, matte straw yellow glaze, the lower half with the engine turn pattern, featuring lines and very likely the work of Keith Murray for Wedgwood. And then you also have an elongated boat-shaped centerpiece bowl with the C-scroll handles to the opposing sides. Now 30, now 40, go 50. I've got a bit of 40, 40, any advance from 40 to 50. Will you take me to 50, please? Now 50 to 60. I've got a bit of $50 now. Any advance from 50 to 60. Will you take me to 60, please? Now 50, 50 once. I've got a bit of 60. Will you go 70? Now $60. Do I hear $70 from you, please? Now 60, 60 once. I've got a bit of $60. You can still jump in to take me to 70, though. Any advance from 60 to 70? Now 70 would go 80. I've got a bit of $70 looking for $80 to advance. Do I hear $80 from you? Now 80 would go 90.
I've got a bid of $80 looking for 90 to advance. Will you take me to 90, please? Now 80 going once. I've got an $80 bid. I'm looking for 90. Do I hear 90 from you? 80 twice. And we sell for 80 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot of 36, Wedgwood, hand-painted, antique, mid-Victorian aesthetic movement, ceramic cash pot or jardinier, earthenware vessel, very likely queensware, cylindrical form with that flared rim, decorated to the outside with polychrome hand-painted floral motifs in the style of the aesthetic movement, with orange glazed relief molded beaded bands encircling the body. I really like the looks of that. $80, 80, would it go 90? Now $80, any advance from $80, will you take it down 90, would it go 100? I've got a bit of 90, any advance from $90 to $100, 90 going once. Now 100, we go 110. I've got a bit of $100, do I hear 110 from you, please? Now $100, any advance from 1 to 110, $100, now 110, would it go 120? I've got a bit of $110, any advance from 110 to 120, will you take me to 120, please? Now 120, would it go 130? I have a bit of $120 looking for 130 to advance. Now 130, we go 140. I've got a bit of $130 looking for 140 to advance. Will you take me to 140, please? Now 130 going once. Yep. I've got 140, would it go 150? Now $140, do I hear 150 from you, please? $140, my bid, I got 140, will you take me to 150, please? 150, would it go 160? I've got a bit of 150, would it go 160? Any advance from 150, do I hear 160 from you, please? Now 150 going once. I've got 150, you can still bid to take me to 160 though. 150 is my bid going twice. Sell 150 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 37, Wedgwood Williamsburg Restoration, Queensware Wall Pocket, part of the Wedgwood Williamsburg Restoration Collection. This one in the cream-colored Queensware, produced in the form of the Horn of Plenty, with a wide flared opening tapering to the curved pointed base. Now 30, would it go 40? I've got a bit of $30 looking for 40 to advance, also having the printed marks as Williamsburg Cornucopia and Williamsburg Restoration. Now 30, any advance from 30 to 40, 30 once, 30 twice. Sold 30 live auctioneers bidder. Lot 38, Wedgwood Porcelain Tile with hand-painted exotic birds. It's a square Wedgwood porcelain plaque mounted in a gilded wooden frame, having hand-painted avian decorations. The field decorated with this repeating Ouïe de Perdrix, partridge eye ground, having turquoise dots with gilt centers, and set within are the 5 circular medallions arranged in a quincunx pattern. I always like that word, quincunx. There was a book by Umberto Eco called The Quincunx. Now I can't stop thinking of the word. Now 110 would go 120, please, quincunx. 110, any advance, 110 go once. I've got 120, would it go 130? Now 120, any advance from 130 to 130. The reverse has the printed factory mark with the Portland vase and all the Wedgwood details. Nice late 19th century, possibly early 20th century. So, you have a Victorian, possibly Edwardian origin there. 130, any advance, 130, 140, 130 going once. Now 140, would it go 150? I've got a bit of 140, any advance, I have 150, would it go 160? Now $150, do we hear 160 from you, please? $150 my bid, any advance from 150 to 160, will you take me to 160, please? Now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bid of $160, now 170, would it go 180? I've got $170, any advance to 180, will you take me to 180, please? 170 is my bid, now 180, would it go 190? I've got a bid of $180 for 190, now 190, would it go 2? I have a bid of $190 looking for 200 to advance, will you take me to 200, please? 190 is my bid, now 190, any advance from 190 to 200, 190 once. Now 2 to go 225. I've got a bid of $200 looking for 225 to advance, please. Now 225 to go 250. I have a bid of 225 looking for 250 to advance. Do I hear 250 from you, please? Now 225, any increase from 225 going once. Yep. Now 250 to go 275. I've got a bid of 250 looking for 275 to advance. Will you take me to 275, please? Now 275 would go 3. I have a bid of 275 looking for 300 to advance. Do I hear 300 now? 3 to 325. I've got about 325, would you deliver 350 to advance? Now 325, would you go 350? Now 350, go 375. I've got about a 350, will you take me now 375, would you go 4? I've got about 375, looking for 400 to advance. Do I hear 400 from you, please? Now 375, any increase from 375 to 375, now 4, would you go 425? I've got a bit of $400 over 425 to advance. Will you take me to 425, please? Now 425, would you go 450? I've got a bid of 425, looking for 450 to advance. Will you advance me to 450, please? Now 450 to 475. Thank you. Now 450 advance, 450 to 475. Will you take me to 475? 450 is my bid. Now 450. Do I hear 475 from you, please? Now 450, 450 going once. I've got 450, 450. You still jumping to take me to 475, though. You want it for 475? Take it for 475. 450, 450 twice. Sold 450 to our live auctioneers bidder. Very nicely done. And we've got lot number 39. Give us a moment to catch up. Yeah, we'll catch up. It's like the family of tomatoes, and the father squeezed the little tomato and said, "Ketchup." Got nothing. Wedgwood lidded sauce tureen silhouette pattern. Very cool. Look at that lid. And what is that finial? Are those like little? Are those dragons? Kissing dragons to the front, or some sort of? I don't know. I like it. Style dolphin fish. Those are fish? No, they look like dragons to me. Maybe they're fish. Maybe they're, I don't know. It's whatever you want it to be when you take it home. $60 any advance from 60 to, they look like dragons, or maybe hounds, like greyhounds or something. Wolfhounds. 60, 60 any advance from 60, 61. Now 70 would go 80. I've got a $70 bid looking for 80 to advance. I got 70, 70 any advance from 70 to 80. Sorry, I'm like staring at them. What kind of animals are those? 70, 70, now 80 would go 90. And you are too, now that I've got you looking at them. 80, 80, any advance from 80. 80 once. Now 80, 80, you want to take me to 90? You can. 80, 80 twice. We're going to sell for 80 to our live auctioneers bidder lot. And you please let me know what they are when you get it home and study it. 40, lot number 44, Wedgwood embossed Queensware pieces. Here we got a butter curler, a soup spoon, and 2 teaspoons. Very elegant. I like that the creamsware. Very understated, glazed creamware. Let's see, we have the butter curler with a ribbed face and flared handle. Okay, I guess, right, you take the butter like that. I'm not going to pretend to have ever curled a butter in my life, so let's just move on. 170, 180, 190. I have corned a beef, but I've never curled a butter. 180, 190, would you go 120, would you go 2? I've got 190, 190. Now 2 to go 225. We've got a bit of 200, 200. Would you take me to 225, please? Now 200, 200. Do I hear 225 from you? 200, 200 going once. I've got 200, 200. You want to take me to 225? You can. 200, 200 twice. Sold 200 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 41, Wedgwood creamware asparagus dish. Circa 1800 Georgian, kind of possibly early Regency, elongated boat-shaped form with the matching covered well, over 225 years old, much like myself. The sepia tone monochrome decoration and having flared ends. Absolutely gorgeous, just absolutely gorgeous. I wonder if Queen Charlotte was served out of this. Oh, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I have a question. Have you ever curled a butter before? 170 would go 180, now 180 would go 190. 180, 180, now 190 would go 2. I've got a bit of 2 would go 225. Now 225 would go 250. I have a bit of $225, 250 would go 275. Now 250, 250 would take, now 275 would go 3. I have a bit of $275, now 3 would go 325. Now 300, 300, both the stand and the lid having the provenance labels for the Reuben collection as well. 325, 325, will you take me to 350, please? Now 325, now 350 to 375. I've got a bit of 350, any advance for 350, will you take me to 375, please? Now 350, 350, do I hear 375 from you, please? 350, 350 is my bid, 350, 350 going once. Now 350, 350, you want to take me to 375, you can. 350, 350 twice. Sold 350 to our invaluable bidder. Nicely done. Lot number 42, Wedgwood Nature's Canvas marble serving platter. Produced in the Nature's Canvas, Nature's Canvas marble, that's it. Circular form, it's in bone china with this swirled marble effect pattern in cream, beige, and tan. And you've got a thin light blue or turquoise line bordering the rim. Jumping to take it for $20. Do I hear 20 from you, please? I've got nothing but now 20, now 20, we go 30. Thank you so much. I got 20, we take me to 30. Now $20, now 20, you want to take me to 30, you can. $20 my bid down, 20 any advance, 20 to 30, 20 going once, 20 twice. Sold for 22 our live auctioneers bidder. Thank you so much. Lot number 43, Wedgwood experimental glaze ceramic dishes. We got 2 shallow oblong pieces featuring experimental glazes, one in a deep mottled reddish brown glaze to the interior, solid black glaze underside, the second having a deep blue glaze, fine mottled or crystalline texture to the interior, and a textured light brownish gray glaze to the lower side. So both pieces with the rounded rectangular form with the rounded edges. And you got them, I've got 120, both of them having the Rubin collection provenance labels. Now 120, 120, we'll go 130, please. I've got a bid of 120, want to take it to 130, you can. 120, 120 is my bid going once. Now 120, 120 twice. Sold 120 to our live auction, or sorry, to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 44. Wedgwood English Folklore Collector's Plates, designed by Wedgwood with illustrations by Jenny Rhodes, including plates with various collection identifiers, scenes from English folklore and feast days, including Halloween or All Hallows Eve, Midsummer's Eve, the Bell Ringer's Feast, and St. James Grotto Day. Oh, I remember, I don't know about you, but we used to really turn it out for St. James Grotto Day when I was a kid. I remember those days. Now 30, what do you go 40? Any advance on, I'm kidding. $30, I'm sure it was $30, any advance on 30, 30 going once. Now 30, 30, you want to take it to 40, you can. 30, 30 twice. Sold 30 to our live auctioneer's bidder. I'm sorry, St. James, forgive me, I knew not what I said. I've got these great Amari-style porcelain plates from the Rubin collection here, and very distinctive. Wedgwood really did a very nice job capturing the look and color palettes of the Amari style, cobalt blue, iron red, and a lot of gilt embellishments throughout. Now $50, $50, what do you go 60? I've got a bid of $50, I want to take me to 60 now, 60 goes 70. I've got a $60 bid, any advance from 60? Do I hear 70 from you, please? Now 60, 60, I got 60, you want to take me to 70? You can. I got 70, what do you go 80? Now $70, I got a $70 bid, you want to take me to 80? You can. Any advance from 70 to 80? Will you take me to $80, please? 70, 70 is my bid, and I've got 77 going once. You want to take me to $80? Now it's time for you to do it. 70, 70 twice. Sold 70 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder on the hometown team bidding platform. Lot 46, Wedgwood Bone China, Robert Dawson, After Willow #1 birds. This was a contemporary design by Robert Dawson, identified as the #1 birds pattern from the After Willow series. And you've got these great, seems like a pair of birds in flight with a blue transfer print from an interpretation of the traditional 1806 willow pattern. Very interesting. I've got a bid of $70. Okay, so the original pattern was produced early 19th century, and so they came up with this after the original. Okay, I got it. Nice, very good. Keeps things straight, as it were. $70, 70, any advance from, I'm sorry, 90. I got 90, would it go 100? I've got a $90 bid, any advance from 90, 90. You want to take it to 100? You can. 90, 90 going once. Now 100 going 10. I've got a bid of $100 for 110 to advance. Will you take me to 110, please? Now 110, would it go 120? And it's a nice size too. It's almost 11 inches in diameter, 10.5 inches. Now 110, 110. You want to take me to 120? You can. 120, would it go 130? I've got a bit of 120. I was looking at 130, would it go 140? I've got a bit of 140, would it go 150, please? Now $140, want to take me to 150? Will you take me to 150, please? 140 is my bid. I got 140. You want to take me to 150? Do I hear 150 from you, please? Now 140, 140 going once. I've got 140, 140. Do I hear 150 from you? 140, 140 twice. Sold 140 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 47, Wedgwood 19th century antique bone china cabinet plate with a center having a horizontal thorny branch motif, gooseberry fruit in raised gold and bronzed metallic slips. Very nice, having the Portland vase marks and the hand-painted artist monograph JF. I've got nothing bid. You want to take me to 20? Take me to 20. Now 20 would go 30. I've got a bid of $20. Now 20 would go 30. Any advance on 20? Now 30 would go 40. I've got a $30 bid looking for 40 to advance. Do I hear 40 from you, please? Now 30, 30 is my bid. I got 30, 30. You want to take me to 40? Now it's time for you to do it. 30, 30 is my bid going once. I've got 30, 30. Do I hear 40 from you? Now 30, 30 twice. Sold 30 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 48, Wedgwood porcelain peacock pattern plate associated with the Liverpool Birds series. I want to hold your plume. Circular form, raised rim, isn't that the Liverpool Birds? Wide rim with the repeating border of concentric peacock feathers, and then you got that central stylized peacock with the tail feathers partially fanned. Now 40, would it go 50? I've got a $40 bid, and this is a nice antique piece produced 1888 and a nice size over a foot, 13 inches in diameter. Now $50 any advance from 50 to 60. You want to take me to 60? You can, please. Now 60 would go 70. I've got a bid of $60 looking for 70 to advance. Will you take me to 70, please? Now 70 would go 80. I've got a bid of $70 looking for $80 to advance. Any increase now 80 would go 90. I've got a bid of $80. Any advance from 80 to 90? Will you take me to 90, please? Now 90 would go 100. I've got a bid of $90 looking for 100 to advance. Now 100 would go 110. I've got a bid of $100 looking for 110 to advance. Do I hear 110 from you, please? Now $100. Now 100 would go. Now 110 would go 120. I've got a bid of $110 looking for 120 to advance. Any increase from 110? Will you take me to 120, please? Now 110 going once. I've got 120. Would it go 130? Now $120. Do I hear 130 from you, please? Now $120. Any increase now 130. Would it go 140? I've got a bid of $130 looking for 140 to advance. Any increase of $130. Do I hear 140 from you? Now $130 holding steady. 130 going once. I've got 130. Do you want to take me to 140? You can. 130 going twice. Sold 130 to our live auctioneers. Bidder. Lot number 49, Wedgwood Etruria T Rose and geometric border transferware plates. Featuring central transfer printed pastoral scenes with ducks on a pond and other elements including a barn and a running fox. One of them decorated in the T Rose pattern. The other one has a formal geometric and foliate border in nice red, green, and brown colors. $30 any advance on 30, 30 going once. I've got a 30 bid. You want to jump in and take it to 40? You can. Now 40 would go 50. I have a bid of $40 looking for 50 to advance. Will you take me to 50, please? Now $40 holding steady. Any increase from 40 to 50? 40 is my bid, and it's going once. Now 50 go to 60. I've got a bid of $50. You want to take me to $60? You can, please. Now $50. Do I hear 60 from you? 50 is my bid. I've got 50. You want to take me to 60? Now's the time for you to do it. 50 going once. Yep. I've got 60. Would it go 70? Now $60. You want to take me to $70? You can. Any advance from $60? Do I hear 70 from you, please? Now 60 is my bid. I got 60. You want to take me to 70? Now's the time to do it. 60 is my bid. Now 60 going once. Yep. I've got 70. Would it go 80? I've got a bid of $70 looking for 80 to advance. Any increase from $70 my bid. You want to take me to 80? You can. 70 is my bid holding steady. Do I hear 80 from you, please? 70 is my bid, and you can jump in to take it to 80 right now. 70 going once. Now 80 would go 90. I've got a bid of $80 looking for 90 to advance. Will you take me to $90, please? Now 80 is my bid. I've got 80. Do I hear 90 from you? 80 is my bid holding steady, and it is going once. Now 80. Do I hear $90? Will you take me to 90, please? 80 is my bid going twice. Sold $80 to our live auctioneers. Bidder, lot number 50, Wedgwood ceramic pieces, 4 plates and a display plaque, 5 pieces total. One plate featuring the Oriental figural landscape on a cream ground with figures in a garden setting. We also have a pair of circular plates in a lavender blue glaze, as well as what's the last piece? The rectangular ceramic Wedgwood display plaque with the blue lettering, as you can see. Now 20, any advance on 20 to 30? $20 my bid. You want to take me to 30? You can. 20 once. Now 20 twice. We'll sell for 20 to our live auctioneers. Bidder, lot number 51, Wedgwood hand-painted earthenware tea trio in sage green, featuring a cup, matching saucer, and a dessert plate with a matte sage green glaze. Nice tea trio there with all the correct detailing. Now $40 any advance from 40, and featuring a very, very striking, I like the very pleasant motif. Now $40 any advance on 40, 40 going once, 40 twice. Sold 40 live auctioneers. Bidder, lot 52, Wedgwood Imari porcelain creamer with a butterfly handle. Very, very elegant and delicate. With that very vibrant Imari palette in blue, cobalt blue, iron red, and with a lot of gilt embellishments. And then that great handle, the butterfly handle. Now 60 would go 70, now 70 go 80. I've got a $70 bid looking for 80 to advance. Any increase on $70, will you take me to 80, please? Now 70 is my bid. If I hear $80 from you, you can have it for $80. 70 is my bid going once. I've got a $70 bid. You want to take it to 80, you can. 70 twice. Sold 70 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 53, Wedgwood porcelain cups and saucers, including bullfinch, Wellesley, and basket weave patterns.
6 pieces all together, 3 cups and 3 matching saucers. So the sets don't match, but the saucers and the cups match each other. Nothing bid right now, and also we've got the Bullfinch Wesley patterns and basket weave as well. Now 20, you want to take it to 30, you can. Any increase on 2020 is my bid. You want to take me to 30, you can take me to 30. 2020 going once. I've got a bid of 2020. Any advance from 20? 20 going twice. Sold for 22, our live auctioneer's bidder. And on that note, let's take a short pause for the cause, give you a chance to recalculate and re-strategize in your private auction space. We'll come back with more of our exceptional Palm Beach Oceanfront estate sale here at Line of Unicorns. Stay with us. And we're back for our exceptional Palm Beach Oceanfront estate sale. Thanks for staying with us through the break. Wedgwood Majolica Neoclassical Relief Molded Cup and Saucer is our next lot, lot number 54, late 19th century Victorian Majolica, a handleless cup and saucer with relief molded neoclassical motifs. Very, very lovely, and I love that turquoise glaze to the interior. Now 100, 100, we'll go 110, please. I have a bid of $100 for 110 to advance. Will you take me to 110, please? Now 100, 100 going once. 100, 110, 120, please. I've got a bid of $110. Now 110, would you go 120? Any advance from 110, 110, 110 going once. I've got 120, would you go 130? Now $120 for 130 to advance. Any increase from 120, 120 is my bid going once. Now 120, 120, and now 130, would you go 140? I've got a bid of $130 for 140 to advance. Any increase from 130, will you take me to 140, please? 130, 130 going once. I've got a bid of $130. You want to take me to 140, you can. 130, 130 going twice. Any advance to 140, this is the time to do it. So 130 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot number 55, Wedgwood Porcelain Neoclassical two-handled trophy cup, ovoid body with a flared pedestal foot and two scrolling form handles featuring decorative spur details. And I love that exterior with the 6 vertical panels, 3 of them having pink details with darker pink scaling, a scale pattern, and then you've got these great stylized details. And nothing not to like about that, and gilding embellishments throughout. Now $90 in advance from 90 to 100. I've got a $90 bid. Also, this piece was made in France by Wedgwood, interestingly enough. $90 in advance on 90. 90, 90 once. I've got 90, 90. You want to take me to 100? You can. 90, 90 twice. Sold 90 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 56, Wedgwood commemorative ceramic mugs. 3 of them, various scenes and details. One of them commemorating the bicentenary of the birth of Sir Humphrey Davy, featuring a portrait of Sir Humphrey. Also, you're having a blue matted jasperware stoneware mug with a portrait of President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. FDR, this can be done. It must be done. It will be done. But they spell it the wrong way, D-O-N-E. I spell it D-U-N-N, you know, in my voice anyway. $20 in my head, I hear it done. Done. Now 20 in advance on 20, and then you got the third one has got the Queen's wear tankard form. $20 in advance from 20, 30, 20 once, twice. Sold over 22 our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 57, Yadro. First Yadro. Napoleon planning a battle. I thought he was sleeping in the chair for a second. No, but he is actually looking at the map or holding a letter in his hand depicting the French emperor and all of his military glory with the epaulettes and such. Now 325, 325, we go 350. Any advance on 325, you want to take me to 350, you can. 325, 325 is my bid going once. Now 325, 325 twice. Sold 325 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 58, Yadro. Will you marry me? Porcelain figural group depicting romantic lovers, Edwardian style lovers. She's got her hairstyle in that kind of Edwardian style. And he's got his top hat and morning coat. He says, hello, my dear. It's time for me to suggest you marry me again for the 4th time this month. I've got a bid of 170. Want to go 180, please? Or any other story you choose to enact out. 170, 170, and advance 170, 170 going once. I've got a bid of 170. You want to take me to 180? You can. Now 180, would you go 190? I've got a bid of 180. Any advance from 180? Will you take me to 190, please? Now 180, 190. Would you go 120? Would you go 200? I've got a bid of $190. Looking for 200 to advance. Any increase from 190? Do I hear 200 from you, please? Yep. 190 now. 2 would go 225. I've got a bid of $200. Looking for 225 to advance. Any increase from 2 to 225? Do I hear 225 from you, please? Now 225 would go 250. I've got a bid of 225. Looking for 250 to advance. Do I hear 250 from you? Now 225, 225, any advance from 250, now 250 to 275. I've got a bid of 250. Will you take me to 275, please? Now $250, now 250, any advance from 250 to 275. 250, 250 is my bid going once. I've got 250, 250. You want to take me to 275? You can. 250, 250 twice. Sold 250 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 59, Yadro Garden of Dreams, limited edition porcelain figure featuring a female in a broad-brimmed hat with a flowing gown on a chaise lounge and an open book, and she's dreaming of all these wonderful places she wants to go to. And she's got this wonderful white lattice garden trellis room divider. Oh, I don't know. That's my mid-Atlantic dreaming lady voice. $300 in advance from 3 to 325. I've got a bit of 300, and this was produced limited edition. Only 4,000 of these were ever produced. And this one also includes a presentation inscription to Carl and Barbara Zinner, and accompanied by the framed certificate of authenticity. Now 325 in advance from 325 to 350. Will you take me to 350, please? Now 325, now 325 going once. I've got 350 to go 375. I've got a bit of $350. Will you take me to 375, please? Now 350, 350 going once. I've got 350, 350. Do I hear 375 from you? 350, 350 twice. Sold 350 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 60, Yadro Bisque bust, kerchiefs lady, featuring a female figure in bust form with a serene expression, her eyes closed as she's dreaming of, well, you get it, depicted with her head tilted downward and a white headscarf tied up at the, around the back at the nape of her neck. Now $80 any advance from 80 to 90. I've got a bit of $80 now, 90 would go 100. I've got a bit of $90 now, 90 would go 100, please. And increase on 90, 90 going once. And this is accompanied by the original Yadro box too, by the way. 100 as my bid, I got 100 with 110, please. Now 100, 100, any advance from 100, 100 going once. I've got a bit of 100, any advance from 100, 100 twice. Now 110 would go 120. I've got a bit of 110, will you take me to 120, please? Now $110, any increase from 110 to 120, do I hear 120 from you? Now 120, would it go 130? I've got a bit of $120 looking for 130 to advance. Will you take me to 130, please? $120, my bid going once. I've got 120, 120. Do I hear 130 from you, please? Now 130, would it go 140? I've got a bit of $130 looking for 140 to advance. Will you take me to 140, please? Now $130 my bid. Any advance from 130 to 140, 130, 130, down 140, would it go 150? I've got a bit of $140 looking for 150 to advance. Any advance from 140, will you take me to 150? $140 my bid. I got 140. Do I hear 150 from you? Now 150, would it go 160? I've got a bit of $150 looking for 160 to advance. Do I hear 160 from you, please? Now $150, I got 150, 150. Will you take me to 160? 150, 150 is my bid, and it's 150, 150 once. I've got 150, 150. You want to take me to 160? This is the time to do it. 150, 150 twice. Sold 150 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 61, Yadro porcelain lace flower museum basket from the Caprichos collection. A boat-shaped body with pierced work that simulates the texture of lace throughout, having a high arched handle with twisted white and pale yellow porcelain strands that give it a ruffled lace border. Now 112, or lace style border, I should say 130, because it's all porcelain, which makes it all the more interesting and gorgeous. Now 140, would it go 150? I have a bit of $140 or 150 to advance. Any increase from 140, 140, will you take me to 150, please? 140, 140 going once. I've got 140, 140, you get you up to take now 150, would it go 160? I've got a bit of $150, want to take me to 160? Will you take me to 160, please? Now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bit of $160 looking for 170 to advance. Will you take me to 170, please? Now 160, 160 is my bid, and it is going once. I've got a bit of 160, do I hear 170 from you? 160, 160 twice. Sold 160 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 62, Yadro porcelain miniature flower basket with the original box. Also from the Caprichos collection. Woven wicker-style basket designed with a tall twisted overhead handle, and the basket filled with an assortment of hand-modeled porcelain flowers, along with a porcelain lace border, lace-style border within. Just a really nice piece. $80, $80, 80 advance from 80 to 90. Will you take me to 90, please? Now $80, 80 down, 90 would it go 100. I've got a bit of $90, I'm now 100 would it go 110. I've got a bit of $100 over 110 to advance. Will you take me to 110, please? Now $100, $100, any increase from 100, 100 going once. Now 100, 100, do you want to take me to 110? You can. 100, 100 twice. Sold for 100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 63, Yadro porcelain Valencian flowers figurine, a little boy in traditional Valencian folk attire in a walking pose. Dressed in a white tunic with blue waist sash and additional details. Now 40, would you go 50? I've got a $40 bid now, 40, 40, will you take me to 50, please? 40, 40 is my bid going once. I've got a $40 bid, you want to take me to 50? You can. 40, 40 twice. Yep. Now 50 to 60. I've got a bit of $50, any advance from 50 to 60, will you take me to 60, please? Now 50, 50, I got 50, 50, you want to take me to 60? You could take me to 60 right now. 50, 50 is my bid, I got 50, 50 going once. Now 50, 50, do I hear 60 from you? 50, 50 twice.
Sold 50 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder lot 64. Yadro Gress porcelain figurine with a nice matte or bisque porcelain finish. This one titled Comforting Her Friend. A figural group with a nice sentimental scene of an older lady grieving, perhaps after a loss, and she's got a younger female friend, maybe well, I would say daughter, but they specifically friends, so maybe it's a neighbor. That's a very nice thing. We need to have more outreach for friends and neighbors and these kinds of things. You know what I mean. We're all here to help each other get to the other side. 20 is my bid now, 20 would owe 30. Any advance on 20, 20, 20, 20, any advance on 20, 20 once. You want to jump in and take it to 30, you can. This is accompanied by the original box too. 20, 20 twice. Sold 20 Lion and Unicorn bidder lot 65. Yadro Porcelain Afternoon Tea. Hello. Also known as Dama Manticarlo. Glazed porcelain figure in an elongated form, very slender Art Deco lady in a pale cream-colored gown. I don't know why I'm sounding like that guy, Tom, what's his name, that I'm following on Instagram now. Wide-brimmed lavender hat, too. Lots of nice details, too, including the lavender, including that the single rose. 110, any advance from 110 to 120? Would take me to 120, please. 110, 110 once. I've got 110, 110. You can still take it to 120, though. 110, 110 twice. Sold 110 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 66. Yadro Porcelain figurine. We got clown with alarm clock. Little boy, or was that a little girl clown? A little boy holding a clown in his hand and holding it up to his ear with a questioning. Boy, if that alarm goes off, he's going to be very surprised. Now 110, 110, any advance 110, 110 is my bid, holding for 110. You want to take it to 120? You can. 110, 110 going once. I've got 110, 110. You want to take me to 120? Any advance to 120? 110, 110 twice. Sold 110 to our live auctioneers bidder, lot 67. Yadro Porcelain flat basket of flowers, oval basket form with a woven brown and white lattice pattern and a tall twisted brown porcelain handle, all giving it the flavor and feel of a wickered basket. A delicate arrangement of hand-modeled porcelain flowers within, pink roses, little white blossoms with yellow centers. I've got a bit of 120, now 130, we go 140. I have a bit of 140, what do you go 150, please? Now 150, what do you go 160? I have a bit of 160, what do you go 170? Now $160. Any advance from 160, 160, 160 is my bid. You want to take me to 170? You can't. 170, would it go 180? I've got 180, would it go 190? I have a bid of $180, looking for 100, now 190, would it go 2? I've got a bid of $109, looking for 200 to advance. Any advance from 22, would it go 225? I have a bid of $200, looking for 225 to advance. Any increase 225, would it go 250? I've got a bid of $225, looking for 250 to advance. Will you take me to 250, please? Now 250, go 275. I have a bid of $250 over 275. Now 275 would go 3. I have a bid of 275. Will you take me to 300, please? Any advance from 275 to 300, 275, 275 is my bid. Any advance, will you take me to 300? 275, 275 once. Yep. Now 3 would go 325. I've got a bid of $300. Any advance from 3 to 325? Do I hear 325 from you, please? Now $300, my bid, 300, 300. Will you take me to 325? 300, 300 is my bid. I'm looking for 325 to advance. 300, 300 once. Now 300, 300. Do I hear 325 from you, please? 300, 300 twice. Sold 300 to our to our live auctioneers bidder, lot 68. Yadro Porcelain Spring Flowers figurine, depicting a little baby, a little boy dressed, maybe it's a little girl, dressed in a white rabbit costume, but very cool. Holding a bouquet of pastel-colored, delicate Yadro floral elements, and accompanied by the original box, too. $50, any advance on 50? 50 is my bid, I got 50, would take me to 60? 50, 50, 50 is my bid, I got 50, would take me to 60? You can. Now 50, 50 once. I've got 50, 50, do I hear 60 from you? 50, 50 twice. Sold 50 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 69, Yadro Porcelain figurine, Serenity, featuring a modernist design, a young female figure in a textured, in a kind of a sepia tone with a matte finish, and she's sitting on a textured dark tone sphere. Very interesting modernist design. Limited edition, only 300 of these were ever produced in 1985. Now 120, now 120, looking for 130, please. I've got a bid of $120. Any advance from 120? 120 is my bid going once. Now 130, would it go 140? I have a bid of $130. Will you take me to 140, please? Now 130, 130. Any increase from 130, 130, 130 going once. I've got 130, 130. You want to take me to 140? You can. 130, 130 twice. Sold 132 our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 70. Yadro little vase with flowers. Nice, they say it's kind of an ovoid form. I guess it's an ovoid form vase with a flared rim, having an integrated molded base with a dark olive green glaze. It sort of mirrors some of the separate Chinese wooden bases that that accompany various vases that you buy at auction, just like this one. And it's also accompanied by the original box having these great floral elements that come out hand sculpted with a white calla lily. Another one with green and white buds. I've got 120 and 120. Would it go 130, please? Gladiola flowers with individually formed petals as well. Now 130. Would it go 140? I've got 140. Would it go 150? Now 150. Would it go 160? I've got a bit of $150 or 160 to advance. An increase of 150. Will you take me to 160, please? Now 150 going once. I've got 150. 150. Do I hear 160 from you, please? 150. 150 twice. Sold 152 our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 71. Now, Yadro glazed and matte porcelain figurines, various model numbers, and all featuring young female figures. One Girl with Rabbit by Fulgencio Garcia, another titled Girl with Dove by Vicente Martinez, and A Girl with Fruit designed by Fulgencio Garcia. All of them having that sort of modernist now by Yadro and Porceval porcelain figures. Now 50, any advance on 50, 50, 50, 50, 50 going once. I've got a bit of 50. You want to take me to 60? You can. 50, 50 twice. Sold 50 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 72, Heron hand-painted Hungarian porcelain inkstand with bird. Nice desk inkstand with a central sculptural element of a songbird on a nest, having little baby chicks inside. Mama. Figures on a scalloped double-weld base with an intricate reticulated or pierced lattice gallery, having orange, red, and gold highlights. A very iconic colorway used by Heron. And it's got two matched dome lids, each with a hand-painted pink rosebud finial decorated with scattered floral sprigs. One of them has the liner cup that's removable. Now 160, 160, 170, please. I've got to go to 160, any advance from 160, 170. Will you take me to 170? Now 160, 160 once. 160, 160 twice. So 162 our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 73, Royal Dalton. Yum, yum. Porcelain figurine, one of the characters from the Gilbert and Sullivan operetta, The Mikado. Defer, defer to the Lord High Executioner. I saw that one about 20-odd years ago. It was a lot of fun, very, very well acted. And apparently, there's members of Congress that act out some of these operas, too. At least they did one time. Royal Dalton, Yum Yum from The Mikado. I got 160 now. Any advance 160, 160 once. Now 160, 160. You want to take it to 170? You can. 160, 160 twice. So 160 live auctioneers bidder. Lot 74, Wedgwood. Richard Garb, Art Deco creamware. The Siren figurine depicting a nude bathing beauty figure gracefully seated on a cluster of scallop shells, having the flared circular base beneath. Very nice. And again, that bathing beauty, very popular Art Deco motif, also by Royal Dalton as well, as you know, or may know. For 225, I got 225 to 250, and 250 to 275. I have it at 250, any advance 250, 275. Will you take me to 275, please? Now 250, 250 going once. I've got 250, 250. Any advance? Will you take me to 275? 250, 250 twice. Sold 250 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 75, Norman Rockwell Gorham figurine titled The Gift of the World. This is actually, we've got two Norman Rockwell figurines, one for boys, Choosing Up and Missed. Okay, there we go. It's from the Four Boys series, originally produced in 1951 for Gorham's Gift of the World. One of them is titled Choosing Up, which is kids obviously choosing each, for a baseball team who's going to play on the team. Second one is titled Missed. Any interest at $30? You want to jump in to take? Give us 1 second. Looks like our auction platforms might be having a little trouble getting lined up, but both of those very much having, and the second one is the showing a little green golf course, so with kids playing golf, kind of cool. Are we having an issue with our patterns?
Yeah, we didn't have lot 75.
Oh, I see. I see. We jumped past. I see. So it jumped past 75. Apologies for some reason. Our
auction platform jumped past 75 to 76. So we're actually at 76 now with the choosing up and missed. Are we able to? All right, I've got a bid of 30 now, 30 to 40. I have $30 now, 30, 30. Will you take me to 40, please? Now $30 now, 30. Any advance from 30? Will you take me to 40? Any increase from 30? 30 to go once, 30 twice. Sold 32 our line and unicorn bidder, lot 77. Imperial Russian porcelain figure, Gardner, hand painted piece. Gardner Francis, or Francis Gardner, and a very interesting figural group depicting a father holding up his baby. Very cool. And dressed in what appears to be traditional Russian peasant garb from that era. And he's barefoot and sitting on a wooden box or case. Antique, late 19th century, in the produced by the Gardner Porcelain Factory. Very interesting. 425 down, 425 to go 450. I've got a bid of $425 over 450 to advance. 425, will you take me to 450, please? Now 425, 425 going once. I've got 425, 425. Do I hear 450 from you? 425, 425 twice. So 425, invaluable bidder, lot 78. We have signed and numbered figurines, hand-painted by the artist Bonnie Porter, mounted on circular darkwood bases. You got one, a full figural sculpture of a little boy, reminiscent in some ways of, I mean, it's not really, doesn't look like Hummel, but the colorway kind of reminds me a little bit of it, in a naturalistic setting. And then the second one is a bust of a little boy with blonde hair and freckles wearing a cowboy hat. Take a vote for 20. I'm looking for $20. Do I hear 20 from you, please? Will you take a vote for 20? Any yours at 20? Take a vote for 20 right now. All right, let's move on to line number 79, Franco-Russian commemorative brass lever action nutcracker. 20th century nutcracker produced commemorating the World War I alliance between France and Russia, which ended when Russia made a separate treaty with Germany, but that's a whole other story. This was, things were happier. One of them has got the kepi, the French kepi, and the other one looks like he's wearing a great coat and a field pack. Kind of cool, interesting piece of World War II memorabilia, and of course, afterwards they became enemies, so it's kind of interesting. $50 any advance on 50. 50, 50, 50 once. Now 50, 50, you want to take it to 60, you can. 50, 50 twice. Sold 50 to our lion and unicorn bidder. Caused a bit of a kerfuffle among the allies when Russia switched sides. 160 is my bid. Now 160, I've got one, now 225 would go 2, now 275 would go 3. Lot number 80, by the way, just so you know, we have this fantastic vintage bottle, 1993 Chateau Lafite Rothschild, Bordeaux, France. First growth, among the highest rated, most expensive wines in the world. We will not ship this. Winning bidders will have to arrange their own shipment, but we will offer you some options, if you like. Now 351, 350, 375. Just a fantastic Bordeaux. I believe Chateau Lafite Rothschild also made an appearance in a James Bond film. I think maybe one of the Connery films. I could be mistaken. 400, 425, just kind of seems like I have a memory of that. 425, 425, now 450, 475. I've got a bid of $450 for 475 to advance. Any increase on 450, now 475 would go 5. I've got a bid of 400, and now 5 would go 550. I've got a bid of 500, now looking for 550 to advance. Will you take me to 550, please? Now 550 would go 6. I've got a bid of $550 looking for 600, now 6 would go 650. I have a bid of $600 looking for 650 to advance, now 650 would go 7. I've got a bid of $650 looking for 700, now 7 would go 750. I've got a bid of $700 looking for 750 to advance. Any increase from 700, will you take me to 750, please? Now 700, 700 going once. I've got 700, 700, do I hear 750? Any increase from 700 to 750, 700, 700 twice. Sold 700 to our lion and unicorn bidder, lot number 81. Lalique crystal goblets in the Langers pattern. Clear, deep U-shaped bowls supported on short stems with prominent frosted, vertically ribbed spherical knops with ribbed designs. Very nice, having the correct Lalique France signatures to the underside. Now 190, what do you go 2? I've got a bid of $190. Will you take me to 200, please? Now 190, 190 going once. I've got 190, 190. Will you take me to 200? Jump in and take it to 200 right now. 190, 190 twice. Okay. Now 200, we go 225. I've got a bid of $200 looking for 225 to advance. Any increase from 200 to 225 to 250. I have 225 now, 250 to 275.
I have a bid of $250 looking for $275 to advance. Will you take me to 275? Now 275 would go 3. I've got a bid of $275 now 3 would go 325. I have a bid of $300 looking for $325 to advance. Will you take me to 325 would go 350. I have a bid of $350 would go 375. Now $350. Will you take me to 375, please? 375 would go 4. I've got a bid of $375 looking for 400 to advance. Do I hear 400 from you, please? 375 is my bid. Will you take me to 400? I've got 375 going once. Now 375 do I hear 400 from you, please? 375 twice. Sold 375 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 82, Baccarat. French crystal wine glasses in the Messina pattern, cut lead crystal with the deep vertical wedge cuts originating from the foot, traveling up that fluted stem to the lower portion of the bowl. I've got a bit of 70 now. 70 would go 80. I got 80 would go 90. Now $80 any advance from 80. Any advance from 80 to 90. Will you take me to 90, please? Now 80 once. I've got 90 would go 90. Would go 100. I've got a bit of $90 looking for 100 to advance. Now 90. Do I hear 100 from you, please? 90 is my bid. I got 90 going once. Now 90. You want to take me to 100? You can. 90 twice. Sold 90 to our Lion and Unicorn. Bidder lot 83, Baccarat Messina crystal wine glasses, goblets with the deep vertical mitre or mitre cuts extending from the lower bowl. Now 70 would go 80. I've got a 70 now. 80 would go 90 now. 90 would go 100. I've got a bit of $90 looking for 100 to advance. Any advance from 90 to 100. Now 90 going once. I've got a $90 bid. You can still jump in to take it to 100 though. 90. You want to take it to 100? You can. 90 once. 90 twice. We're going to sell it for 92. I've got 100. Thank you. We'll take 100. Take it 100. Would go 110. I've got a bit of $100. I'm looking for 110 to advance. Any increase from 1 to 110? Do I hear 110 from you, please? Now $100. $100 holding steady and going once. I've got a bit of 100. You want to take it to 110? You can.
Yep.
110 would go 120. I've got a bit of 110. I was looking for 120 to advance. Any increase from 110 going once. I've got 110. You want to jump in to take it to 120? You can. Now 120 would go 130. I've got a bit of $120 looking for 130 to advance. Do I hear 130 from you, please? 120 is my bid. You want to jump in to take it to 130? You can. 120 is the bid going once. You want to take it to 130? Do I hear 130 from you? 120 twice. Sold 120 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot number 84, Heron hand-painted Hungarian porcelain oval serving platter. Fine white porcelain lobed scalloped rim with molded osier basket weave relief border embellishments. Hand-painted decoration in a monochrome pink palette with gilded highlights and all the correct Heron Hungarian details. Now 325 would go 350. I've got a bit of $325 looking for 350 to advance. Will you take me to 350, please? Now 350 to 375. I've got a bit of $350 looking for 375 to advance. Do I hear 375 from you, please? Now 375 would go 4. I've got a bit of $375 looking for 400 to advance. Will you take me to 400, please? 375 is my bid. 375 going once. I've got 375. You want to take it to 400? You can. Now would be the time. 375 twice. Sold 375 to our Lion and Unicorn. Bidder lot number 85, Heron Hungarian porcelain hand-painted oval serving platter in the Chinese bouquet raspberry pattern. Hand-painted large central floral motif with 6 smaller floral sprigs in a magenta pink palette with gilt embellishments. Now 170, would it go 180, please? I've got 180, would it go 190? I've got 190, would it go 2? Now $190, will you take me to 200? Now 2 to go 225. I've got a bit of 225, would it go 250? Now $225, will you take me to 250, please? 225 is my bid. You want to jump in and take it to 250? You can. 225 is my bid going once. Now 225. Any advance to 250? 225 twice. Sold 225 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 86, Heron Hungarian porcelain pink, Aponia pink square vegetable serving bowl, also known as the Chinese bouquet pink pattern, featuring deep lobed sides, scalloped rim that's finished with a gilt edge, and the interior decorated with a central peony floral bouquet surrounded by scattered floral sprigs. $100 now, 100, we'll go to 110, please. I've got a bit of $100, live for 110 to advance. Now 110, we'll go 120. I have a bit of 120, we'll go 130, please. Now $120. Will you take me to 130, please? Now $120. 120. Would it go 130? Any advance from 120? 120. Now 130. Would it go 140? I have a bid of $130, looking for 140 to advance. Any increase of 130, 130, would it go 140? Do I hear 140 from you, please? Now 140, would it go 150? I have a bid of $140, looking for 150 to advance. Any increase on 140, 140, 140, down 150, would it go 160? I have a bid of $150, I'm looking for 160 to advance. Any increase down 160, would it go 170? I have a bid of $160. Will you take me to 170, please? 170, would it go 180? I have a bid of $170. I'm looking for 180 to advance. Any increase on 170? Do I hear 180 from you, please? 170 is my bid going once. Now 180, would it go 190? I have a bid of $180. Will you take me to 190, please? Now 180, 180, now 190, would it go 2? I've got a bid of $190. I'm looking for 200 to advance. Do I hear 200 from you, please? Now 190, 190 going once. I've got a bid of $190. You can still jump in and take it at 200, though. 190, 190 twice. So 190 to our live auctioneers bidder. Nicely done. Lot number 87, Heron Chinese Bouquet Pink, or Eponyi Pink, hand-painted porcelain sauce boat and accompanying ladle. The double-spouted sauce boat having the integrated oval under tray, decorated in the Eponyi Pourpre pattern, also known as Eponyi Pink or Chinese Bouquet Pink. And it's got that very nice scalloped rim with the scrolling handles and 24-karat gilt embellishments. And it's got the matching ladle with a deep bowl and a complementary design and decoration. 160 to 170. I've got a bid of $160 for 170. The ladle is nice size too, almost 9 inches long. Now 170, 170, would it go 180? I have a bid of 180, would it go 190, please? Now $180, I got 190, would it go 2? Now $190, now 2 to go 225. I have a bid of $200, looking for 225 to advance. $200 my bid, you can jump in and take it at 225 though. Now 200, 200, any advance from 200, 200 going once. 200, 200, you want to take it at 225, you can. 200, 200 twice. Sold 200 to our live auctioneers bidder, lot number 88, Heron Hungarian Porcelain Chinese Bouquet Raspberry Dinner Plates, a pair of them in the Chinese Bouquet Raspberry pattern, also known as Eponyi Pourpre. Each plate white porcelain with the molded basket weave osier texture to the rim and a scalloped edge with the gilt accents. Now 100, any advance from 110, hand-painted raspberry pink motifs. Now 110, would you go 120? I have a bid of $110, looking for 120 to advance. Now 120, would it go 130? Now 130, would it go 140? I've got a bid of $130, looking for 100, now 140, would it go 150? I have a bid of $140. Will you take me to 150, please? Now $140, holding steady and going once. 140, 140. Any advance from 140 to 150? 150 would it go 160. I've got 160. Now 170 would it go 180. I have a bid of $170. Looking for 180 to advance. Do I hear 180 from you, please? Now 180 would it go 190. I have a bid of 190. Would it go 200? Now $190. Now 2 would it go 225. I have a bid of 225. Looking for 250 to advance. Now 250 to 275. I've got a bid of 275, would it go 3? Now 3 would it go 325. I've got a bid of $300, looking for 325 to advance. Now 325 would it go 350. I've got 350 to go 375. Now $350, will you take me to 375, please? 350 is my bid, and it is holding steady at 350. You want to take it to 375, you can. $350, any increase from 350, 350 going once. Now 350, now 375, would it go 4? I have a bid of $375, looking for 400 to advance. Now 425. I have a bid of $400, looking for 425 to advance. Any increase from 4 to 425, will you take me to 425? $400 is my bid. 400, now 400. Any advance from 400, 400 once. Now 400, 400 twice. Sold 400 to our live auctioneers bidder. Very nicely done. Lot 89, Heron Hungarian Porcelain Chinese Bouquet Raspberry Teapot Sugar Jar and Creamer. Nice set there, featuring the Chinese Bouquet Raspberry pattern with the lidded teapot, the round creamer, and a lobed leaf form dish that is employed as an open sugar bowl. And a very, very nice monochrome pink floral spray motif throughout with the hand-applied 24-karat gilt embellishments throughout. Now 475, would you go 5? I've got a bid of $475 over 500 to advance. Will you take me to 5? Now 5 would go 550. I've got a bid of $500 over 550 to advance. Now 550 goes 6. I've got a bid of $550 looking for 600 to advance. Will you take me to 600, please? 550 is my bid. You can still jump in and take it to 600 right now. Now 6 goes 650. I've got a bid of $600 looking for 650 to advance. Do I hear 650 from you, please? Now 600 going once. I've got a bid of $600. You can still jump in and take it to 650. Any advance from you to 650, please? 600 twice. We'll sell for 600 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot number 90. Heron Hungarian porcelain hand-painted cup and saucers. 2 sets. Looks like produced possibly in the... I'm not sure if that is the same. You have a wonder of floral peony motifs. I don't see a pattern name in here, but you've got all the correct Hungarian heron details, rather. Now 90, any advance from 90 to 100. I got a bit of 90. You want to jump in and take it to 100? You can. I've got 100, we do 110. Now $100, and you've got the 2 cups with the matching saucers, having very generous bowls underneath in case, you're a messy tea drinker. Back in the day, they used to actually drink the coffee or tea out of the saucer itself. Barbarians. Now 120, would it go 130, please? I've got a bid of 120, now 120, any advance from 120. 120 is my bid going once. I've got 120. Do I hear 130 from you? 120 going twice. So 120 to our live auctioneers, bidder lot 91. Heron Apony pink or Chinese bouquet pink porcelain place setting pieces, 5 pieces in the Chinese bouquet raspberry or Apony pink pattern with all kinds of great details in the peony magenta. Looks like we got a dinner plate, a salad or dessert plate, a soup or pasta bowl, and a teacup with the matching underplate saucer. All the pieces having the Heron Hungarian factory stamps on it, along with the pattern code AP for Epony Purpur, the other name for Chinese bouquet, raspberry. Now 130, down 130, in advance 130, 140. I've got a bid of $130. Any increase from 130, will you take me to 140, please? Now 140, would it go 150? I have a bid of $140, looking for 150 to advance. Any increase on 140, will you take me to 150? Now $140 going, now 150, would it go 160? I've got a bid of $150. I'm looking for 160 to advance. Will you take me to 160, please? Now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bid of 170. Would it go 180? Now $170. Any increase from 170 to 180? Will you take me to 180, please? 170 is my bid. I got 170. You want to take me to 180? You can. 170 is my bid going once. I've got 170. Do I hear 180 from you? 170 going twice. You can still jump in and take me to 180, though. Sold for 172, our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot number 92, Heron Hungarian hand-painted porcelain place setting in the Chinese bouquet pink pattern, or Apony pink, hand-painted overglazed decoration with 24-karat gold embellishments. And again, this one has got the dinner plate, the salad or dessert plate, the soup or pasta bowl, teacup, and the matching saucer. Now 110, would it go 120, please? I've got a bid of $110. Now 110. You want to take me to 120? You can. Any increase from 110. Do I hear 120 from you? Now 110 going once. I've got 120. Would it go 130? I have a bid of $120 over 130 to advance. Will you take me to 130, please? Now 130. Would it go 140? Now 130. Any advance from 130 to 140? Will you take me to 140, please? Now 130 going once. I've got a bid of $130. You can still jump in and take me to 140, though. 130, now 140. Would it go 150? I've got a bid of $140 over 150 to advance. And now 150, would it go 160? I have a bid of $150, now 150, want to take me to 160? You can't. Do I hear 160 from you, please? Now 150, any advance from 150 to 160, now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bid of 160, do I hear 170 from you, please? Now 170, would it go 180? I've got a bid of 170, want to take me to 180? You can take me to 180 right now, please. Now 170, do I hear 180 from you? 170 is my bid. You want to jump in and take it to 180? This is the time to do it. We got 170 going once. Now 170, any advance from 170 to 180, this will be the time for you to do it. 170 twice. So 170 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 93, Heron Hungarian porcelain place setting in the Chinese bouquet pink pattern, or Apony pink, with centralized peony sprigs in magenta and a lot of other detailing, and 24-karat gold details as well, embellishments. Dinner plate,
a salad plate, soup bowl, and a cup and saucer as well. Now 120, would it go 130, please? I've got a bid of 130, would it go 140? Now $130, 130, 130, we don't take me to 140, down 140, 140, would it go 150? I've got 150, 150, would it go 160? Now $150, now 150, would I take me to 160? Do I hear 160 from you, please? Now 150, 150, any advance from 150 to 160, this would be the time. 150, 150 going once, now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bid of $160, looking for 170, now 170, would it go 180? I've got a bid of $170, looking for 180 to advance. Will you take me to 180, please? Now 170, 170, now 180, would it go 190? I've got 180, 180, want to take me to 190? You can't. Do I hear 190 from you, please? Now 180, 180, any advance, now 190, would it go 2? I've got a bit of 190, now 190, 190, want to jump in and take it to 200? You can take me to 200 right now. Now 200, 200, we'll go to 225. I've got a bit of 200, 200, you want to take me to 225? Do I hear 225 from you, please? Now 200, 200, any advance from 200, 200, 200 is my bid. I've got 200, 200, you want to jump in and take it to 225? Take me to 225 right now. Now 225 would go 250. I've got a bit of 225, 225, any advance from 225 to 250? Do I hear 250 from you, please? Now 225, 225, do I hear 225? You want to jump in? Take me to 225, take me to 250, please, right now. Now 225, 225, any advance from 225, 225 going once. I've got 225, do I hear 250 from you? Now 250, would go 275. I've got a bit of 250, 250, any advance from 250? Do I hear 275? I've got 250 now. 250, 250, will you take me to 275? 250, 250, I got 250. Is there a bid from 275 from you, please? 250, 250 is my bid. I'm looking for 275 to advance. 250, 250 going once. Now 250, 250, will you take me to 275? 250, 250 twice. We'll sell 250 to our live auctioneers. Bidder. Lot 94 Hungarian porcelain 5-piece setting in the Chinese bouquet raspberry or Apogee pink pattern with monochrome magenta floral sprigs and a lot of other cool details. And this one, of course, featuring, again, the dinner plate, the salad plate, the soup bowl, and the coffee or demi-tasse cup with the matching saucer. And 120, now 120, now 130, would it go 140? I've got a bit of 130, 130, any advance from 130, you want to take me to 140, now 140, 140, would it go 150, please? I've got a bit of 140, 140, you want to jump in and take it to 150? Do I hear now 150, 150, would it go 160? I've got 160, 160, would it go 170? Now 160, 160, do I hear 170 from you, please? Now 170, 170, would it go 180? I've got a bit of 180, would it go 190, please? Now 180, 180, do I hear 190 from you? Any increase from 180, 180 to 190, will you take me to 190, please? 190, would it go 2? I've got a bit of 190, 190, looking for 200 to advance. Now 2 would it go 225. I've got 200, 200, any advance from 200 to 225. Do I hear 225 from you? Now $200, I got 200 holding steady. You want to jump in and take to 225? You can take me to 225 right now. 200, 200 is my bid. I got 200, 200. Do I hear 225 from you? Now 225 would go 250. I've got a bit of 225, 225. Any increase from 220, now 250, 250 go 275. I've got a bit of 250, 250, looking for 275 to advance. Will you take me to 275, please? Now 250, 250. Do I hear 275 from you? 250, 250 is my bid. I got 250, 250 going once. Now 250, 250. Will you take me to 275? 250, 250 twice. Sold 250 to our live auctioneers. Bidder, lot number 95, Hermes porcelain presentation plate in the Mosaic 24 pattern. A presentation plate or charger with a wide rim having this great gray and white mosaic grid with ochre and yellow gold mosaic bands and having all the correct details. And it's accompanied by the original Hermes orange presentation box with that great Hermes iconic logo to the center of the plate. Now 200, 200, any advance from 200 to 225. I've got a bit of $200 looking for 225 to advance. 200, 200 is my bid. Will you take me to 225, please? Now 200, 200, you want to jump in and take it to 225? This is the time to do it. 200, 200 is my bid going once. Now 200, 200, do I hear 225 from you, please? 200, 200 twice. Sold 200 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 96, Hermes Mosaic 24 gold pattern with the geometric mosaic pattern in ochre and gray, which actually inspired by the architecture of the original Hermes boutique. Very interesting, at 24 Faubourg Saint-Honoré. Kind of interesting. All right, I like that. And of course, the 24, of course, can also be a reference to the embellishments in carats. $200 now, 200, any advance from 200, 200 once.
200 twice. Sold 200 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 97, Hermes Mosaic A24 gold porcelain salad plate with a screen printed mosaic design in white, gray, yellow, gold tones, and having the central medallion with a horse-drawn carriage and the letter H, and this great, very striking geometric pattern with metallic gold tone square accents all throughout. Now 200, any advance from 2 to 225. I've got a bid of 2 now, 2, any advance 2. Would you take me to 225, please? 200 is my bid now, 200, any decrease from 2 to 225. 200 is my bid going once. Now 200, you want to jump in to take it to 225, you can. 200 twice. Sold 200 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 98, Hermes Mosaic A24 gold porcelain salad plate. This one from that very iconic pattern, highlighted with 24-karat gold leaf tiles, incorporating the central medallion with horse-drawn and carriage logo, and the repeating geometric motifs to the border. Now 110, 120, would it go 130? I've got a bit of 130, would it go 140, please? Now 140, would it go 150? I've got 140, any advance from 140 to 150? Will you take me to 150, please? 140 is my bid. You want to jump in to take it to 150? You can. 140 going once. I've got 140. Do I hear 150 from you? 140 twice. Sold 140 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 99, Hermes Mosaic A24 gold porcelain dinner plate with a design having the wide rim decorated with the intricate geometric mosaic pattern, accented with gold leaf tiles and gilt to the rim. And the pattern, as I mentioned, inspired by the Art Deco mosaic floor that was at the Hermes flagship store at 24 Faubourg Saint-Honoré. Interesting. 140. Any advance on 140? 140 is my bid. Now 140. Any advance on 140 once. 140 twice. Sold 140 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 101, Hermes Mosaic A24 gold porcelain dinner plate with that very striking design inspired by the mosaics in the Hermes flagship store. Now $100. Now 100 with a 110. Center of the plate, plain white porcelain, and then all those great designs to the border with the gilt embellishments. Now 140. Any advance 140? Would take me to 150, please. 140 is my bid. You want to jump in and take it to 150? You can. 140 once. I've got 140. Do I hear 150 from you? 140 twice. Sold 140 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 101, Hermes Mosaic A24 gold porcelain bread and butter plate from that iconic geometric mosaic pattern, small gray and white tiles in concentric circles inspired by the mosaic at the Hermes flagship store, and having the great iconic design in the center. I wouldn't advise walking on these in the way you might walk on the mosaic at the store, but you can get an idea of what it looks like. Now 140, any advance from 140, want to take it to 150, you can. 140 is my bid. Now 140 going once. 140 twice. Sold 140 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 102, Hermes Mosaic A24 porcelain bread and butter plate with that iconic gray and white concentric mosaic tile pattern. Now $80. Now 90. Would it go 100? Now 100. Would it go 110? I've got a bit of 110. Would it go 120? Now 120. Would it go 130? I've got a bit of 130. Would it go 140? Please. Now 140. Would it go 150? Now 140. Any advance from 140 to 150? Want to take me to 150? You can. 140 is my bid. I got 140. Want to jump in to take it to 150? You can. Any advance from 140 to 150? 140 is my bid. Do I hear 150 from you, please? Now 140 once. 140 twice. Sold 140 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder on the home team platform. Lot 103, a Hermes Mosaic A24 gold pattern porcelain soup bowl with that gray and white mosaic tile motif pattern across the wide rim, then having the orange and gold tone geometric borders, center of the bowl with that circular orange and gold mosaic emblem with the Hermes H on it, along with the equestrian logo. Now 200, any advance from 2 to 225. I got 200 now. Holding steady, 200. You want to jump in and take it to 225? You can. 200 once. 200 twice. Sold 200 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 104, Hermes Mosaic A24 gold porcelain soup bowl. And this one having the central mosaic emblem with the H logo and the horse-drawn carriage motif. Now 170, would it go 180? I've got a bit of 170. I was looking for 180 to advance. Now 170. Do I hear 180 from you, please? 170 is my bid going once. I've got 170. You want to jump in and take it to 180? You can. 170, 170 twice. Sold 170 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 105. We got a pair of Hermes stainless steel serving utensils in the Tout Simple pattern. Stainless steel with a brushed matte finish, polished handle edges, and a minimalist modern design with flat tapering handles and squared ends, both having the correct Hermes details, and accompanied by the orange fabric storage pouches. Now $100 in advance from 1 to 110. Do I hear 110 from you, please? Now 100, any advance from 100, 100, 100 are going once. I've got 100, 100. You want to jump in and take it at 110? You can. 100, 100 twice. Sold for 100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 106. Villeroy and Bosch. Vitro porcelain serving pieces in the Old Amsterdam or Old Amsterdam pattern. 2 small oval serving platters with integrated scalloped handles and an oval deep baking dish with fluted exterior walls, all having the correct details to the underside for Villeroy at Bosch and Germany. $70 now, 70 would it go? 80. I got 80 would it go? 90. Now 80, 80. Any advance from 80 now? 90 would it go? 100. I've got a bid of $90 now, 90, 90. Any advance from 90? You want to take me to 100? You can. 90, 90 is my bid. I got 90, 90. You want to jump in and take it to 100? Do I hear 100 from you, please? 90, 90 going once. I've got 90, 90. You want to jump in and take it to 100? You can. 90, 90 twice. Sold 90 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 107. Henriot Quimper figural decorated faience egg cups. Produced by the HB factory in Quimper, France. Each one with a flared rim footed base. And the hand-painted Breton folk art designs to the outside. Very nice. Very attractive design. Now $50 in advance on 50. I got a bid of $50 now. 50 in advance from 50 to 60, 50, 50 once. 50, 50 twice. Sold for 50 to our bid square bidder. Lot number 108. Charles Ehrenfeld Limoges serving piece in the Normandy pattern, a group of 9 pieces featuring 2 oval serving platters, a round-handled serving bowl, 2 oval-handled vegetable bowls in graduated sizes, a gravy boat with matching underplate, and a lidded sugar bowl and a creamer, all in that pattern, all having the correct details to the underside. I've got no bids right now. Will you take it at $50, please? Now, no bids. Jump in and take it at 50 right now. Do I hear $50 from you, please? I have absolutely nothing. You jump in and take it for 50 right now. You want it for 50? There's 50. Thank you. Now 50 goes 60. I've got a bid of $50. I'm looking for 60 to advance. Any increase on 50, 50 once, 50 twice. We'll sell it for 50 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Thank you so much. Lot number 109. We got a sterling silver serving spoon with a shell bowl and a Cali Lila flower handle. The bowl itself having a fluted form with a clamshell design, long slender handle accented with a wire wrapped collar. Now 170, would it go 180? I've got $170 now, 170 at advance from 170, 170, 170 going once. Now 170, 170, you want to take it for 180, you can. 170, 170 twice. We'll sell for 170 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 110, Portuguese Rococo style covered vegetable dish, pewter form, vessel, elongated lobed quatre foil form on 4 cast foliate decorated scrolling feet. The base marked Portugal. I've got no bid. You want to take it for $20? You can take it for $20 right now. Do I hear 20 from you, please? Jump in and take it for 20 right now. It's yours for 20 right now. All right, let's move on then to lot number 111 and pause. Just before we get started here, we'll take a short pause for a quick break, give you a chance to regroup in your private auction space. We'll come back with more of our exceptional Palm Beach Oceanfront Estate auction here at Lion and Unicorn. Stay with us.
And welcome back. We are here with our exceptional Palm Beach Oceanfront estate sale. Thank you so much for staying with us through the break. I'm your licensed? Sorry, I'm doing a little Sean Connery there. I'm your licensed auctioneer, Colonel Cliff Dunn. Let's go to these goldsmiths, silversmiths, Oneida Silver Plate Service, a three-piece group here featuring a teapot, coffee pot, double-handled tray in hollowware produced by Goldsmiths and Silversmiths Limited of London. Now $30 in advance on 30, all having the correct stamps for silver plate. Now $30 in advance on 30, 30, 30 once. 30 twice. We'll sell for 30 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 112, sterling silver utensils, 2 spoons and a bottle opener. One piece, a baby spoon produced by Alvin Silver Company in the Chapel Bells pattern, first introduced in the 1930s. And then you've also got a shovel-shaped serving spoon. I know what they're trying to say. In the rose pattern by Steve. And then you've got a bottle opener in the Steve Rose pattern. $100 now, 1 would go 110. Any advance on 100, 100 going once. 100 twice. We'll sell for 100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 113, Ross Nieder, large solo off-hand blown jewel tone glass wall platter sculpture produced by the contemporary American glass artist Dr. Ross Nader or Nieder. Striking a piece there with a sort of a naturalistic, asymmetrical fluid form. And having these great colors, amethyst, cobalt, blue, aqua, orange. Now 120, 120, any advance from 120. It's a nice size too, 3 feet long, 36 inches. Now 120, 120, you want to take it to 130, you can't, 130, what do you go, 140? I've got a bit of $130, looking for 140 to advance. Will you take me to 140, please? 130, 130 going once. I've got 130, 130, you want to jump in and take it to 140, you can. 130, 130 twice. Sold 130 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 114. Steuben crystal scrolled pedestal centerpiece compote with a shallow circular bowl, wide gently flared rim, having an elevated pedestal base with 3 thick hand-formed glass scrolls, lyre form or scrolling stem form, and then having this circular step base to the underside. 110, 110, 8 advance, 110, 120. I've got a bit of $110, over 120, now 120, would it go 130? I've got 130, would it go 140, please? Now 130, 130, any advance from 130 to 140? Will you take me to 140, please? $130, my bid now 130, 130, any advance from 130 to 140? Will you take, do I hear 140 from you? Now 130, 130 once. I have 130, 130, any advance from 130 down 140, would it go 150? I've got a bit of 140 down 150, would it go 160? Now 150, 150, will you take me to 160, please? 150, 150 going once. Now 150, 150, you want to jump in and take it to 160, you can. 150, 150 twice. Sold 150 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 115, Steuben crystal deep flower glass bowl, designed by Donald Pollard with a wide flared design, distinctive undulating rim, elevated by 3 applied sculpted crystal feet, bifurcated into leaf-like lobes that give it a 6-pointed base. Now $90 in advance on 90, 90, 90. You want to take it to 100, you can. I've got a bit of 90, 90. You want to jump in and take it to 100? Do I hear 100 from you, please? Now 90, 90 once. 90, 90 twice. Sold 90 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 116, Steuben art glass vases, 2 small ones. Different designs, one with a flared trumpet-style rim accented with applied stylized acanthus leaves or scrolling form elements at the base. And then you've got a signet vase designed by Lloyd Atkins with a conical bowl, applied C-scroll handles at the waist, and then this bulbous foot. Now $70 and a very nice wide trumpet style rim. $70 in advance on 70, 70, 70, any advance on 70, 70 once. 70 twice. Sold 70 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 117, Lalique frosted crystal figurine, a Bengal tiger. There I was in Bengali, surrounded by trees and waiters giving me lemonade. We got a frosted and clear lead glass form in a crouching, possibly stalking form, tail curled along the side. Now 404, would it 425? Now would it go 450? I've got a bit of 425 now 450, would it 475? I have a bit of 475 now 475, would it go 5? Now 475, 475, you want to take me to 500? Will you take me to 500, please? Now 475, 475, any advance from 475?
Do I hear 500 from you? Now 475 going once. I've got 475. You can still jump in to take me to 500 though. 475 twice. Sold 475 to our live auctioneers bidder, lot 118, Lalique Frosted cat group, a little figural group with little cats there. Seated, kind of cuddling with each other, grooming each other. I like that. Textured fur details and having the correct Lalique details to the underside. Now 80 would go 90. I've got a bid of 80. Any advance from 80? Want to take me to 90? You can. 80 is my bid. I got 80. Any increase from 80 now 90 would go 100. I've got a bid of 99 now 100 would go to 110. I've got a bid of $100. Any advance from 1 to 110? $100 is my bid. You want to jump in to take it to 110? You can. 100 going once. Now 110 would go 120. I've got a bid of 110. Any is now 120 would go 130. Now 120. Any advance from 120 to 130? Will you take me to 130, please? Now 120 going once. Now 130 would go 140. I've got a bid of $130. Now 140 would go 150. Now 140. Do I hear 150 from you, please? 140 is my bid. I got 150 would go 160. Now 150, 160 would go 170. I've got a bid of $160. Looking for 170 to advance. Now 160. Do I hear 170 from you, please? Now 160. I'm looking for 170 to advance. Will you take me to 170, please? 160 going once. I've got 160. You should have been to take me to 170 though. 160 twice. Sold 160 to our invaluable bidder, lot 119, Lalique Frosted Lioness figurine, young female lion. Remember Elsa the lioness from Born Free? Did you see Born Free when you were a kid, Jeff? Was that a movie you guys saw up in Canada? I don't know, maybe not. I saw it it seemed like it was on in the movies or all of the Born Free as the wind blows. That was a really sad movie, but I liked that movie. And it was kind of like the first movie that brought kind of the, animals in the natural habitat, to light. It was kind of cool. And this is a nice, almost Art Deco style design there. Now 250, go 275. I've got 250. Want to take me to 275? You can. Now 275 would go 3. I've got 275, now 275. Andy Williams sang it much better than I did, if you could call that singing. 275, now 325. I've got 300, now 300. Any advance from 3 to 325? Will you take me to 325, please? Now 300. I'm looking for 325. Do I hear 325 from you? 300 once. I've got 300. You want to jump in to take it to 325? You can. 300 twice. Sold 300 to our lion and unicorn bidder, lot 120, Lalique Baby Elephant. Remember that baby elephant walk? Frosted and clear lead. Lawrence Welk did it better, I guess. Well, the instruments in his orchestra, anyway. Underside with the etched Lalique details, and look, his trunk upraised in a lucky pose. Now 99, any advance from 90 to 100. I've got a bit of 90. You want to jump in to take it to 100? You can. 90 is my bid now. 90 going once. I've got 90. You want to jump in to take it to 100? Take me to 100. 90 twice. Sold for 92. Our invaluable bidder, lot 121, Baccarat. Seated cat figurine in a seated pose, stylized modernist piece. Smooth, fluid lines, polished surfaces. The base having the acid etched factory mark. And I've got a bit of 100. Now would go 110, please. Now 100. You want to jump in to take it to 110? You can. 100 is my bid. Now 100 going once. I've got 100. Do I hear 110 from you, please? 100 twice. Yep. Now 110 would go 120. I've got a bit of 110. Now 110 would go 120, please. And increase to 110. Do I hear 120 from you? Now 110 is my bid. I got looking for 120 to advance. 110 going once. I've got 110. Do I hear 120 from you, please? Now 110 twice. Sold 110 to our live auctioneers bidder, lot 122, Baccarat. French crystal seal, or maybe a sea lion on a platform base, glass sculpture, seated upright. I used to work with Salty the sea lion at the Miami Seaquarium, which is now closed, having all the correct Baccarat details to it. And it looks like might even have a foil label possibly. Oh no, that's not a foil label. That's a little protective something, the remnants of a protective pad. There we go. $50, any advance on 50. 50, you want to take me to 60, you can. 50 once. Now 50, you want to jump in to take it to 60. Any advance from 50? 50 twice. Sold 50 live auctioneers bidder, lot 123, Franklin Mint, Baccarat, and Rivershore Crystal Cameo paperweights.
Three of them, including various designs: Peter the Great, the Russian Tsar, Alexander the Great, and Norman Rockwell, all produced by Baccarat France from the Franklin Mint Cameos in Crystal series. I like that. $50 now, 50 widows, 60. I've got about $50 now, 50, 50. Any advance from 50, 50, 50 once? Now 50, 50. You can jump in and take it to $60. So now 60 widows, 70. I've got a bit of 60, 60. Any advance from 60 now, 70 would go 80. I've got a bit of 70, 70. Any advance from 70 to $80? You want to take me to $80, please? Now 70, 70. Do I hear 80 from you? 70, 70 once. I've got 70, 70. You want to take it to 80? Now's the time for you to do it. 70, 70 twice. Sold $70 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 124. I think we have an absentee bid or maybe a phone bid. I've got a antique polychrome wood Puto figurine or cherub figurine produced in the very distinctive Italian Baroque style. I've got $100 in my bid, and it's a nice size too. It's 20 inches tall by 20 inches wingspan. Now 130, would it go 140, please? I've got 140, would it go 150? Now 150, would it go 160? I've got a bit of 150, now 160, would it go 170? Now 170, would it go 180? I've got 170, 170, looking for 180, now 180, would it go 190? Now 190, would it go 2? I've got a bit of 190, looking for 200 to advance. Now 2 would go 225. Now 200, 200, looking for 225. Now 225 would go 250. Now 250 would go 275. I've got 250, 250. Now 275 would go 3. I've got a bit of 300. Now 300 would go 325, please. Now 300, 300. Any advance from 300? I got a $300 bid. Now 325 would go 350. Now 325. I'm looking for 3. Now I've got 350 online, looking for 375 to advance. I've got an online bid of 350. Do I hear 375? Now 375 would go 4. I've got 375 looking for 4. Now 4 will go 425. Now 400, 400. Any advance for 400, 400 is my bid. I got 400, 400. You want to take me to 425? Now 425 would go 450. I've got a bid of 425, 425. Now 450 will go 475. I have a bid of 450. Now 450, 450 would take me to 475. Now 475, 475 would go 5. I got 5 would go 550. Now 500, 500. Any advance from 500 to 550? Will you take me to 550, please? Now 500, 500. I'm looking for 550 to advance. Do I hear 550 from you? Now 500, 500 going once. I've got 500, 500. You can jump in and take it to 550. Now 550 would go 6. I've got 550, 550. Looking for 600 to advance. Do I hear 600 from you, please? Now 550, 550 going once. I've got 550, 550. You can still jump in and take me to 600 though. 550, 550 holding steady and going twice. We're going to sell 550 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 126, Pierre Jules Manet, paginated bronze sculpture depicting a pair of hunting dogs in a very dynamic pose. One of them, it's kind of like maybe they're playing. Maybe they're playing. Yeah, let's leave it at that. 250, any advance, 250, 275. Very cool patina, though, too, in a very nice antique style. 250, 250, any advance, 250, 275. I've got 250. You want to take me to 2? Do I hear 275 from you, please? 250, 250 once. Now 250, 250. Will you take me to 275? 250, 250 twice. Sold 250 to our invaluable bidder, lot 126. We have an original, or I'm sorry, not original. We have a bronze sculpture by George Gach, Hungarian 20th century artist, titled Oil Riggers, 20th century design with a figural group of 3 industrial workers working a central drilling apparatus. Very cool. Very interesting action pose there, and having the various details and a plaque that has the artist's name on it. I've got a bid of 425. It also has a plaque that has the honorable mention for the Hudson Valley Art Association. Very cool. Now 425, 425, any advance of 425, 425 once. 425 twice. Sold 425 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 127, bronze female nude sculpture by the American artist Harry McCormick. Standing female nude, head tilted back, her eyes closed. She's got a draped fabric in her hands, trailing on the ground. Very striking pose, you know, like, yeah. Hollow cast figure, and a lot of interesting details to the face as well, too. It's a nice size, too. It's almost 20 inches tall. Now 325 would go 350, now 350 would go 375. I've got a bit of 350, now 350, 350. Will you take me to 375, please? 350, 350 is my bid. I'm looking for 375 to advance. 350, 350 once. Now 350, 350. You want to jump in and take it to 375? Now 375, would it go 4? I've got a bit of $375. Do I hear 400 from you, please?
375 is my bid now. 375, 375. Any advance from 375 to 400? 375, 375 once. I've got 375, 375. You can still jump in and take me to 400 though. 375, 375 twice. We'll sell 375 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 128. We have a bronze sculpture titled Debbie, produced 1979 by the Austrian-American artist Isidore Margulies. A very interesting, realistic, modern piece with a seated female figure, and she's getting dressed. She's partially nude, and she's pulling this very interesting ribbed sweater or jumper over her head. Very cool, multiple tone patina. This is only a limited edition. 12 of them were produced. This is number 4, and it is a life-sized piece. It's almost 32 inches tall, so it's a really cool design. Now 950, 950, any advance from 950 to 1,000. Jump in and take it for 1,000 right now. Just a really cool. Only 12 of these were ever produced, and this one is number 4 in that edition. And you can have it for 1,000 right now. 950, 950. You want to take it for 1,000? Take it for 1,000 right now. Life-size figure. It's yours for 1,000. All right, it's lot number 129. Isidore Margot's bronze sculpture, produced 1980, titled Joan 2. Nude female with a bobbed haircut in a dynamic pose. Looks like she's also dressing herself, putting a garment over her head, and it's, again, a multi-tonal design with a chocolate brown finish to the body, golden bronze tonality on the textile form, and the hair ribbon in her hair. Now 140, 140, what do you go, 150? I've got a bid of 160, what do you go, 170, please? Now 160, 160, and it's a nice size too. It's, again, 31 inches tall, so it's going to fill the space very nicely. 180, 180, any advance from 180 to 190, will you take me to 190, please? Now 190, what do you go, 2? I've got 2, what do you go, 225? I've got a bit of 2 out of 2 out of deliver 225 to advance out 225 to go 250. Now 250 with 275. I've got 250, 250. Will you take me to 275, please? Now 275, 275. Would you go 3? I've got a bit of 275 now 300. Would go 325. Now 325. Would go 350. I've got a bit of 325, 325. Any advance from 3 now 50, 350. Would go 375, please? I've got a bit of 375. Would go 4? Now 375, 375. Will you take me to 400, please? $400 is my bid now. 4 would go 425. I've got 400, 400, looking for 425. Now 425 would go 450. Now 425, 425. Any advance from 425 to 450? Will you take me to 450, please? Now 425, 425 going once. I've got 425, 425. You can jump in and take me to 450 right now, though. 425, 425 twice. Any increase from 425, this is the time for you to jump in and take it to 450. Sold 425 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 130. We have a bronze sculpture figural group called Wrangling the Wild Ones by J. Shirley Botham, also known as J. Shirley Botham. High action series, a figural group with cowboys on horseback, and they're wrangling these. They obviously have gone off. They're on some sort of a horse drive. And they've gone off and they've found the wild broncos that have gone off. So it's kind of cool. Very interesting, realist style. The horses all in mid-gallop. The wranglers, holding, woo, come on, doggy, let's get along, little doggy, come on now. And mounted on that wooden polished plinth. This is only 20 of these were ever produced, and it is a nice size too. This is really big. It's almost, it's over 4 feet. It's 57 inches. So it's 5 feet, and it's 22 inches tall. It's a really, really excellent piece. If you collect Western art, this is very, very complimentary of a lot of very well-regarded Western artists. And of course, if you're a Remington collector, this of course. But this artist, very, very Botham, a great artist. Now 4,600 to 46. Would he go 4,700? I got 46, 46. Any advance for 46, 46 going once. I've got a bit of 4,007. Now 47, 47. Going to go 48. I have 48. Would you go 49, please? Now 48, 48. Will you take me to 4,900, please? 49, 49. Would you go 5? I've got a bit of 4,900. Now 5. Would you go 5? 5250. I've got a bit of 5,000. Now 5,000, 5,000. Will you take me to 5250, please? 5,000, 5,000 is my bid. I got 5,000, 5,000. Will you take me to 5,250? Now's the time to do it. 5,000 is my bid, holding steady. Any advance to 5250? 5,000 once. Now 5,000, 5,000. Will you take me to 5,250? 5,000 twice. We'll sell for 5,000 to our live auctioneers bidder. Very nicely done. Lot 131, modernist paginated bronze sculpture by the American artist Kevin Harry, depicting a female figure, modernist design with a fluid, abstracted torso form, organic body, and a faceless design, all having a rich, warm brown patina overall. And only 10 of these were ever produced. This is number 9 in that edition. $50 takes it. I'd have no bids right now. You want it for 50? Jump in and take me to 50. Do I hear 50 from you, please? Will you take it for 50? I'm looking for $50. You want to take it for 50? Jump in and take it for 50 right now. All right, let's move on to lot number 132. We have a dancing Indian princess bronze sculpture after the very well-regarded Art Deco Romanian sculptor Demeter Haralam Ciparis. A bronze sculpture titled The Dancing Indian Princess with a stylized female figure on a wonderful, really striking naturalistic style rock form base. And she's doing a very interesting dance with that incredible elongated headdress on. And it's a nice size too, over 22 inches tall. Now 120, 120, would it go 130? I've got a bit of 120, now 120, 120, any advance from 120 to 130. Will you take me to 130, please? Now 120, 120 once. I've got 120, 120. Do I hear 130 from you? 120, 120 twice. So 120 to our live auctioneers bidder, lot number 133. Tom and Bob Bennett, bronze sculpture, a stylized nude female figure in a very interesting pose, very, I don't know, sensual pose, shall we call it? Her limbs are somewhat exaggerated in sort of a mannerist form with smooth, elongated limbs. And yeah, very, I mean, I would call this, you know, a stylish, erotic style figure. You might have a different take. I like the looks though. 170, 178 advance, 170, 170 once. I've got 170, 170. Want to take it to 180? You can. 180, 180 would go 190. Now, and it's a nice size too, 22 inches long and 7 inches tall as she hunches over or leans over, you know, with her head leaning over. 180, 180, any advance from 180. You want to take it to 190? You can. 180, 180 once, 180 twice. So 180 to our line of unicorn bidder. Lot 134. Art Deco silvered metal triple bud vase sculpture produced by the A.C. Rehberg Company, constructed in a silver-plated metal with stylized nude female figure in a dynamic pose. I'm ready for my... Don't look at the vase, look at me! Depicted having one arm reaching toward the rim of the tallest tube and the other one horizontal. Kind of cool. Having all the correct details to the underside. Now 50-50, any advance from 50? 50 once. 50 twice. Sold 50 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 135. We have a surrealist pen and ink drawing titled Botanical Fantasy by the artist A. Solberg. Black ink with a very interesting use of the space, having kind of it's a surrealist piece with figural elements and sort of anthropomorphized botanical forms too. Signed by the artist at the lower center. 60 down, 60 would go 70. I've got a bit of $60. Any advance on 60? 60 once, twice. Sold 60 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot 136. Alfonso Rendon, also known as Mas Plata, a 21st century Panamanian artist. This is a white pen on black board figural drawing titled Figuras by the Panamanian artist. Very cool, interesting, expressionist design. Now 50, any advance on 50, 50, 50. You want to jump in and take it to 60? You can. 50, 50 once, 50 twice. Sold 50 to our bid spirit bidder. 137, large abstract print by the German artist Alfred Gochel, recognized for his contemporary compositions with bold, dynamic movement. To me, it evokes a style and rhythm of Joan Miro. Again, I don't want to make any comparisons to artists' work because that's just not done. That's not how we play cricket in this place. But you know, but it does bring that out to me in my mind. Anyway, that's just me. $30. Any advance on 30, 30, 30, 30. You want to jump and take it at 40? You can. It's got a black frame too. 30, 30. You want to jump and take it at 40? Now 40 would go 50. I've got 40, 40. You want to jump and take it at 50? Do I hear 50 from you, please? Now 40, 40. I got 40, 40 going once. I've got 40. You want to jump in? Will you take it to $50, please? Now 40, 40 twice. Sold 40 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot number 138. Laminated giclée print on aluminum
screen printed with glitter by the British artist Damien Hirst. This one titled The Empress Noor Jahan, with a very interesting stylized rosette design, that central medallion reminiscent of Indo-Persian style art forms. And the Empress Noor Jahan, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, was the subject, well, not the subject, but the object of the Taj Mahal. She, if I'm not mistaken, that was the empress that was buried in the Taj Mahal. No, her name was Mahal. No, he was the Emperor Mahal, and I think, I'll stick with my original story. 2,300 in advance on 23, 2,300 once. I've got a bit of 2,300. You want to take it to, okay, let's move on then to lot number 139. Signed, numbered, offset lithograph, a landscape by Eric Sloan, American artist of the 20th century, with a rural New England landscape with a lot of nice architectural and landscape elements throughout. Very pleasant looking. That nice guest room art, right? $20 in advance on 20, 20, 20, 20. You want to jump in to take it to 30, you can. 20 once, 20 twice for itself for 22. Our invaluable bidder, lot 140. Ernesto Gutierrez, a Peruvian artist, original oil painting depicting a bullfighting scene. Produced in a Peruvian folk art style. With artist signed in the lower right corner, and you've got a figural group, two bullfighters with that bull. Very cool. At $20 now, two would go 225. Now 200, 200 in advance from 2 to 225, 200 once. Now 200 twice. Sold 200 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 141. Harry McCormick, American artist, original oil painting on canvas titled McSorley's Bar. Historic old school establishment, McSorley's Old Ale House, in a contemporary realistic style. Didn't any of those men hear of putting on a shirt before they left the house? They're all wearing T-shirts. What do they think, this is Florida? Now 1,600, 1,600, go 17. I love that. My dad was a bartender in New York. He worked at Reedy's, which was another historic bar in Manhattan, a bar that they tried to buy it and it would not close. So they built the skyscraper around Reedy's. The bar is long closed, but the building is still there. It's now kind of an upscale Asian fusion restaurant, I think, but another old school bar that with a great reputation and story behind it. Get these men some shirts. 220 in advance from 2,200. Maybe they're working men. Cut them some slack. I know. 24. What do you go? 25. I've got a bit of 2,400 now, looking for 2,500 to advance. Now 24, 24, you now 26, would it go 27. I've got a bit of 2,600, looking for 2,700 to advance. 26, 26, any advance from 26, 27. Work is signed by the artist in red capital letters to the lower right. And it is a big, big piece, over 66 inches on the longest side, over 42 inches on the tall side, on the sides. $3,000. This is going to fill every space nicely, and just a great piece of American artwork. Now 32 would go 33. I've got 33 would go 34. I mean, is there anyone else that hasn't kind of been in a place like that? Very cool. It really evokes a lot of, at least in our imaginations. Now 34, 34. Would you take me to 35, please? 3,400 is my bid. I got 34. Will you take me to 35? 3,400. Go now. 35. Would go 36. I've got a bit of $3,500 over 3,000. Now 36. Would go 37. I've got 37. Go to 38. Now 37, 37. Do I hear 3,800 from you, please? Now 37, 37. Will you take me to 38? Now 38, 38. Would go 39. Now 39. Would go 4. I've got a bit of 3,900. Looking for 4,000 to advance. 4,000. Would go 41. Now 41. Would go 42. I've got a bit of $4,100 looking for 4,200. Now 42 would go 43. 42, 43, would go 43, would go 44. I've got a bit of 4,300 looking for 44. Now 44 would go 45. 4,400, 44 would go 45. 45 would go 46. I've got a bit of 4,500 looking for 4,600 to advance. Now 46 would go 47. I've got 4,600. Now 47 would go 48. Now 4,700. Any advance from 47. Now 48 would go 49. I've got a bit of 4,900. Would go 5,000. Now 4,900, will you take me to 5,000? Now 5,000 would go 5,250. I've got 5,250, would go 55. Now 5,250, will you take me to 5,500, please? 5,250 is my bid. I got 5,250, will you take me to 5,500, please? Now 5,250, 5,250 going once. I've got 5,250. You can jump in to take me to 5,500, though. Any advance from 5,250, 5,250 once.
Now 5,500. Now, thank you. There's 55. What do you go? 5,750. I've got a bit of 55. What do you go? 5,750. Any advance from 50 now? 5,750. What do you go? 6. I've got a bit of 5,750. We're looking for 600 to advance, please. Now 5,750, 5,750. Will you take me to 6,000? 5,750 now 6. What do you go? 6,250. I've got 6,250. What is 6,500, please? Now 6,250, 6,250 would take me to 65. Now 65. What is 6,750? Now 6,750. What is 7? I've got a bit of 6,750. What is 7? Now 7. What is 7,250? I've got a bit of 7,000. Now 7,250. Go to 75. Now 725. Now 7,250. What is 7,500, please? Now 7,250, 7,250. Any advance from 7,250? Do I hear 7,500 from you, please? Now 7,250, holding steady. 7,250 going once. I've got 7,250. You can still come in and take it to 7,500. Now is the time to do it. 7,250, 7,250 twice. We'll sell it 7,250 to our invaluable bidder. Very nicely done. Lot 142, we've got an etched Valley Lake, a Valley Lake etching landscape. There we go. 175 of these were produced. This is number 15 in that edition, signed by the artist Ermgard. Looks like, I don't know, maybe a Swiss Valley landscape, perhaps. Now, jump in to take it for 50 right now. I've got no bids. It's yours for 50. Will you take me to 50? I have no bids, sir or madam. Do you want it for 50? Take it for 50 right now. Any interest at $50, you can take it for 50 right this moment. Take it for 50 right now. Let's move on to lot number 143, Joan Miro, an aquatint etching, produced in an edition only 130, signed by the Spanish-Catalan artist, published 1958 by Louis Brodel of Paris, part of the Miroir du Poet collection. Miro's interesting design with the vocabulary, with biomorphic forms and celestial motifs. It's hand-signed by Miro on a separate paper fragment that's also displayed with it, professionally mounted in a window below the main image. Nice collectible of a very, very well-regarded abstract artist, surrealist artist. 275 now, 275 to 3. I've got a bit of $275 over 300 to advance. Now 275, 275. Will you take me to 300? 275, 275 once. I've got 275, 275. You want to jump a ticket to 3? You can. 275, 275 twice. Sold 275 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot number 144. Leroy Neiman, depicting the American swimmer Mark Spitz, who cleaned up at the Munich Olympics in 1972. Very interesting, Olympics, of course, because in addition to Spitz making his name, that was, of course, the Olympics that they were taken over by, there was a terrorist kidnapping plot there. So kind of an interesting memorabilia from that Olympic Games. Multiple expressive sketch portraits of Mark Spitz throughout, and it's got the original details and signed by Leroy Neiman right there in pencil on the lower right, one of the great sports artists in that neo-expressionist style. $80, $80, any bets from 80, 80 once, twice sold, 80 invaluable bidder. Lot 146. We've got a original mixed media paper, Night Landscape, by the American-Dutch artist Michael Ryan, who's got the most Irish name for a Dutch artist ever. Just kidding. He was born in New York, and he now lives in the Netherlands. Lifelong study of art and atmosphere in a very cool, brooding style, I think, from the looks of it. I like it. A very expressionist design. I've got a bit of 170, 170, would it go 180, 180, 190, would it go 2? I've got a bit of 190, I was at 190, would it go 200, please? Jump in to take it for 200 right now. Mixed media gouache and pastel, heavily textured paper, housed in a high-quality gallery frame. Now 2 would go 225. Any advance on 2, 2, 2, 2, you can jump in to take it to 225 right now. 200 once. Now 200, 200, you want to take it to 225? Take it to 225 right now. 200 twice, sold 200 to our bidder at invaluable lot 147. Color lithograph from Picasso, the Merlot Paris Atelier de Cannes cover page from Tome 2, a 1960 edition of C'est Peintre non ami, Tome number 2, distinguished by the 17-color lithographic cover, printed by the Merlot Atelier en Paris in 1956. Lots of cool details. 1,200 is my bid now. 12 would it go 1,300, published by Gallery 65 in Cannes. And having all the correct details. 1,200 now, 12 would go 13. I've got a bid of 1,200 now, 12 once, twice, sold 1,200 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 148, the outsider American artist Purvis Young, an original grouping here of two-sided abstract paintings on paper, heavy black acrylic or mixed media on layered found paper supports. A lot of his work, or all of his work really, produced on found objects. You've got very cool, looks like one side has got a truck on maybe a highway landscape form, right? Very cool. And then the other side has got additional details, these sort of stroke marks there. $50 in advance on 50. 50, 50 once. Now 50. Come on, this is a great price for a very highly collectible. When I say a great price, I mean it's a ridiculous price for a very highly collectible artist. $50, we down 50. You better take it to 60. $50, $50. Any advance from 50 to 60? 50 once, twice. Sold 50 to our live auctioneers. Bidder, enjoy that. 149. We have a carborundum etching. I like the sound of that, carborundum. Makes me feel a sort of a rhythm. Hand coloring by the Italian artist Sandro Chia. Chia. Hand colored, each piece unique on handmade paper, printed en Paris. And I got a bid of 325 now, 325 to 350. 325. You want to jump in to take it to 350? You can. You can. All right, let's move on to line number 150. We've got a rare mixed media erotic figural work on canvas, a mixed media original acrylic painting called Prosperidad, turn of the century street adult pop art from the turn of the of the 20th, 21st century, with a lot of interesting erotic forms there. Kind of fun. $20 any advance from 20 to 30. And it's a nice size too, 18 inches by 36. Now 20, you want to take it for 30, you can. 20, you'll have that in a special room that you invite certain guests into that room to see. It's kind of fun. $20 any advance, 20, once, twice. Sold 20 live auctioneers, bidder lot 151. We have a group of vintage and antique books, mid-20th, early to mid-20th century literature and art history volumes in cloth bindings, lots of different authors, including Elizabeth Bowen, C.S. Forster, Thomas Costain. You got the Tontine by Thomas Costain, very interesting. All right, $40 out, 40 to 50. 40, any advance on 40 once, twice sold. 40 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 152, we've got 4 art supply pieces, oil pastels, China marker, and magic crayon sets. New in the package, 2 boxes of Faber-Castell oil pastels, along with Museum of Contemporary Art magic crayons, all in the original packaging, $40. Also, marking tools, red and black. Now $40, 40, any advance on 40 once, twice. Sold. 40 Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 153. 5-volume Franklin Library leather-bound works. Various works and titles: Walker Percy, The Second Coming, Creek Mary's Blood, William Faulkner, Selected Letters of William Faulkner, Sigmund Freud, Basic Works, and Chaucer's Canterbury Tales. Kind of interesting. I've got a bid of 80, would go 90. Any advance on 90, now 90 would go 100. The Chaucer volume includes The Lawyer's Tale. The Faulkner volume has correspondence including a letter to Malcolm Cowley regarding the portable Faulkner. I don't know if that's a letter from William Faulkner, but interesting. $9 any advance on 90? Could be. I've read Faulkner. He was an interesting guy. But very talented. 90, any advance on 90, 99 once, twice. Sold 90 to our invaluable bidder, but then so did Hemingway, and so did Charles Bukowski, and so did Harry Reasoner. $20 in advance on 20. We've got this Franklin Books, Go Tell It to the Mountain, Good as Gold, War Within and Without, and others. 5 books, various titles. Good as Gold by Joseph Heller, War Within and Without by Anne Morrow Lindbergh, the widow of Charles Lindbergh. Also the daughter of a senator, if I'm not mistaken. So kind of cool, interesting group of titles. And Go Tell It to the Mountain by the highly regarded author James Baldwin. Now 100, any advance on 100. 100, any advance on 100 on once. Now 100, you want to take it to 110, you can. 100 twice, sold for 100 to our invaluable bidder.
Lot 155, we've got the Franklin Library group of 5 books here, leather-bound, published by the Franklin Library, part of their first edition society, including Recapitulation by Wallace Stegner, The Winthrop Covenant by Louis Auchincloss, Anna Hastings by Alan Drury, The Group by Mary McCarthy. That's an interesting book, The Group, and The Honorable Schoolboy by John le Carre. The Group is a very interesting book about women who went to school together and then come back together. It's an interesting character study. Betty Draper is reading that book in an episode of Mad Men, but the very highly well-regarded book, The Group. Even if you don't get it in this lot, you might want to check it out. Mid-20th century American literature, $90. It's a women's book, but it doesn't have to be read by a woman. You know. Now, 110 in advance, 110, 120, 110 once. The copy of The Group, by the way, is signed by Mary McCarthy. How about that? So there's another reason to get it. And in red ink in the preliminary signature page. So very cool. 110, 110 in advance, 110, 110 once, 110 twice, sold, 110 bid spirit. 156, 5-volume leather-bound books, various authors from the Franklin Library, various authors' books. The poetry of Robert Frost, Walt Whitman, Leaves of Grass. Oh my goodness, the quintessential American poet. My favorite, all my favorite poems by Walt Whitman. Robert Frost, another great poet. I don't want to shirk him. Henrik Ibsen, those great plays. Didn't Ibsen write Miss Julie, I think? Alan Drury, Gerald Green, just a lot of cool stuff. $60, any advance on 60. 61, 60 twice. So now 70 would go 80. The Green American Prophet has text regarding a psychology professor along with laboratory mice, and then the page 236 of The Leaves of Grass has the poem beginning, "A word then, for I will conquer it." Interesting notation, I don't know what that, but anyway, sounds cool. $80, and Walt Whitman, come on. What has become of the women and children? Now I was in advance on 90, that's a great, I've read that at a number of memorials, including for Dr. Stan Cohen, a friend of this auction house. A very good friend, the late Dr. Stan Cohen, and a contemporary of Albert Einstein. How about that? $100 in advance on 100, 100 once. Now 100 twice. We'll sell it for oh, we do have a bid? We have another bid, 110, 110, would go 120. Now 110, any advance from 110, 110, 110, now 120, would go 130. I've got a bid of 120. Also, Alan Drury's Advise and Consent, which was if that is that the movie Advise and Consent was based on, possibly, I'm not sure. Oh, no, it's a play. Yeah, sure. I think that was the great movie with Henry Ford, if I'm not mistaken, and a great cast. Cliff Robertson, kind of a thriller of that era. Now 140. Would it go 150? I've got a 140, 140. You want to jump into 150? You can. 140 once, 140 twice. We'll sell 140 to our invaluable bidder lot. 157's Franklin Mint leather-bound editions. Various titles, including the plays by Anton Chekhov, right? Chekhov's Gun. That's kind of an old story. There are also the plays of Euripides from ancient Greece, Evidence of Love by Shirley Ann Grau, the plays of Moliere, and the plays of Eugene O'Neill. Very cool. Lots of cool stuff, all having raised bands on the spine, gilt edges, integrated silk ribbon bookmarks. 110, 110, would it go 120, please? And of course, the very cool bindings. And there's nice crisp pages apparently there with Anton Chekhov's Uncle Vanya as well. Now 110, 110, would it go 120? Any advance on 110, now 120, would it go 130? I've got a bit of 120, 120, any advance from 120, will you take me to 130, please? Now 120 once, 120 twice. We'll sell for 120 to our live auctioneers bidder. 158, 5 early 20th century literature and fiction books, various titles in the original publisher cloth bindings, including Life and Erica by Gilbert Frankow. Galahad, Enough of His Life to Explain His Reputation by John Erskine. First and Last by Ring Lardner, who wrote, what was that great book that was, well, he wrote a lot. Ring Lardner, of course, was blacklisted during the McCarthy era. Ginevra's Money by E.V. Lucas, other titles, just a nice group here. $30, any advance on 30? Studs Lonigan, that was Ring Lardner's other book. $30, any advance on 30, 30, 30 once, 30 twice. Sold 30 to our invaluable bidder. His son Ring Lardner Jr. was a screenwriter, I think. 159, any advance, 159 is a collection of 6 books, including, these are mid-20th century, including The God Seeker by Sinclair Lewis, All Out Arlene by H.I. Phillips. The Right Stuff by Ian Hay, not to be confused by The Right Stuff by Tom. That was a different Right Stuff. I've got a bit of 30, 30. I would go 40. Any advance on 30, 30 once, 30 twice. We'll sell for 30 to our invaluable bidder. Who wrote The Right Stuff? Tom Wolfe, right, yeah. 160, any advance from 160. I've got 160, the trio of first edition books from looks like Robert Louis Stevenson, right? Yep, Robert Louis Stevenson. The Wrecker, High Tor by Maxwell Anderson, and 70 times 7 by G.B. Stern, all early mid-20th century books. $20, any advance on 20. 20 once, twice, sold 20 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 161, hardcover books, a group of 6. Various authors, including Right Ho Jeeves by P.G. Wodehouse, about the Bertie Wooster and Jeeves, the kind of dim-witted British aristocrat, and his butler Jeeves, who got him out of all sorts of scrapes. Also, Vein of Iron by Ellen Glasgow, The Youngest One by Catherine Haviland Taylor, Out of the Night by Rita Johnson Young, other titles as well. Now 30, 30, any advance on 30, 30 once, twice, sold 30, invaluable bidder. Lot 162, 8 hardcover books, various titles, including The Harder They Fall by Bud Schulberg, The Eighth Day by Thornton Wilder, Unvanquished by Howard Fast, The Northern Light by A.J. Cronin, Gauntlet of Dunmore by Hawthorne Daniel, Fairmount's Quartet. So lots of cool. The Blind Boy. Now $20, any advance on 20? 20 once, twice, sold 20 live auctioneers bidder. Lot 163. Franklin Library, 5 leather-bound books, first and limited editions, various titles, including The Young Lions by Irwin Shaw. That was a very popular title back in that day. Also, The Ambassadors by Henry James, very early. That's going to be a Victorian title. Picture Palace by Paul Thoreau. Also, lyrical ballads by Wordsworth and Samuel Taylor Coleridge. I like that. Now $80, any advance on 80, 80, 80 once. Now 90 would go 100. I've got a bit of $90 looking for 100. Would advance, please. And increase on 90, 90, 90 going once. Now 100 go to 110. I've got a bit of $100 looking for 110 to advance. Will you take me to 110, please? Now 100, 100, 100, 100. Will you take me to 110? Any increase on 100, 100 once. Now 110 would go 120. I've got a bit of 110, 110. Will you take me to 120, please? Now 110, 110 once. I've got 110, 110. You want to jump in and take it to 120? You can. 110 twice. Sold 110 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 164. Collection of 6 Franklin Library leather-bound volumes, late 20th century, limited and first editions, including Hawthorne's The Scarlet Letter, a limited edition. Also, Thomas Mann, 5 stories. Sir Francis Bacon, essays. Bruce Catton and William B. Catton, The Bold and Magnificent Dream. White Snow, first edition, also selected poems of William Butler Yeats. $100 my bid now, 100, we're going to 110, please. And increase on 100, now 110, would it go 120? I've got $110, now 120, would it go 130? Now $120, any advance from 120, will you take me to 130, please? 130, would it go 140? I've got a bit of $130 over 140 to advance. And increase from 130, 130, 130 going once. Now 140, would it go 150? I've got a bit of $140, will you take me to 150? Now 150, 160. I've got a bit of $150 over 160 to advance. Who's going to take me to 160? Do I hear 160 from you, please? Now 160, 160 going once. I've got 150 rather, looking for 160. Any advance on 150, 150 going once. Now 150, 150, want to take me to 160? You can, 160, 170. I've got a bit of $160. Will you take me to 170, please? $160 holding steady and going once. I've got 160, 160. Do I hear 170 from you, please? Now 160, 160 once. Yep. 170, would it go 180? I've got a bit of $170 over 180 to advance. Will you take me to 180, please? Now 170, 170, I 170. Will you take me to 180? Any increase to 180, 180, 170 now? 170 once. So I've got 170, 170. Do I hear 180 from you? 170, 170 twice. So 170 to our bid spirit. Bidder, that's the bid spirit. Lot 165. 6 Franklin Library, first edition, leather-bound volumes, late 20th century, including various titles. Bellefleur by Joyce Carol Oates, a very, very ubiquitous author of the 20th century, who then put a lot of collections together. Then she stopped writing and just gathered other people's works together. But She had very good contribution to American literature. I don't want to, downplay it. Walnut Door by John Hersey, Coat of Varnish by C.P. Snow, Candide by Voltaire, Collective Poems by T.S. Eliot, and The Snow Leopard by Peter Matheson. 110, 110, 8 advance, 110, 120, and look at those volumes too. I love the different shades of tonality of leather there. 120, 120, 8 advance, 120, 130, 130, 140. I've got a bid $130 over 140 to advance. And increase on 130, 130 going once. Now 130, 130, will you take me to 140, please? Now 140, will you go 150? I've got a bid of $140 over 150 to advance. Now 150 to 160. I've got a bid of 160, will you go 170, please? Now 160, 160, do I hear 170 from you? Now 170, will you go 180? I've got 170, 170, over 180 to advance. Do I hear 180 from you, please? Now 170, 170 going once. I've got 170, 170, you still better take it at 180 though. Yep. 180, will you go 190? I've got a bit of 180, 180. Do I hear 190 from you, please? Now 190, would you go 2? I've got a bit of 190, 190, looking for 200 to advance. Will you take me to 200, please? Now 190, 190, holding steady and going once. I've got 190, 190. Do I hear 200 from you, please? Now 190, 190 twice. Any advance from 90 to 200? You want to take it to 200, now be the time to do it. We're going to sell it for 190 to our invaluable bidder, lot 166, Franklin Library Limited First Edition volumes, 4 of them. Various titles, including Roosevelt and Churchill by Joseph Lash, Kalki by Gore Vidal. I'm reading his American Empire, his Narratives of Empire series right now. Darkness at Moon by Arthur Kessler, and Kurt Vonnegut's Slapstick, all bound in full premium leather with ornate gilt-stamped decorative designs. 70, would it go 80? I've got a $70 bill for 82 advance, please. Now 80, would it go 90? Now $80, and there's 90, would it go 100? I've got 99, looking for 100 to advance. Now 100, would it go 110? Now $100, any advance from 110 and 110 would go 120. I have $110. Will you take me to 120, please? Now 120, would it go 130? I've got a bit of $120 over 100 and 130, would it go 140? Now $130, 130, 130, will you take me to 140, please? 140, would it go 150? I've got 140, 140, will you looking for 150, 150, 150, would it go 160, please? I have a bit of $150 looking for 160 to advance. Now 150, 150, do I hear 160? Now 160, will you go 170? I've got 160, 160, will you take me to 170, please? Now 160, 160, any advance from 160 to 170, 160, 160 going once. I've got 160, 160, will you take me to 170? 160, 160 twice. We'll sell 160 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 167, 5 Franklin Library volumes, premium leather bound, published in the late 1970s, late 70s, including The Sound and the Fury by William Faulkner. Lots of sound, lots of fury. Marry Me by John Updike. Now God Be Thanked by John Masters, and the autobiography of Benjamin Franklin, presumably written by Franklin himself, and probably very, very well worth reading. $80, 80 advance from 80 to 90. He was a very interesting guy. Not without his flaws, but man, just he was mostly right. 110, 110, 110, would it go 130? I've got a bit of 120, any advance from 120, 120, go looking for 130 to advance. Will you take me to 130, please? Now 120, 120 once. 120, 120 twice. Now 130, would it go 140? Now 140, would it go 150? I've got a bit of 140, looking for 150 to advance. Now 140, 140, any advance from 140, 140 once. 140, 140 twice. Sold 140 to our invaluable bidder, lot 168. 6 classical works, Franklin Library limited editions, including The Iliad by Homer, The Republic by Plato, The Prince by Machiavelli, The Aeneid of Virgil, The Peloponnesian War by Thucydides, and Politics by Aristotle. Man, there's a lot of brain power in this lot. My friends, a lot of brain power in there. And The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli, or as my mother said, it's going to teach you how to be a real SOB. 225, that too. 225, any advance for 225? I got a bit of 225, now 275, we go 3. Now $275 over 300 to advance. 275, 275, will you take me to 300? Now 325. I've got a bit of 300, now 300. Do I hear 325 from you, please? Now 300, 300 going once. I've got 325, would you go 350? Now 325, any advance from 325, 325, 325 going once. I've got 325, 325. Do I hear 350 from you, please?
325, 325 twice. And we'll sell 325 to our invaluable bidder. And on that note, why don't we take a short break and give you an opportunity to stretch around your private auction space, give you a chance to regroup and such, and we'll come back with more of our exceptional Palm Beach Oceanfront estate sale here at Lion and Unicorn. Don't you dare go anywhere.
And we are back. Welcome back to our exceptional Palm Beach Oceanfront estate sale here at Lion and Unicorn. I'm glad to have you back with us. During the break, I was checking my social media, and I see that something I said on Instagram was liked by Christopher Cerrone, who, as a young actor, played the young Henry Hill in Goodfellas. He played, you know, the Ray Liotta character as a teenager. I don't know that he's done anything else since then, but it was kind of fun seeing him. You know, it was his mother said, "You look like a gangster." All right, well, we got 170, lot 169. We got this great most treasured banknotes of the world from 1981, produced by Fleetwood. 170 is my bid. Now 170, go to 180, please. And all kinds of international currency, including from Czechoslovakia and Japan. Now 170, any advance? 170, 170 once. Now 180, would go 190. I've got a bit of 180. I also got the Dutch 5 gulden note with the geometric design, the Czech 10 koron note, and a 500 yen Japanese note too, among the others that are visible. 190, now 190 would go 2. I have a bit of 190. I was looking for 200 to advance. Will you take me to 200, please? Now 190 once. I've got 190, 190. You want to jump to take it 200? You can. 190 twice. So 192 are bidder at invaluable. Lot 170. We've got the most treasured banknotes of the world collection, 1983, also produced by Fleetwood here, housed in a brown textured binder with the gold tone leathering. And visible specimens include a £1 note from Gibraltar, a Botswana 1 pula note featuring a picture of Prime Minister Sir Seretse Khama, and also a Bhutan 1 gultram note. 70, 170, would go 180, please. I've got a bit of 170 now, 170, any advance, 170, 170 once. 170 twice. We'll sell 170 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 171, banknotes, most treasured banknotes of the world from 1983, in that deluxe brown padded binder with the gold tone details. This one has banknotes, including specimens from Soviet Russia, Zambia, not to be confused with Zamibia, and other countries also. It looks like there's a 1981 Honduras Lempira, an Oman 1/4 real, and a Yemen real, also a Togo 500 francs. Now, Togo used to have that king. He was a really heavy guy, and he used to ride a bicycle, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's been gone for a little while, but I remember his picture. 170, any advance from 170, 170, 70 once, 170 twice. We'll sell 170 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 172, U.S. commemorative stamp groups, mint sheets and sets, late 20th century, various U.S. postal issues, multiple sheets, including Humphrey Bogart. You played it for her, you can play it for me. If she can take it, I can. Play it, Sam. Elvis Presley, oh, well, you know, I can be found. Sorry, I was having a little seizure there. Lots of other details. U.S. Postal Service commemorative mint packaging. I'll do it again. 110, 110, any advance, 110, 110, going once. 110 twice. We're going to sell 110 to our live auctioneer. 173, Americana first day cover groupings from the 70s and the 80s. U.S. Postal History materials, specialized albums and folders. All sorts of commemorations, too, with embossed White House seals, brown folder with official U.S. First Day covers, a black Fleetwood folder for the 1975 battles of Lexington and Concord for the 200th, the bicentennial of the battles of Lexington and Concord, additional bicentennial themes. $60 now, 60 to 70. I got a bit of $60 in advance from 60. Also a bicentennial, the inauguration of President Reagan and Vice President George Herbert Walker Bush. There's a lot of cool stuff there, 20th century details. $60, 60, any advance from 60, 60 once, twice, sold 60, Lion and Unicorn bidder. 174, we have a 1974 Peter Max first day covers in the Fleetwood album, commemorating Expo 74, the World's Fair in Spokane, Washington. The theme was Preserve Our Environment, and all the covers having 10-cent stamps designed by Peter Max, a very highly regarded pop artist. Still with us, and we had our first lot was by Peter Max. $40 in advance on 40, 40, 40 once, 40 twice. Sold 42 are invaluable bidder. Lot 175 is a Norman Rockwell FDC and commemorative cover grouping. First day covers 3 specialized philatelic collections, blue leatherette bound volume, Norman Rockwell classics and historic American stamps, and other groups there. $40 now, 40 would go 50. I've got a $40 bid now, 40, 40 would go 50. Any advance on 40? 40 once, 40 twice. We'll sell it 40 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 176 a five-piece philatelic group with commemorative tri-fold display folders, souvenir sheets, first day covers, and a commemorative metal booklet themed around space exploration. That's very cool. Lots of space exploration, the Viking missions, the Pioneer Jupiter, Apollo Soyuz, anniversary of the first man in space. Tomorrow is the anniversary of the July 20th moon landing anniversary. 110, 110, any advance, 110, 110 once, 110 twice. We'll sell 110 to our live auctioneers bidder. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Lot 177, eight-piece philatelic group with Reagan Bush inaugural first day covers, depicting first day covers from the looks like the second inauguration for President Bush, and well, for then Vice President Bush, President Reagan from '85. Now 70, 70, any advance from 70, 70 once, 70 twice. We'll sell for 70 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot 178, 9 assorted U.S. Postal Service stamp collecting kits, all sealed, 9 pieces produced by the Postal Service, late 70s through the early 80s, thematic selections of stamps with getting started in stamp collecting, Winter Olympics, stamps from 30 countries, very cool, outer space, conquest of air, lots of neat subjects. $60 now, 60, 60, want to take it to 70, you can. 60 is my bid, 60, any advance on 60, 60 once, twice, now 70, would it go 80? I've got a bid of 70, 70, would it go 80? Any advance on 70, want to take it to 80, you can. Any advance on 70, will you take me to 80, please? 70, 70 once, 70, 70 twice, sold 70 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 179, 13 U.S. and China first day cover and medalist collections produced by Fleetwood, late 70s, early 80s, housed in blue and black vinyl bound albums. Various themes including Pottery of Roses, China, Gardens of the Sea, Achievements in American Architecture, and The Magic of Man's Best Friend. Very cool. $20 now, 20 would go 30. I've got a bid of 20. There's also a specialty blue album with details from the 85 second inaugural medalist cover for President Reagan. Now 2020, any advance on 2020 once, twice, sold 20 line and unicorn bidder. Lot 180, David Aronson, a limited edition silver-plated Hanukkah lamp. Very cool figural group featuring Angels of Light by the American artist of the 20th, 21st century, David Aronson, produced in a limited edition in copper with a silver plate finish, and having this great stylized tree form with the central trunk supporting the candle holder forms, and all these angels. Just a really nice work and a nice size too. 17 by 7, 17 inches tall, 17 inches wide. 1800 down, 19 2000. I've got a bid of 1900. I'm looking for 2000 to advance. Will you take me to 2000, please? 1900, 1900. I've got a bid of 1900. You want to jump in to take it to 2000? Do I hear 2000 from you? Now 1900, 1900 going once, produced in a limited edition. Only 200 of these were produced. This is number 1 in that edition. Very cool. Now 1900, 1900, you want to take it to 2000? You can. 1900, 1900 once. 1900, 1900 twice. Sold 1900 to our lion and unicorn bidder. Lot 181. Gucci. Everything is Gucci, baby. Sterling silver and enamel web stripe goblets. Flared rims transitioning into bell-shaped bowls with gold wash vermeil or vermeil interior finishes. The stems accented with these inlaid bands of navy blue and red enamel. Nothing not to like about those, man. And having the correct 925 sterling purity marks. Now 450, 475, please. I've got a bit of 450, 450. Any advance from 450 to 475? Will you take me to 475? Now 450, 450 once. I've got 450, 450. You want to jump in and take it to 475? You can. No, that's one. That's lot number 182. Mongolian silver repoussé snuff bottle. Featuring very auspicious bats and scrolling form handles, Mongolian silver repoussé, the stopper having round panels with the 5 bats surrounding the central flower, and then you've got these scrolling form handles. Now $90. I'm going to take it to 100 right now, and those great embellishments in coral and turquoise. Take it for 100 right now. It's yours for 100. 5 auspicious bats. Nice auspicious start. You want it for 100, it's yours. All right, let's move on to lot number 183. Glass snuff bottle with enamel embellishments. Colorful scrolling designs with panels that depict, well, a Spanish coin, but really like a Roman coin, right? Gabolas, King de la... Okay, I got you. Okay, yeah, it's a Spanish coin. Oh, Charles VII.
but as a Roman emperor, I get it. I get it. It's a very cool, almost a moon flask design. $70 now. 70. You want to take it for 80 right now? Come on, take it for 80. Very cool design. All right, let's move on to lot number 184. Peking glass overlay snuff bottle featuring these great relief bunny rabbits. And a bat also. So lots of auspicious designs there. The rabbits, of course, for fertility and much prosperity. For your posterity. Topped with a domed white and tan stopper. $80, $80, any advance from 80? 80 once, 80 twice, sold 80 at a valuable bidder. 185 Peking glass snuff bottle, multicolor overlay with the depicting Xiao Wu Fu, an immortal, if I'm not mistaken, of longevity, right? Perhaps. And we've got the 5 bats of auspicious bats. Now $90. Any advance on 90? You want to jump in and take it to 100? You can. 90, 90, 90. You want to jump in and take it to 100? Do I hear 100 from you, please? 90 once, twice, sold. 90, Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 186, modern style hand-carved twist table. Hand-carved accent table, solid block of wood. And it's doing a twist, double helix twist design. Square top matching square base. $30 now, 30. Would it go 40? I've got a bit of $30 now. Any advance on 30? It's a nice size too. It's almost 2 feet tall. 23 inches. Now $30, 30, 30, 30. Any advance on 30? 30 once, twice. Sold. 30 Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 187 sterling silver articulated teddy bear pendant. He wants to be your teddy bear. Articulated teddy bear. Sterling silver with 5 points of articulation, so you can move the arms and the legs and the head. Very cool, with that great texture to stimulate the fur. And the bail stamped 925. Now 50, 50. Any advance on 50? 50 once, 50 twice. Sold. 50 Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 188. Irene Marie, angel bag, designer bag. Precious handbag, purple iridescent schlappen feathers, amethyst and crystal handle. A bespoke one-of-a-kind bag. 110, would it go 120? I've got 110 now, 110, any advance from 110, 110 once. Now 110, 110, will you take me to 120? 110, 110 twice. Sold. 110 to our live auctioneers. Bidder, lot 189, Irene Marie, bespoke, one-of-a-kind angel bag, deerskin leather, natural pheasant feathers, white turquoise handle, with rock turquoise stones and white oval turquoise stones and amber seed bead crystals. Man, a lot of detail there. Now 100, 100, now 110, would it go 120? I've got a bit of 110, now 110, 110. Will you take me to 120, please? 110, 110 once. Now 110 twice. Sold. 110 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 190, Gucci tote bag from the Gucci accessory collection, 1980s. Made in Italy with rare, delicate gray micro Guccissima monogram coated canvas, sort of, perhaps mirroring the Louis Vuitton canvas monogram, offset with this rich black leather trim and these structured top handles. Very, very nice. Now 170, would it go 180, please? And if you're a Vuitton collector, that nice complimentary thing there too. 180 now, 180, would it go 190, please? I have a bit of 180 now, 180. Will you take me to 190? 180 once. Now 180, 180. Any advance from 180? 180 twice. Sold. 180 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 191. Hermes Paris woven silk tie, men's silk tie, 100% woven silk. I myself am wearing my Hermes tie today with the repeating geometric motif. This one I think has got birds on it, if I'm not mistaken, or clouds or something. I can't tell. From where I'm looking right now. I saw in the mirror this morning. And you got all those great stylized Hermes icons. $70 now, 70, would it go 80? I've got a bit of 70. 70 once. Now 80, would it go 90? I've got a bit of $80 now, 80, 80, 80 in advance from 80 to 90, having all the correct details with the silk embroidery, Hermes name, along with the made in France, dry clee only instructions. Now 90, 80 in advance on 90, 90, 90 once. 90, 90 twice. Sold. 90 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 192. We have a Venetian Mardi Gras black headdress mask. Lightweight mask felt backing. Produced by Maskerville Feather Crafts. Black acrylic over satin with faux black stones. and having the Maskerville Feathercrafts label to the underside, very cool Mardi Gras or a Carnival mask. Now 30-30, any advance on 30-30 going once. Now 30-30, you want to take it to 40, you can. 30-30 twice. Sold 32 are invaluable bidder. Lot 193, Wedgwood Black Basalt Archaic Double-Handled Vase featuring a black basalt stoneware body in the archaic Chinese hue form with a flared neck bulbous body supported by a circular pedestal foot having two handles in the form of animal masks finished in gilt, and there's gilt rings suspended from them. Just really a lot to like about this design. Now 140, what do you go 150? I've got 150, we're on 60. Now $150, now 160, we go 170, also having all the correct provenance details for the Rubin collection. Now 170, what do you go 180? I've got a bid of $170, now 170. Any advance, will you take me to 180, please? 180, what do you go 190? I've got a bid of 190, what do you go 2? Now 190, will you take me to 200? Now 2, what do you go 225? I've got a bid of 200, 225, what do you go 250? Now 225, will you take me to 250, please? I've got a bit of 225. Any advance from 225, now 250, go 275. Now $250, will you take me to 275, please? 250, any advance from 250 to 275, 250 going once. Now 250 twice, will you take me to 275? Now's the time to do it. And we'll sell it 250 to our live auctioneers bidder, lot number 194. Wedgwood encaustic decorated black basalt creamer and lidded sugar ball, finished with a matte black exterior, glossy glazed black interior, produced very likely late 18th century, possibly early 19th century, having these great hand-applied enameled bands with the pink daisy flowers and yellow gold foliate details. Sugar bowl oval in form, and just with a really nice design to that lid. 150 now. Any advance on 150 once. Now 160. What do you go 170? I have a bid of $160 looking for 170 to advance. Any increase on 160 going once. Now 160 twice. Sold 160 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 195. We got a Wedgwood oval black basalt intaglio medallion. Fine grain unglazed stoneware. The face having a landscape scene with a horse and driver, with a detailed landscape having architectural elements with fence, trees, and there's a handwritten detailer label to the verse side that gives various details, including its likely manufacture around 1800, late 18th, early 19th century. Now 120, we go 130. I've got a bit of 120. I was over 130 to advance. Any increase on 120 going once. 120 twice. Sold 120 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 196. Jasperware Wedgwood plaque. Classical relief scene with the putti or cherubs in a terracotta colored stoneware applied to a white ground. Various action poses. And having all the correct details for Wedgwood and the Rubin collection to the back. Now 275 will take me to 3. I've got a bit of 275, looking for 300 to advance. Any increase on 275 once, 275 twice. Sold 275 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 197, Wedgwood Sage Green Jasperware, high relief plaque featuring Diomedes and Odysseus with the Palladium. 3 male figures and a horse. Central figure is a nude youth holding a statue known as the Palladium, which was produced by the goddess Athena, or as she was known as Pallas. So
275.
now 275 would go 3.
Yep.
I've got a bit of 300, would go 325.
Yep.
Now 300, now 325 would go 350. Now 350 would go 375. Now 375 would go 4. Yep. I've got 330. Now 4 would go 425. Yep. I've got 425 would go 450. Now 425 would go 450. Now 450 would go 475. I've got 475 would go 5. Now 5 would go 550. I've got 500 would go 550, please. Now 550 would go 6. Now 6 would go 650. I've got a bit of 650 would go 7. Now 650 will give her 700 to advance. Any rest now 7 would go 750. I've got a bit of 700 will give her 750 to advance. Any increase on 700 going once. Now 700, now 750 would go 8. I've got a bit of 750 looking for 800 to advance. Now 750, do I hear 800 from you, please? 750 going once. Now 750, you want to take it 8, you can. 750, 750 twice. Sold 750 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 198, 9 Wedgwood Jasper ware and black basalt pieces, including a sage green jasper ware tray with a lobed edge. Twin-handled black basalt vase with white bas-relief coat of arms for the City of London. 6 miniature jasperware amphora-style vases in various colors as well. Now $100. Any advance on 100? 110. Would it go 120? I've got 120. Would it go 130? Now $120. Now 130. Would it go 140? I've got a bid of $130. Looking for 140. Now 140. Would it go 150? Now $140. Will you take me to 150, please? $140 is my bid, and it is going once. Now 140, 140. Will you take me to 150? 150. Would it go 160? I've got a bid of $150. Now 150, 150. Do I hear 160 from you? Now 160. Would it go 170? I've got a bid of 160, 160. Looking for 170 to advance. Any increase to 160, 160. Will you take me to 170, please? Now 160, 160 once. Now 170. Would it go 180? I've got a bid of $170. Looking for 180 to advance. Now 180. Would it go 190? I've got a bid of $180. Will you take me to 190, please? Now 180, 180. Any advance from 180, 180 going once. I've got 180, 180. Will you take me to 190, please? Now 180, 180 twice. And we'll sell 180 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 199, Wedgwood variegated agate jasperware, a lidded canister, very cool cylindrical form, produced in a solid variegated or agate-style jasperware body with a marbled pattern in celadon green, charcoal gray, and white running through the unglazed stoneware body. The exterior having finely detailed neoclassical motifs in applied white relief sprigging. I've got 350, the central decorative design with classical figures between palm trees. Now would it go 425? I've got a bit of 400, now 400, we go 425, now 425, we go 450. I have a bit of $425, now 450, we go 475. Now $450, will you take me to 475? 475 would go 5. I've got a bit of 475, now 5 would go 550. I have 500, now 500, any advance, now 550 goes 6. I've got a bit of $550 looking for 6, now 6 would go 650. Any increase on, now 650 goes 7. I have 7 would go 750. Now 750 would go 8. I've got a bit of 750, now 750, any advance from 750 to 800, 750, now 8 would go 850. I've got a bit of 850, would go 9. Now $850 looking for 900 to advance, now 9 would go 950. I've got a bit of 900, now 9 would go 950. Any advance on 900, 900 is my bid holding steady and go down 50, go 1,000. I've got a bit of $950 looking for 1,000, now 1,000 would go 1,100. Now $1,000, $1,000, any advance on 1,000, $1,000 is my bid looking for 1,100 to advance. Now $1,000, now 11 would go 12. I've got a bit of 1,100 looking for 1,200 to advance. Now 1,100, 1,100, any advance from 11, will you take me to 1,200, please? I've got $1,100, now 1,100 holding steady, but you can still jump in and take me to 1,200, now 1,100 once. I've got 1,100, you want to jump in? Can you take it to 1,200? You can take me to 1,200 right now. Now 1,100 twice, now 12 would go 13. I've got a bit of 1,200. I'm looking for 1,300 to advance. Will you take me to 1,300, please? Now $1,200. I've got 12. Will you take me to 13? Any increase from 1,200? Do I hear 1,300 from you, please? Now 1,200, 1,200 going once. I've got a bit of 1,200, 1,200. You can still jump in and take me to 1,300, though. 1,200, 1,200 twice. Any advance to 1,300? Will you take me to 13 now? We'll sell 12 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Nicely done. Lot 200 Wedgwood blue jasperware composers plates, a set of 6 with central white sprigged bas-relief portrait busts depicting the great composers, including Beethoven, Mozart, Bach, and Handel. Right? Didn't Handel go crazy, I think, at some point? Well, not at some point, but at the point. But a great composer, nevertheless. I've got a bit of 60, now would it go 70, now 70 go 80. I have a bid of 80, looking for 90 to advance. Now 80 would it go 100. I mean, now 80 would it go 90, please. Now $80, any advance on 80, 80, 80, 80, now 90 would it go 100. I've got a bit of 90, 90, you want to jump in and take it to 100, you can. Now 100 would go 110, please. Now 100, 100, you want to jump in and take it to 110, there's 110, 110 would it go 120. I've got a bit of $110 looking for 120. Now 120 would go 130. Now 120, 120, any advance from 120 to 130. Will you take me to 130, please? Now 120, 120 going once. I've got 120, 120. You can jump in and take me to 130, though. 120, 120 twice. Sold 120 to our live auctioneers. Bidder, lot 201, Wedgwood Caneware Group, a tea service featuring Rosso Antico sprig decoration produced in the bamboo pattern. 3 pieces of buff-colored caneware, stoneware with matte finish, including the lidded teapot, the lidded sugar bowl, and the cream jug, each vessel with the body resembling a cluster of bamboo stalks and having those great Rosso Antico sprigged ornamental decorations encircling the bodies. Now 70-70, any advance on 70-70 once. Now 70-70, want to jump to take it to 80, you can. 70-70 twice. Sold 70 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 202. Framed Wedgwood pottery ware examples, a display board with photos and descriptions of Wedgwood items, including the Portland vase and various jasperware pieces, having a label with the date of October 1970. Now 2020, any advance on 2020 going once. I've got a $20 bid. You can still better take it to 30 though. 2020 twice. Sold 22 our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 203. Wedgwood bone china hexagonal hand-painted bird vase in a very pleasing chinoiserie style, right? Hexagonal rim, central body with hand-painted naturalistic birds on branches with raised impasto gilding. The neck and the foot finished with cobalt blue ground and imbricated gold scale pattern. Now $90 in advance on 90. 90 once. 90 twice. Sold 90 to our Lion and Unicorn. Bidder lot 204. Wedgwood Michael Dillon hand-thrown studio pottery vase, produced 1970 by the Australian ceramicist Michael Dillon, with a wide bulbous body, prominent horizontal throwing rings that narrow sharply at the shoulder to a slender waisted neck and having a broad flared rim. And it's sitting on a short pedestal base with a flared foot. The drip style reminiscent of Tenmoku techniques. Now 325, any advance 325 to 350. I've got 350 to 375. Now $350 over 370. Now 375 would go for. I have a bid of $375. Will you take me to 400, please? Now 40 to 425. I've got a bid of 400 over 425. Now 425 would go 450. Now $425 looking for 450 to advance. Will you take me to 450, please? 425 once. I've got 425. You can still jump in and take it at 450, though. 425 twice. Sold 425 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 205, Wedgwood stoneware low relief flower decorated vase, produced in an ovoid form with a short neck, circular rim, and featuring a mustard yellow ground with hand-painted foliate and floral patterns. Decoration having bold scrolling leaves in olive green and brown. And then I've got a bit of 60, now 60 to 70, interspersed with orange tone blossoms and blue-gray berries. Now 60, any advance from 60 once, 60 twice. We'll sell for 60 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 206, Wedgwood yellow glazed stoneware bottle vase in a very striking high gloss mustard yellow glaze with a very, very interesting modernistic bulbous pear-shaped form that tapers to the narrow neck and having a slightly flared rim. Having all the correct details, the provenance label from the Rubin collection. Now 70 would go 80, and it's a nice size too. It's 14 inches tall. Now 80 would go 90. I've got 90 would go 100, please. I've got a bit of $90 now. 90 would go 100. Any advance on 100? 100 would go 110, please. I've got 110 would go 120. Now $110. Will you take me to 120, please? Now 120 would go 130. I've got a bit of $120 over 130 to advance. Any increase from 120? Do I hear 130 from you, please? Now 130 would go 140. I've got a bit of $130. Now 130 would go 140. Any advance on 130? Will you take me to 140, please? Now 130 going once. I've got 130. You can still jump in and take me to 140, though. 130 twice. Sold 130 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 207, Wedgwood variegated glazed ceramic bottle vase, featuring a bulbous globular form that tapers into a slender flared neck and sitting on a short integrated foot, finished in a high gloss variegated marbleized glaze with these great organic swirls in ochre, russet cream, and dark brown and chocolate brown. I like it. $70 now. 70 go to 80, please. I have a bid of $70 now, looking for 80 to advance. Will you take me to 80, please? 70 is my bid going once. I've got 70. You can still jump in and take me to 80, though. 70, 70 twice. Sell it for 70 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 208, Wedgwood creamware double handle vases. Classic rounded forms, each with flared rims, and these great round bodies, short-footed bases, the shoulders having applied loop handles that extend to the rims, and they're finished overall in a smooth, uniform cream glaze. And I've got a bid of 100, now 100 with 110, please. Now $100, $100, you want to take it to 110, you can. 100 going once. 110, would it go 120? I've got 110, 110, any advance from 110 to 120, 110 going once. Now 110, 110, you can still jump in and take me to 120 though. Now 120, would it go 130? I've got a bit of 120, any advance from 120 to 130, will you take me to 130, please? Now 120 going once. I've got 110, now 130, would it go 140? I've got a bit of $130, any increase from 130, will you take me to 140, please? Now 130, 130 going once. I've got 130, 130. You can jump in and take me to 140, though. Any advance to 140 from you? 130, 130 twice. Sold 130 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 209, Wedgwood Queensware ceramic mercury trough. Very interesting creamware shaped vessel, trough shaped vessel from the Rubin collection, identified as a mercury trough, featuring an elongated shallow body, tapering to a pointed spout at one end. Now 130, would you go 140, please? I've got 130, 130, any advance from 130, 130 going once. 130 twice. We'll sell it for 130 to bidder. Oh, I'm sorry, we are at 150. Sorry, 150, 160. I've got 150, any advance now 160, would you go 170? Also having the dealer label for a provenance, mercury trough that dates to the mid to late Victorian period, mid-Victorian, 1870. Very nice piece. Now 200, we do 225. I've got a bit of $200, looking for 225 to advance. Any increase on 200, 200 is my bid. You can jump in and take it at 225 though. Now 200, 200 once, 200 twice. We'll sell for 200 to our bidder at Lion and Unicorn, lot 210, Wedgwood Renaissance Revival candlestick holder, produced early 20th century in the Edwardian period, 1905. Lobed four-sided base embellished with molded scroll work, hand-painted green foliate accents. The stem having this intricate pierced open work with molded cherub heads. $50 now, 50 was 60. Now 60 would go 70. I've got a bit of $60 looking for 70 to advance. Now 70 would go 80. That's a nice size too, 10 inches tall. Underside of the base has a number of identifying marks with it. $80 now, 80 would go 90. Now 80, 80, any advance from 80 to 90, will you take me to 90, please? I've got 80, 80 going once. Now 90 would go 100. I've got a bit of $90 looking for 100 to advance. Any increase on 90, will you take me to 100, please? Now 100 would go to 110. I've got a bit of $100 looking for 110 to advance. Any increase from 100, do I hear 110 from you, please? Now $100, now 110 would go 120. I've got a bit of $110 looking for 120 to advance. Any increase on 110, will you take me to 120, please? Now 110 going once. I've got 110, 110. You can still jump in to take me to 120. 110, 110 twice. Sold 110 to our live auctioneers bidder, lot number 211. Wedgwood hand-painted porcelain miniature plaques featuring cherub forms. The figural design set against the plain white ground with small tufts of grass and flowers at their feet. And each plaque housed in a silver-toned metal frame, two of the frames having integrated wire easel stands. Now $70, now 70 would go 80. I've got 80 would go 90, please. Now $80, any advance on 80, 80, 80, will you take me tonight? Now 90 would go 100. I've got 100 would go 110. Now $100, any advance from 100 to 110, 110 would go 120. I have a bid of $110 for 120 to advance. Any increase on 120, now 120 would go 130. I have a bid of 120, now 130 would go 140. Now $130, any increase from 130, will you take me to 140? Now 140 would go 150. I've got a bid of $140 looking for 150, now 150 would go 160. Now $150, will you take me to 160, please? Any advance on 150, 150 going once? I've got 150, 150, want to take me to 160, you can. 150, 150 twice. We'll sell 150 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot number 212, Wedgwood gravy boat. Gravy, don't gravy me, baby. Fruit and bow motifs, cream-colored earthenware,
reeded texture, molded, hand-painted decoration, produced mid to late Victorian, 1870s. Now $50 any advance on 50 to 60. I've got a bit of 50 any advance on 50, 50 going once. Now 50 twice. We'll sell at 50 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 213, do we have an absentee bidder on this perhaps, or a phone bidder? On lot 213, the Wedgwood 18th century antique game pie dish and lid.
Jeff?
Do we have a phone bid?
Me?
Yep.
We have a buff-colored unglazed stoneware piece, Wedgwood caneware, the oval base with the relief molded fluted rim that gives it a look of pie crust. The interior having the yellow tinted lead glaze so that you could have functional use. Now 200 would go 225, and you've got all these great details to the underside, including the California collections at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art 1976 exhibition. Also a silver foil label for the Rubin collection. Now 275 would go 3. I have a bit of 275 looking for 300. Now 3 would go 325. I've got a bit of 300 over 320. Now 325 would go 350. I have a bit of $325 looking for 3. Now 350 would go 375. Now $350 looking for 375. Now 375 would go 4. I've got a bit of $375 looking for 400 to advance. And increase from 375. Now 4 would go 425. I've got a bit of $400 looking for 425 to advance. And increase from now 425. Now 425 would go 450. Just a wonderful piece of 18th century caneware produced in the 1700s. Now 475 during the likely during the era of one of the King Georges. Now 5 would go 550. I've got a $500 bill of 550 to advance. Now $500 holding steady. Any advance from 5 to 550. Lid decorated with that open relief diamond lattice or smock pattern. A fantastic piece of antique over 200 years old. Now 500 over 550. Now 550 would go 6. Produced in the 1700s. Now 6 would go 650. I've got a bit of 600 over 650 to advance. And increase from 600. Wonderful piece of functional caneware. Now 600 going once. I've got a 600 bid. You want to jump in and take it to 650? You can. 600, now 650. Thank you to our phone bidder. Now 650 would go 7. I've got a bit of 6. It's really a nice piece and a very, very nice antique piece. I've got 7 would go 750. Now $700 over 750 to advance, produced in the 1700s. This piece is older than, well, as old, possibly older than America. Now 700, any advance from 7 to 750. 700 holding steady and going once. Now $700. You want to jump in and take it to 750? You can. 700 twice. We'll sell 700 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 214, Wedgwood creamware figural sweetmeat dish. From the Rubin collection, we've got the seated male figure in the 18th century attire with a wide-brimmed hat and his waistcoat. And he's holding this basket with a rope twist rim, and that is what functions as the sweetmeat holder. Now 170 would it go 180. I've got 170, any advance 170 going once. Now 170 twice. Sold 170 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 215 Wedgwood butterfly and floral platter, antique piece, charger or platter, 13 inches across, hand enameled colors, the background having intricate all over white on white scrolling foliate designs, and these great polychrome butterfly and floral sprig decorations over the surface there of the well. Now $90, now 100 will go to 110. I've got a bit of $100 over 110 to advance. Any increase on 100 going once. Now 110 would go 120. I've got a bit of $110 over 120 to advance. Any increase on 110. You want to take it to 120? You can. 110 going once. 110 twice. Sold 110 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 216, Wedgwood Etruria Queensware dessert plates, a pair of fine cream-colored earthenware Queensware. Central hand-painted fruit still life designs, one with plums and a pear, the other with peaches and cherries. And having the correct hand-painted details for A.J. Burks, Arthur J. Burks. Now 50 to 60. I've got $50 now, 50 any bands from 50 to 60. Early 20th century, just under 100 years old, around 1928 they were produced. $50 any bands on 50. 50 once,
50-50 twice. Sold 50 live auctioneers. Bidder lot 217 Wedgwood Green Veronese. Tableware, pitcher covered dish, and small plate. Finished in this uniform green glaze and having black stylized geometric borders near the upper rims and silver colored platinum luster accents to the rims and handles. Underside of each one has the Wedgwood marks in green. Now $80 any advance on 80, 80, 80, 80. You want to take it to 80, take it to 90, you can. I've got a bit of $80 now, 80 would go once. I've got $80, but you want to take it to 90, you want to jump it to take it to 90, you can. Now 80, 80 twice. Sold 80 to our live auctioneers. Bidder, lot 218 Wedgwood pottery plates, both from the Rubin collection, one decorated in the marigold pattern with the cream glazed earthenware body, central brown transfer painted stylized floral motif medallions, and then the second one produced in the Austrian secessionist style with green and black geometric and floral motifs on a cream ground. You know, this Austrian secessionist, right around that very striking Art Nouveau style. Now $40 80 advance on 40, 40, 40, 40 once, 40 twice. Sold 40 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot 219 Wedgwood brown transferware hot water warming plate in the Nankin pattern, mid-19th century. Chinoiserie style, right? Because, Nankin or Nanking, as it were. Hollow-bodied vessel with a deep interior reservoir filled with hot water through the aperture in the wide rim that keeps the food warm during the service, during the dinner service. Very nice. Having all the correct details and the pattern name Nanking, produced circa 1960. Now $40 any advance on 40. 40, 40 once, 40, 40 twice. Sold 40 line and unicorn bidder lot number 220 Wedgwood lidded porcelain sauce boat and underplate lidded sauce boat, produced around 1800. Very nice late 18th century, early 19th century piece, teapot with a low-waisted oval body, high-arched scroll handle, short upward curving spout. Now 50 80 advance from 50, 50, 50 going once. 50, 50 twice. We'll sell at 50 to our lion and unicorn bidder lot 221 Wedgwood porcelain cabinet plate. Produced late 19th, early 20th century. Collection labels for the Dean and Mary Rockwell collection, along with the Rubin collection label. Central gilded motif of a flower basket. And I've got no bids. You can take it for $20 right now. Do I hear $20 from you? Will you take it for $20 now? 20 go 30. I've got 30 go 40. I've got a bit of $30 over 40 to advance. Now 40 go 50. Now $40. Will you take me to 50, please? Any advance on 40, 40, 40 going once. Now 40, 40. You want to jump in and take it to 50? You can. 40, 40 twice. We'll sell at 40 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 222 Wedgwood ceramic pot, coffee pot, creamer, sugar bowl. Featuring the mark for F.W. Quist of Esslingen, Germany. Silver-plated mount stamped with that mark. You got the tall coffee pot, the small creamer, and the sugar bowl, all produced in a very pleasing modernist style. Now $100 now, 100 go 110, please. The each piece constructed with the squared ceramic body and having that white glaze and silver-plated metal mounts around the rims and the shoulders. I like that. Now $100 in advance on 100, 100 once, 100 twice. Sold for 100 to our lion and unicorn bidder lot 223. 42-piece Wedgwood bone china tableware black keystone service produced by the designer Susie Cooper. Part of the Rubin collection, decorated with black transfer Greek key meander form borders on the white ground. And a nice service for 8, including 8 dinner plates, 8 salad plates, 8 bread and butter plates, 8 cups, 8 saucers, a creamer, and a covered sugar bowl. Sugar. Sugar bowl having the flat lid with a solid black finish and a white circular ring handle. Now 200 now, 2 to go 225. I've got a bit of 200 over 225 to advance. Will you take me to 225? Now 225 to 250. Now 250 to 275. I've got a bit of 275 to 3. Now 3 would go 325. I have a bit of 325 would go 350. Now 350 to 375. I've got a bit of 375 would go 4. Now 4 would go 425. I've got a bit of 400 would go 425 to advance. Any increase in 425 would go 450. I've got a bit of 425. Any advance to 450. 425 is my bid, holding steady. You can still take it to 450 though. Now 425 once. I've got 425. You can still take it to 450 though. 425 twice.
Sold 425 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 224, Wedgwood Art Deco earthenware pitcher with a faceted bulbous octagonal form, short flaring neck, scrolling handle accented by a decorative thumb rest, hand-painted overglaze with a vibrant orange ground on the lower body, having thin vertical black lines, wide band of stylized floral and foliate motifs. Now 60, would it go 70? I've got a bit of 70, would it go 80? Now $70, any, now 80, would it go 90? I've got a bit of $80 looking for 90 to advance. Any advance from 80, 80, now 90, would it go 100? I've got a bit of 100, would it go 110? Now $100, any advance from 100? I've got $100 holding steady and going once. Now 100, 100, will you take me to 110, please? 100, 100 once. Now 100, 100, now 100, now 110, would it go 120? I've got a bit of 110, any advance from 110 to 120, will you take me to 120, please? Now 110, 110 once. I've got 110, 110 twice. We'll sell for 110 to our invaluable bidder. Pardon moi. Lot number 225, we've got a double-handled, footed, lidded sugar bowl with a painted elk head design, cream-colored porcelain body decorated with horizontal blue and gilt bands, and an armorial crest with an elk head emerging from a coronet or a crown within the gilt oval frame to both the body and lid. $60 now, 60 would go 70. Also having various collections, provenance labels for both the Skinner Auction House, the Cantor collection, and the Rubin collection. Now $80, any advance on 80. 80 is my bid. I've got 80. Will you take me to 90? 80 once.
90.
Now 90 would go 100. I've got a bit of $90 for 100 would advance. Any advance from 90, now 100 would go to 110. I've got a bit of $100 for 110 to advance. Will you take me to 110, please? Now 110 would go 120. I've got a bit of 120. Would it go 130, please? Now 120. Any increase from 120? Will you take me to 130? Now 120. 120 once. I've got 120. 120. You could jump in and take it to 130 still, though. 120. 120 twice. So 120 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 226. Wedgwood Caneware Demi-Tasse Cup and Saucer. A pair of sets. So I guess 4 pieces, 2 pairs. 2 pairs in a partridge tree or something. This in the dianthus pattern. Art Deco, very cool pattern. Cylindrical coffee cups. They call them cans, but I wouldn't call something made of porcelain a can. Matching circular saucers, buff-colored caneware bodies with that really, really striking finish. And I've got a bit of 30 now. Would it go 40, please? Both sets having that very stylized Art Deco aesthetic with hand-painted orange flowers. I've got 40 now. 40, would it go 50? Any advance on 40, 40, will you take me to 50, please? 40, 40 once, 40, 40 twice. Sold 42 our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 227, Wedgwood and Vittoria Barleston Ranunculus pattern cup and saucer set. The ranunculus, I know that that's named after a flower, but it doesn't sound very attractive. Let us go plant ranunculuses. I don't know why. But very nice. And these are beautiful, and I love the way that the transfer print. You want to jump in and take them both for 20? Take them for 20 right now. They're yours for 20. I've got no bids. Take them for 20. 20 bucks right now.
20.
I got 20. Thank you. That's 20. Go 30. Now $20 in advance from 20 to 30. You take it to 30. 20, 20 once. I've got a $20 bid. You want to take it to 30? You can. 20, 20 twice. Sold 20 to our live auctioneers bidder. Thank you kindly. Lot number 228, Wedgwood Cup and Fruit Bowl, aesthetic movement pearlware design, 3 pieces with the earthenware cup and saucer and the aesthetic movement pearlware dessert plate. Wedgwood Cup and Saucer, hand painted with autumnal leaves. And then you've got that aesthetic period pearlware dessert plate with radiating panels in orange and purple luster. $20 in advance on 20. The Ruby Collection plate, that plate is a mid-Victorian period, 1855. Now $20 in advance on 20, 20, 20 once, 20 twice. Sold 20 Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 229, Wedgwood British Royals commemorative plates and mug, 3 pieces, including a matte black ceramic mug by Norman Wilson commemorating the Prince of Wales, now King Charles III's 1969 investiture as Prince of Wales at Carnarvon Castle. Also having two bone china plates depicting Prince Charles, now King Charles's wedding to the late then Lady Diana Spencer, right? $40 in advance on 40, and then Princess Diana of Wales afterwards known as. Now $40 in advance on 40, also known as the mother of the future king. Any odds of 40, you don't need me to tell you that though. $40, 40, 40, 40 in advance on 40, 40 once, twice. So 40 to our live auctioneers bidder, lot 230. Yadro, Spanish porcelain carousel boy figurine depicting little boy on a carousel, holding on for dear life. Jose Pucci, a little boy in a sailor suit on a carousel horse. Very kind of cool, fun, nostalgic piece. 110, now 110, would you go 120, please? I've got a bit of 110, now 110, in advance, 110, 110 once. Yep. 110, would you go 120, now 120, would you go 130? Now 120, and it's a nice piece too, 15.5 inches tall. Now 120, 120 in advance from 120. You want to take it to 130, you can. Now 120, 120 once. 120, 120 twice. You want to jump it to take it to 130, you can. 120 thrice. Sold 120 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 231, Yadro Hummingbird limited edition figurine with a little hummingbird, a hummingbird on a branch form landscape base with all these great floral details. And he is drinking the nectar from that white floral element. Now 350 to 375. I've got a bit of 350 now, 375 would go 4. And increase on 375, 375, 375, now 4 would go 425. I have a bit of 400, won't leave for 4, now 425 would go 450. Accompanied by the original certificate of authenticity as well. Now 450 would go 475. And 475 would go 5. I've got a bit of 475, we'll give her 500, now 5 would go 550. Now $500, we'll give her 550 to advance. Will you take me to 550? 550 goes 6. I've got a bit of 550, we'll give her 600 to advance. Any increase on 550, 550 once. Now 550, you can jump in and take me to 600. Now 6 would go 650. I've got a bit of 600, we'll give her 650 to advance. Will you take me to 650, please? Now 600, 600 once. I've got 600, 600, you can still jump in and take me to 6. Now 650 goes 7. I've got a bit of 650, we'll give her 700 to advance. Do I hear 700 from you, please? Now $650, 650 going once. I've got 650, 650. Do you want it for 7? You can take it for 7. 650, 650 twice. Sold 650 to our line of unicorn bidder, lot 232, Yadro Goddess and Unicorn porcelain figurine, a reclining female figurine with a kneeling white unicorn. This having all the correct details to it, and it's a nice size too, 13 inches long. Now 650 would it go 7. I've got a bit of $650 for 700 to advance. Now 650, 650. Will you take me to 700, please? Now 650 going once. I've got a bit of 650, 650. Will you take me to 700? Do I hear 700 from you, please? 650, 650 twice. Sold 650 to our live auctioneers bidder. And on that note, let's take a short break and to give you a chance to stretch and regroup in your private auction space. Come back with more of our exceptional Palm Beach Oceanfront estate sale here at Lion and Unicorn. Stay with us. And welcome back. Thanks so much for staying with us through the break for our exceptional Palm Beach Oceanfront estate auction here at Lion and Unicorn. Right now, lot number 233, Ladro Capriccio pink flower basket figurine, designed with a dark brown wicker style texture, two small integral handles, and you've got these three detailed porcelain roses with multiple layers of petals and a single green leaf. Absolutely gorgeous. $50 now, 50 was 60. I've got a bit of 50 now, 50, 50. Any advance on 50, 50 once? Now 60 would go 70. I've got a bit of $60 now, 60, 60. Any advance from 60? You want to take me to 70? You can. 60, 60 is my bid. I got 60, 60 going once. Now 60, 60. Will you take me to 70? Now 70 go to 80. I've got a bit of $70 now, 70, 70. Will you take me to 80? Do I hear $80 from you, please? Now 70, 70 going once. I've got 70, 70. You can still take me to $80 though. 70, 70 twice. Sold 70 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 234. Yadro porcelain lattice flower basket from the Caprichos collection, featuring the light blue basket, body with intricate pierced lattice or lace texture, having this high braided handle, very, very, very pleasing to look at. In the interior, having these hand-applied floral porcelain elements. Now 130, would you go 140, please? I've got a bit of 130, 130 down, 140, go 150. Now 140 down, 150, 160. I've got a bit of 160, would it go 170, please? Now 170, would it go 180? I've got a bit of 170, I was looking for 180 to advance. Now 170, 170, any advance from 170, 170 going once. Now 170 twice. So 170 to our live auctioneers, bidder lot 235, Yadro forest-born porcelain figurine depicting a figural group with a mother deer and fawn in a very loving pose, nuzzling each other. Very tender, executed in the grès or matte style, earthy color palette with a lot of naturalistic colors, browns, tans, creams, and just a really nice design there. Also covered by the original box. Now 80 would go 90. I've got a bit of $80, any advance on 80, 80, 80 going once. Now 80, 80, you want to take it to 90. Now 90 would go 100. I've got 90, 90, you want to jump in to take it to 100, you can. 90, 90 is my bid. Do I hear 100 from you, please? Now 90, 90 once. I've got 90, 90. Do I hear 100 from you? 90, 90 twice. Sold 90 to our live auctioneers, bidder lot 236, Yadro porcelain flower basket figurine. Wicker style basket with pink and yellow floral accents, having the Yadro back stamp. Now 90 would go 100. I've got 100 would go 110. Now $100. Now 110 would go 120. I've got 110, 110. Any advance? Now 120 would go 130. I have 120, 120, would it go 130, please? Any advance on 120, 120? Will you take me to 130, please? Now 120, 120 going once. I've got 120, 120. You can still take me to 130, though. 120 twice. Sold 120 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 237, Yadro lady porcelain figurine. Looks like possibly a lady in a religious habit, perhaps. Or she's got, well, maybe not a religious habit, but she is wearing some sort of mantilla or headscarf over her head. That's why I thought maybe she might have been a nun or a Mother Superior. And lots of cool details along with it, but there's more like floral accents to it, so probably not a nun. $40, any advance on 40, 40, 40 once? But she is very insular regardless. She might even be living in a monastery for all we know. She's just not a nun. $40, any advance on 40, 40 once, twice. Sold 40 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. 237, I'm sorry, lot number 230. You got a little Yadro figural group here called Sweet Dreams. Little boy in a reclining position with his pillow to his back, and he's got a little puppy dog, actually three puppies, two in his arms and one of them reclining on his leg. Very cool. Accompanied by the original box, too. Now 50, 50, any advance on 50, 50 once, 50, 50 twice. Sold for 50 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 239, Yadro porcelain clown with trumpet figurine, Harlequin style, female figure leaning against a pedestal with a cloth drape, and she's got her eyes are closed. She's got a thoughtful expression, and she's got a trumpet in her hand too. Now $60. Now 60 to 70. I've got a bit of $60. Any advance on 60? Now 70 to 80. I have a bit of $70 now, 70, 70, any advance on 70, 70 once. 70, 70, you could jump in to take it to 80 though. 70, 70 twice, let's sell for 70 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 240, Yadro Nature Boy figurine with the original box, produced by Antonio Ramos, depicting a little boy in a bunny-eared onesie or costume, and he's sleeping. This reminds me of one of the Lost Boys from the Peter Pan cartoon, right? Didn't they have like kind of onesies like that? Anyway, I don't know, maybe not. high gloss glaze, soft color palette. I got no bids. Take it for $20 right now. Will you take it for 20? I've got 20. Thank you. There's 20. Would it go 30? I have a $20 bid now. Thank you so much. Now 20 go 30. Now 30 go 40. I have a $30 bid. I'm looking for 40 to advance. Now $30, 30. Any advance from 30, 30 to 40? 30, 30 once. I've got a $30 bid. Any advance from 30 to 40? 30, 30 twice. Sold 30 live, to Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 241, we've got the Valencian Dreams figure, little boy, retired figure in a sort of ethnographic Valencian sort of a peasant costume, as it were, checkered headscarf, and he's sleeping, taking a little nap, reclining, resting on a, I suppose on a cushion or blanket. $50, any advance on 50, 60 would go 70. I've got 66, you want to take it to 70, you can. 60, 60 is my bid now, 60, 60 once. 60 twice, we'll sell for 60 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 242, Yadro, I Love You Truly. Figural group depicting lovers, a bride and groom dancing at the wedding. Very nice, I like that. A full-length white gown, he's wearing a sort of the Edwardian style overcoat. I don't know that he's particularly Edwardian though, he just looks like he's wearing the coat. And it's coming by the original Yadro box too, can't beat that. $50, 50, any advance on 50, 50, 50 once. I got 50, 50, you could jump in to take it to 60 though. Now 60 would go 70. I've got a bit of 60, 60, you want to jump in to take it to 70, you can. 60 is my bid, do I hear 70 from you please? Now 60, 60 once. I've got a bit of 60, 60, you want to take it to 70, 70, you can. 60, 60 twice. We'll sell for 60, Lion and Unicorn, home team bidder. Lot 243, we've got the Ragamuffin seated figurine in a Harlequin patterned suit, lavender and blue diamonds. This is designed to be, set on a bookshelf or something, with the legs dangling over the side. The little clown hat topped with a little fluffy pom-pom style decoration. Now $40, any advance on 40, 40, 40 once. 40, 40 twice. We'll sell at 40 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 245, Yadro Society plaques, produced for the Yadro Collector Society. One rectangular matte bisque porcelain bas-relief plaque with Don Quixote and bearing signatures very likely from members of the Yadro family, if I'm not mistaken. And then the other one has got this great glazed porcelain plaque with the bird details and very nice pieces. $20, any advance on 20, you want to take it for 30, you can. 20 once, 20, 20 twice. Sold 20, Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 245, Kaiser bisque porcelain nude figurines produced by Wolfgang Gawantka for AK Kaiser Porcelain in the mid-20th century, West Germany, standing nude female, and also a seated male figure in a contemplative pose, also referred to as meditation. And I've got a bit of 50 now, 50, 50, what do you go 60? Any advance on 50, 50, 50 once, 50, 50 twice. Sold 50 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 246, Oceanfront, limited edition porcelain figure depicting the legendary Enrico Caruso, the early 20th century tenor. Hey, Pagliacci! Designed by Hans Achtzeiger for a Oceanfront, commissioned by the Metropolitan Opera Guild in 1981, depicting Caruso as Canio from Leoncavallo's opera Pagliacci. Pagliacci. That's all I got. $40, any advance on 40? Very cool details. And this is a nice old piece. Only 5,000 of these were produced. This is number 98 in that edition. I've got a bit of 40 down, 40, 40 once, 40 twice. Sold 40 live auctioneers bidder. Lot 247, Royal Dalton figurines, a group of 4, the clown, the schoolmarm, taking things easy, and lunchtime, various details and HN numbers. Nice little group. $30 now, 30 go 40. I've got a 30 bid. When you jump in to take it to 40, you can. 30, 30 once, 30 twice. Sold 30 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 248, Wedgwood bronze enameled porcelain figurine, Olivia. Female figure, standing pose, cream colored gown, gold laced bodice, and she's got a wide brimmed hat with ribbons. And very cool. Name Olivia painted to the bottom. Lots of labels for provenance, including the Ruby collection. Now 90-90, any advance from 90 to 100. I've got a $90 bid. You want to jump in and take it to 100? You can. 90-90 once, 90-90 twice. Sold 90 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 249. Wedgwood Polar Bear figurine by John Skeeping. Art Deco figurine produced late 1920s. The polar bear sort of leaned over, possibly looking at his reflection in the water or maybe staring at a fish that he's about to very nice style with that Art Deco aesthetic, high-class cream glaze. Now 80-80, any advance from 80 to 90. Want to jump and take it to 90? You can. 80-80 once, 80-80 twice. We'll sell for 80 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 250. Norman Rockwell pieces, including a hand-painted figure titled Celebration, which depicts Rockwell at the Liberty Bell, draping a red ribbon with the words "Happy Birthday" across the top. Very cool. Also having a white bisque fine China membership plaque produced by Dave Grossman Designs. $60. When I get a bid, 60 would it go 70. Now $60 any advance on 60, 60, 60 once. 60 twice. We'll sell it 60 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 251. Gorham Norman Rockwell Bone China Four Seasons winter figurines, hand-painted miniature figs from the gift world of Gorham, inspired by Rockwell's Four Seasons illustrations, each one fine bone china, matte bisque finish with hand-painted details. And you've got A Boy Meets His Dog from a 1958 illustration, a snow sculpture from a 1969 Rockwell piece, Gay Blades from a 1948 illustration, and Downhill Daring from a 1949. Very nice. I have no bids. Take them all for $20 right now. Will you give me 20? I've got nothing to do right now. Jump in and take it for 20 right now. All of them for $20. You want them for 20, they're yours for 20. Take it for 20 right now. 20 would go 30. I've got a bit of 20 once. Now 20. Any advance from 20 to 30, 20 twice. Sold 20 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Thank you so much. Lot number 252, Bonnie Porter, sign numbered porcelain ballerina figurine on a wooden base. Dance, ballerina, dance. Seated pose with a sculpted base designed to resemble a purple and pink fabric form. And she's got off-the-shoulder bodice, a lot of details. This was produced in a small edition. Only 5 of these were produced. This is number 2 in that edition. No bids. Take it for $20 right now. You want it for 20? It's yours for 20. Take it for 20. Do I hear 20 for you? Jump in and take it for 20 right now. All right, let's move on to lot number 253, Bonnie Porter Bisque Porcelain Clown Children figurines from the Performance Series, matte finishes mounted on wooden or integrated bases and all having little clown costume details. $40 in advance on 40. One of them includes the certificate of authenticity. Now $40 in advance on 40, 40 once, 40 twice. We'll sell at 40 to our live auctioneers bidder, lot 254, Japanese Hakata Bisque Geisha dolls, maidens of Shiki Ori Ori, summer and fall. Part of the limited edition series titled Maidens of Shiki Ori Ori. 2 issues, one the Peony Maiden of Summer and Maple Leaf Maiden of Fall, both hand-painted, unglazed bisque ceramic originating from the Fukuoka region of Japan. Now 60, would it go 70? I've got a bit of 60 now, 60 any advance from 60, 60, 60 once. This is accompanied by the certificate of authenticity also. Now 70 any advance on 70, 70, 70 once. I've got a $70 bid. You can jump in to take it for 80 though. Now 80, would it go 90? I've got a bit of $80. I need advance from 80 to 90. Will you take it to 90, please? Now 80, 80 once. I've got an $80 bid. You can take it, jump in and take it to 90 though. 80, 80 twice. Now 90, would it go 100? I've got a bit of 90. Now 90, any advance from 90 to 100. Will you take me to 100, please? Now 100, will go to 110. I've got a bit of $100 looking for 110 to advance. Do I hear 110 from you, please? Now 110, would it go 120? I've got a bit of $110 looking for 120 to advance. Now 120, would it go 130? Now $120, will you take me to 130, please? I've got a bit of 120. Any increase from 120, will you? Do I hear 130 from you? 120 once. Now 120, 120. Any advance from 120? You could jump in and take it to 130 still. 120, 120 twice. Yep. Now 130, would it go 140? I've got a bit of $130 looking for 140 to advance. Any increase from 130, 130, 131 going once. I've got 140, would it go 150? Now 140, 140, will you take me to 150, please? I've got 140, 140. You can still jump in and take it to 150, though. 140, 140 once. I've got 140, 140. Do I hear 150 from you? Yep. 150, would it go 160? I've got a bit of $150 looking for 160 to advance. 150, 150, now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bit of 160, now 160, 160. Will you take me to 170, please? 160, 160 is my bid. Do I hear 170 from you?
160, 160 once. I've got a bit of 160. You can still jump in and take me to 170, though. 160, 160 twice. Let's sell 160 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 255. Lalique French goblets, a pair of them in the Langaise or Langaise pattern. Tulip form bowls, short stems with molded vertically ribbed melon-shaped knops and flat circular foot, both having the Lalique France etched signature to the underside. Now 160, what do you go 170? I've got a bit of 160, now 160, any advance from 160 to 170. Will you take me to 170, please? 160, 160 going once. I've got a bit of 160. You can still come in and take it for 170, though. 160, 160 twice. Sold 160 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 256, Lalique crystal goblets in the Langaise pattern. Wide rounded bowls, short stems with deeply ribbed frosted knops, and both goblets terminating in plain flat foot or feet, engraved with the Lalique France signature as well. Now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bit of 160 now. Any advance from 160? 160 is my bid. You could jump in and take me to 170, though. 160, 160 now. 170, would it go 180? I've got a bit of $170. Will you take me to 180, please? 170, 170 going once. I have a bit of 170. Any advance to 180 from you? 170, 170 twice. Sold 170 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 257, Baccarat. Wine glasses, French crystal in the Messina pattern. Deep polished vertical wedge cuts to the bowls, tapering to points and integrated facet stems that flare to ribbed circular feet. I've got a bit of 110 now. Would it go 120, please? Now 120, would it go 130? I've got a bit of $120 now. 120, 120. Will you take me to 130, please? 120, 120 going once. Now 120, 120. Any advance to 130? 120, 120 twice. Sold 120 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 258, Baccarat. I'm sorry, this is Herond, Hungarian porcelain in the Chinese bouquet raspberry pattern. This is the hand-painted lidded tureen. Footed oval tureen domed lid with a branch-style handle, applied three-dimensional porcelain roses and leaves. Now 550, what do you go 6? I've got a bit of $550 looking for 600 to advance. And increase from 550, 550 going once. Now 550, you can still jump in and take me to 600. 550, 550 twice. Sold 550 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 259, Herond hand-painted oval platter, Chinese bouquet raspberry pattern. Also called the Apogny Purpur pattern, hand-painted monochrome decoration in raspberry purple with the Chinese-style peony motif to the center. Now 110, would it go 120, please? I've got 110, 110, any advance from 110, 110 going once. Now 120, would it go 130? I've got a bit of $120. I was looking for 130 to advance. Will you take me to 130, please? Now 130, would it go 140? I've got a bit of 130, looking for 140 to advance. Now 140, would it go 150? I have a bit of $140. Will you take me to 150, please? Now 150, would it go 160? I've got a bit of $150, looking for 160 to advance. Now 160, would it go 170? I have a bit of 160. Will you take me to 170, please? Now 170, would it go 180? I've got a bit of $170, looking for 180 to advance. Any increase from 170, I hear 180 from you, please? Now 180, would it go 190? I've got a bit of 190, would it go 2? Now $190, now 2, would it go 225? I've got a bit of $200, looking for 225 to advance. Will you take me to 225, please? Now 225, would it go 250? Now 225, now 250, go 275. I've got a bit of 250, now 275, would it go 3? I have a bit of $275, looking for 300 to advance. Will you take me to 300, please? Now 275 once. I've got 275, any advance, 2, now 3 would go 325. I've got a bit of $300, looking for 325 to advance. Any increase from 3 to 325, do I hear 325 from you, please? Now 300 once. I've got 325, would it go 350? I've got a bit of $325, do I hear 350 from you, please? Now 325, 325, any increase from 325 to 350? 325, 325 once. Now 325, 325, you can still try to take me to 350 though. 325, 325 twice. Sold 325 to our bidder at Invaluable. Nicely done. Lot number 260. Hungarian porcelain round platter in the Chinese bouquet raspberry pattern, or a pony pink, with a central hand-painted stylized floral bouquet in raspberry pink overglaze, and having a very pleasing scalloped rim with a gilt stripe to
the edge, molded basket weave texture as well throughout. $100 now, 100 go 110, please. I've got a bit of 100 down, 100 and advance, 100, 100, 110. 100 going once, now 110, we'll do 120, now 120, go to 130. I've got a bit of 120, 120 and advance, 120 to 130. Will you take me to 130, please? Now 120, 120 once. I've got 120, 120, any advance from 120, 120, 120 twice. Now 130, would it go 140? I've got a bit of 130, any increase from 130 to 140, will you take me to 140, please? Now 130, 130 once. I've got a bit of 130, you can still jump in to take me to 140, now 140, would it go 150? I've got a bit of 150, would it go 160? Now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bit of 170, would it go 180? Now 180, would it go 190? I've got a bit of 190, would it go 2? Now $109 over 200 to advance, now 2 to go 225. I've got a bit of 200, looking for 225 to advance. Now $200, any now 225 would go 250. I've got a bit of 225, any advance from 225, will you take me to 250? Now 250, there we go. 250 or 275. I have 250 holding steady, 250, 250, will you take me to 275, please? Now $250 going once. I've got 250, 250, you want it for 275, take it for 275. 250, 250 twice. We'll sell 250 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 261, Hungarian porcelain lidded tureen in the Chinese bouquet raspberry pattern. Tureen or vegetable dish, covered vegetable piece, oval form, opposing scrolling handles with a matching domed lid topped with a lidded finial. Body and lid having the molded basket weave pattern around the rims. Now 130, would he go 140? I've got a bit of 140, would he go 150, please? Now 140, 140, will you take me to 150? 150, would he go 160? I've got a bit of 160, would he go 170, please? Now 160, 160, will you take me to 170? I've got a bit of $160, any advance from 170, would he go 180? I've got a bit of $170 looking for 180, now 180, would he go 190? Now $180, will you take me to 190? Now 190, would he go 2? I've got a bit of $190 looking for 200, now 2 would he go 225. I have $200, any advance from 2, now 225, would he go 250, now 250, go 275. I've got a bit of 250, now 250, any advance from 250, will you take me to 275, please? $250 is my bid, I got 250, you want to jump in and take it to 275, you can. 250 once, now 250, now 275, would he go 3? I've got a bit of 275, now any advance from 275, will you take me to 300, please? 275 is my bid, now 325. I've got a bit of 300 now, any increase from 3 to 325, 300, 300 once. I've got 300, 300, you can still jump in to take me to 325 though. 300 is my bid now, 300, 300 twice. Sold 300 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 262, Heron hand-painted Hungarian porcelain 4-slice toast server in the Rothschild bird pattern. Fine white porcelain, 5-arched scalloped dividers mounted to a rectangular tray base, having 2 gilded handles to opposing sides, produced in the very popular Rothschild bird pattern. Now 120, 120, would he go 130? I've got a bit of 120 now, any advance from 120, 120 once. Now 120, you want to take me to 130, you can. 120 twice, sold 120 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 263, Heron Hungarian porcelain hand-painted Chinese bouquet raspberry dinner plates, a pair of them in that Chinese bouquet raspberry pattern, also called the Apony Pink, each one crafted in white porcelain, decorated with hand-painted central peony-style floral sprigs, and you've got those great scalloped edges with a nice generous gilt stripe to the rim, molded basket weave texture to the border too. Now 28, now 120, any advance from 120 to 130. I've got 120 once. Now 130, would he go 140? I've got a bit of 130, now 130, any advance from 130, 140, 140, would he go 150? Now $140, $104, any advance from 140, will you take me to 150, please? 140, 140 once. Now 150, would he go 160? I've got a bit of 150, now 160, would he go 170? 160, 160, will you take me to 170, please? Now 160, 160 once. I've got a bit of 170, would he go 180, please? Now 180, would he go 190? I've got a bit of 190, looking for 200 to advance. I'm sorry, 180, sorry, looking for 190 to advance. Now 180, any advance from 180, 180 going once. Now 180, 180, you want to take it to 190, you can. 180 twice, sold 180 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 264, Heron hand-painted porcelain pieces. We got a 2-cup teacup and saucer sets, each one with a demi-tasse cup. This one looks like it's also in that Chinese bouquet raspberry pattern, I think. Having 24 karat gilt highlights as well. Now 110, any advance on 110? 110, holding steady and going once. Now 120, would it go 130? I've got a bit of 120, any advance from 120, 120 going once. 120, 120, any advance from 120 to 130, 120 twice. Sold for 120 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot 265, Heron Hungarian porcelain covered dishes with handles in the Rothschild bird pattern. Hand-painted covered porcelain dishes, decorated in the Rothschild bird pattern with bird pairs, and then having these great scrolling handles accented with molded details, and the lids topped with the porcelain bird finials. Very nice. 225 now, 225 to 250. I've got a bit of 225. We'll give her 250 to advance. Any increase on 225, 225 once. 250 go 275. I've got a bit of 250. We'll give her 275 to advance. Any increase on 250, 250 going once. Now 250, 250. You could take me to 275 though. 275 would go 3. I've got a bit of 275 now. We'll give her 300 to advance. Any increase from 275 now 3 would go 325. I have a bit of 300 now. Will you take me to 325, please? Now $300. $300 is my bid. Any increase from 3 to 325, 300 once. Now 300. You can jump in and take me to 325, though. 300 twice. Sold 300 to our invaluable bidder, lot 266. Heron Hungarian porcelain place setting in the Chinese bouquet raspberry or Apony pink pattern, featuring 5 pieces, including a dinner plate, a soup bowl, salad or dessert plate, teacup, and saucer. Now 130, would it go 140? Underside of each piece having the Heron factory marks. Now 140, would it go 150? I've got a bit of 140, now 150, would it go 160? I've got 150, 150, any advance for 150, will you take me to 160, please? Now 160, 160, would it go 170? I've got a bit of $160 now, any advance now 170, 170, would it go 180? 180, 180, would it go 190? I've got a bit of $180, any advance from 180, will you take me to 190, please? Now 180, 180, any advance from 190, now 190, would it go 2? I've got a bit of $190 for 2, now 2 would go 225. I've got a bit of $200 looking for 225 to advance. Any increase from 2 to 225, 225 would go 250. I've got a bit of $225 looking for 250 to advance. Any increase from 225, will you take me to 250, please? 225 now, 250 would go 275. I've got a bit of $250 looking for 275 to advance. Now 275 would go 3. I've got a bit of $275 looking for 300 to advance. Will you take me to 300, please? Now 275, any increase from 275, 275, 275 once. Now 275, you want to take it to 300, you can. 275, 275 twice. Sold 275 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 267, Heron hand-painted porcelain place setting in the Apony purple pattern or Chinese bouquet raspberry pattern. Apony purpur, there we go. Plates and bowls having the scalloped edge embossed basket weave relief pattern to the borders, and again featuring a dinner plate, a salad or dessert plate, a soup bowl, a demi-tasse or coffee or teacup, and a matching saucer underplate. Now 150 would it go 160, 160 would it go 170, 170 would it go 180. I've got a bit of 170 now, any advance from 170 to 180, will you take me to 180, please? 180 would it go 190. I've got a bit of $180, any advance from 180, 190 would it go 2. I have a bit of 190 now, 2 would it go 225, now 225 would it go 250. I've got a bit of 225 looking for 250, now 250 would 275, 275 would go 3. I've got a bit of 275 now, any advance from 275, will you take me to 300, please? Now 270, now 3 would go 325. I've got a bit of 325 now, would it go 350? Now $325 looking for 350 to advance, will you take me to 350, please? Now 325 going once. I've got a bit of 325. You could still jump in and take me to 350. 325 twice. Sold 325 to our invaluable bidder, lot 268. Heron hand-painted porcelain pieces in the Chinese bouquet pink pattern, also known as the Apony pink, featuring essential floral sprays, gilded scalloped edges, and nice gilt accents throughout. This one again includes 5 pieces: the dinner plate, the salad plate, the soup bowl, the coffee or teacup, and matching underplate saucer. 140 would it go 150.
I've got a bid of 140, now 150, would it go 160? Now $150, any advance from 150, now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bid of 170, would it go 180? Now $170, will you take me to 180, please? Now 180, would it go 190? I have a bid of $180, looking for 190, now 190, would it go 2? Now $190, will you take me to 200, please? Now 2 would it go 225. I've got a bid of 200, looking for 225 to advance. Any increase from 2 to 225, will you take me to 225, please? Now 225, we go 250. I've got a bit of 225. Now 250, would it go 275? I've got a bit of 250, looking for 275 to advance. Will you take me to 275, please? Now 250, 250 once. I've got 250, 250. You can still jump in to take me to 275. 250, 275, would it go 3? I've got a bit of 275 now, 275, 275. You want to jump in to take me to 3? You can. 275, 275 once. I've got 275, 275. Will you take me to 300, please? 275, 275 twice. Sold 275 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 269, Heron hand-painted Chinese bouquet raspberry or Aponier purpur pattern plates and pieces, including the dinner plate, the soup bowl, the salad plate, the demi-tasse or a teacup, and the matching saucer with all the correct details and wonderful colorway and applied details, gilt accents as well. Now 150, would it go 160, please? I've got 160, would it go 170? Now $160, any advance from 160 to 170, would it go 180? I've got a bit of $170, looking for 100, now 180, would it go 190? I've got a bit of 180, any advance from 180 to 190, will you take me to 190? Now 190, would it go 2? I've got 190, 190, looking for 200 to advance. Now 2, would it go 225? I've got 200, 200, will you take me to 225, please? Now 200, 200, will you take me to 225? Do I hear 225 from you? Now 200 going once. I've got a bit of 200, 200, you want to jump in and take it to 225? You can. 225, would you go 250? I have a bit of 225 looking for 250 to advance. Will you take me to 250, please? Now 250, go 275. I've got a bit of 250 looking for 275 to advance. Will you take me to 275, please? 250, 250 once. I've got 250, 250. You can still take me to 275, though. 250, 250 twice. Any increase to 275, now's the time to do it. Sold 250, live auctioneers bidder. Lot 270, Hermes Mosaic O24 gold porcelain presentation plate, produced in that Mosaic O24 gold pattern. Geometric mosaic tile pattern in tones of gray and white to the rim. Ochre yellow tile borders and the central medallion having the H emblem in that mosaic style design. Now 150 to 160. I've got 160, would it go 170? Now 170, would it go 180? I've got 180, would it go 190? Now $180 looking for 190, now 190, would it go 2? I've got 2, would it go 225? Now $200, will you take me to 225, please? Now 200 going once. I've got a $200 bid, you want to jump in and take me to 225? You can. 200, 200 twice. We'll sell 200 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 271, Hermes Mosaic O24 gold porcelain presentation plate. Produced with that mosaic tile design in ochre and gray with the broad mosaic rim framed with gold tone bands and the central mosaic H medallion. Nice size, 12.5 inches in diameter. Now 120, would it go 130? I've got a bit of $120 over now 130, would it go 140? I have 130 down 140, would it go 150? Now 140 down 150, would it go 160? I've got a bit of 160, would it go 170, please? Now 170, would it go 180? I've got a bit of 180, would it go 190, please? Now 190, would it go 2? I have a bit of 190, now 2, would it go 225? I have a bit of $200 now, will you take me to 225, please? Now 200 going once. I've got 200, 200, you can still jump in to take me to 225? 200, 200 twice. Sold 200 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 272, Hermes Mosaic O24 gold porcelain salad plate in that Mosaic O24 pattern. Geometric mosaic shades of ochre, yellow, gray, and white highlighted with gold tone tiles. And that central circular medallion with the Hermes logo and the horse-drawn carriage above the stylized letter H. Now 150 to 160, please. I've got 150, 150. Will you take me to 160, please? Any advance from 150, 150, 150 once? Now 150, 150 twice. Sold 150 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 273, Hermes Mosaic O24 gold porcelain salad plate. Produced in that Art Deco-inspired geometric mosaic pattern in shades of ochre and yellow.
with the metallic gold tone tiles, and the center medallion having the carriage logo to the center with the H logo. 120 any advance, the H letter icon. Now 120 any advance on 120, 120 once, 120, 120 twice. So now 130, would he go 140? I've got a bit of 130, now 130, would he go 140, please? Now 140, would he go 150? I have a bit of $140 looking for 150 to advance. Now 140, 140 going once. Now 150, would he go 160? I've got a bit of 150 now. Any advance on 150, 150. You can jump in and take it to 160 right now. 160, would he go 170? I've got a bit of 160, 160. You want to take it to 170, you can. 160, 160 going once. I've got 160, 160. Any advance to 170, this is the time to do it. 160, 160 twice. We'll sell 160 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 274, Hermes Mosaic 24. Gold porcelain dinner plate, geometric mosaic motif in ochre and gray with those gold tone tile accents. Having all the correct details for it. This one 11 inches in diameter. Now 120, would he go 130? I've got 130, would he go 140? 140, would he go 150? Now $140, will you take me to 150, please? 140, 140 going once. I've got 140, 140, you want to take it to 150, you can. 140, 140 twice. Will 150, would he go 160? I've got a bit of 150, 150, you want to take it to 160. Do I hear 160 from you, please? Now 150, 150 once. I've got 150, 150, you want to take it to 160? You can. 150, 150 twice. So 150 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 275, Hermes Mosaic 24 gold porcelain dinner plate. The pattern inspired by the Art Deco mosaic flooring at Hermes flagship store at number 24, hence the mosaic 24, the mosaic at 24 of 24, at the 24 Rue de Faubourg Saint-Honoré en Paris. Yeah. Now 130 any advance, 130, 140. 130, 130 going once. I've got 130, 130, now 140, would he go 150? Now 140, 140, will you take me to 150, please? 140, 140 once. Now 140, 140, do I hear 150 from you, please? 140, 140 twice. So 140 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 276, Hermes Mosaic 24 gold porcelain bread and butter plate. Sophisticated mosaic design with small gray and white squares arranged in concentric rings. The center having that ochre colored medallion with the Hermes H emblem. Now 110, would he go 120, please? I've got 110, 110, any advance from 110. Now 130, would he go 140? 140, would he go 150? I've got 150, would he go 160? Now 150, 150, 150, would he take me to 160? 160, 160, would he go 170? I've got a bit of 160, 160. Any advance from 160, will you take me to 170, please? Now 160, 160 once. I've got 160, 160 twice. You can still jump in to take me to 170, though. And we'll sell 160 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 277, Hermes Mosaic 21 gold porcelain bread and butter plate. Gray and white mosaic ground pattern with the design accented by the central ochre and gold-toned mosaic medallion. 140, would he go 150? 150, would he go 160? I've got a bit of 150 now. Would he go 160, please? Any increase from 150, 150 once? Now 150. You can still jump in and take it to 160, though. 150 twice. So 150 to our Lion and Unicorn. Bidder lot 278, Hermes Mosaic 24 gold porcelain soup bowl. Shallow well, wide rim decorated with the gray and white mosaic pattern and bordered by the orange ochre band with gilded edges. And it looks like, I don't have any bids. You could take it for $50 now. Now 100, would go 110. 110, would he go 120? I've got a bit of 120, would he go 130, please? Now 130, would he go 140? I've got a bit of 140, would he go 150? Now 150, would he go 160? I have a bit of $150, now 160, would he go 170? Now 170, would he go 180? I've got a bit of $170 now. Any advance from 170? Will you take me to 180, please? Now 170 going once. I've got 170, but you can jump in and take me to 180. 170 twice. Sold 170 to our Lion and Unicorn. Bidder lot 279, Hermes Mosaic 24 gold porcelain soup bowl. Art Deco style gray and white mosaic grid rim framed by orange and gold tone borders with that central horse and carriage and letter H medallion. 130 any advance, 130, 140, would he go 150? I've got 150, would he go 160? Now $150, will you take me to 160, please? Now 150, any advance from 150, 150 going once. Now 150, 150, any increase from 150, you want to take it to 160, you can. 150, 150 twice. So 150 to our Lion and Unicorn. Bidder lot 280, Hermes stainless steel travel cutlery set, 4 pieces in the simple pattern. Stainless steel brushed satin finish with a minimalist modern design, all having the correct marks on it, including a dinner fork, a salad fork, a dinner knife, and a spoon, having the orange fabric storage roll with individual slots. Now, if 140, would you go 150, please? I've got a bit of 140 now, 140. Will you take me to 150? Now 150, would you 160? I've got a bit of $150, looking for 106. Now 160, would you go 170? Now 170, would you go 180? I've got a bit of 180, would you go 190? Now $180, now 180, 190, would you go 2? I've got a bit of 190. Any advance from 190 to 200? Will you take me to 200, please? 190, 190 is my bid going once. I've got 190, 190. You want to jump in to take it to 2? You can. Now 2 would go 225. I've got a bit of 200 now. Do I hear 225 from you, please? Now 200, 200. Any increase from 2 to 225? 200, 200 once. I've got a bit of 200. You want a 225? Would you go 250? I've got a bit of 225 now. Any advance from 225 to 250? Will you take me to 250, please? Now 225, 225. Any increase from 225, 225, 225 once. I've got 225, 225. Do I hear 250 from you, please? Now 225, 225 twice. Any advance from 225? Will you take me to 250, please? And we're going to sell 225 to our live auctioneers bidder, lot 281. Villeroy and Bosch, Old Amsterdam porcelain serving set, produced in the Old Amsterdam or Old Amsterdam pattern. Vitro porcelain, a durable vitreous porcelain, and the decoration having a colorful folk art floral motif with central bouquets of orange, yellow, and blue blossoms. Now $60, any advance on 60. 60, 60 once. I've got a bit of $60. You can still jump in to take me to 70, though. 60, 60 twice. Sold 60, live auctioneers bidder, lot 282. Porcelain and fine bone china pieces, including Adderley dish and MZ Austria ramekins, various tabletop accessories from European makers. Square-lobed dish with scalloped gilt rim, central floral decoration with the Adderley fine bone china England mark in the chrysanthemum pattern. Also 4 vertically ribbed porcelain ramekins with gilt rims and polychrome floral sprays, and a porcelain menu board with name card set with easel back menu stand and small place card holders. Very cool. $20, any advance on 20, 20, 20 once. Now 2020, you want to jump in a ticket to 30, you can. 2020 twice. Sold 20 live auctioneers bidder, lot 283. Limoges Charles Ahrenfeld Normandy pattern tableware, 74 pieces, tableware set in the very highly regarded Normandy pattern. Floral sprays in pink, blue, and white, and you've got a large number of pieces here, including 8 dinner plates, 10 salad plates, 10 bread and butter plates, 12 soup bowls, 10 small berry bowls, and 12 cups and saucers. Very, very nice. Now 200, I got 2 to go, 225. I've got a bit of $200 over 225, now 225, to go 250. I have a bit of 225, now looking for 250 to advance. Any increase from 225, 225 once. Now 225, 225, you want to jump in a ticket, 250, you can. 225, 225 twice. Sold 225 to our live auctioneers bidder, lot 284. Silver-plated grapevine basket, Victorian style Rococo revival, a silver-plated metal vessel with a lobed bowl that's decorated with intricate repoussé, and chased grapevine motifs, including fruit clusters and vine leaves. Now 70, 70, any advance on 70 now, 80 would go 90. I've got a bit of $80 now, 80, 80 would go 90. Any advance from 80, will you take me to 90, please? Now 80, 80 once. I've got 90, would go 100. I've got a bit of $90 looking for 100, now 100 would go 110. I have a bit of 100, will you take me to 110, please? Now 100, any increase from 100, 100, 100 once. Now 100, 100 twice. We'll sell for 100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 285. Burke's Sterling silver-footed sauce boat, produced in the style of King George, the reign of King George II, dated 1755. Oval, boat-shaped body, wide, flared pouring spout, and a gadroon, that's easy for me to say, gadrooned rope twist rim fitted with a leaf-capped flying scroll handle. Now 350 to 375. I've got a bit of 350 now. Any advance from 350, 350? Will you take me to 375, please? Now 350, 350 once. 350, 350, any advance from 350, 350 twice. Sold 350 for our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 286. 17 assorted metal pieces, including a James Deacon and Sons silver-plated cruet set, along with a small copper pan and utensils. The collection includes the silver-plated egg cruet stand produced by James Deacon and Sons of Sheffield, designed with a central scroll form carrying handle and a footed scalloped base. Also includes several large serving spoons, teaspoons, a long-handled spoon, a 3-tine fork, a pickle fork, and a marrow scoop. Lots of cool details here. 286 also having a miniature copper saucepan with a straight brass handle and a thinned or plated interior. Now 30, any advance on 30, 30, 30 once, 30, 30 twice. Sold 30 live auctioneers, bidder lot 287. Reed and Barton silver plate harlequin pattern serving utensils. Multi-motif set, die-stamped floral decorations to the handles. The collection includes a large serving ladle with a simple scroll end handle, a small sauce ladle with an ornate floral handle and scalloped bowl, a pointed spoon with a shell form bowl and a floral handle, and a 3-tine condiment fork. I've got a bit of 20 now, 20 with 30, also a 2-tine lemon fork. Now 2020, any advance on 2020 once, 20 twice. Sold 20 live auctioneers, bidder lot 288. The artist Ross Nader in an offhand blown jewel tone glass wall platter sculpture produced by the American glass artist Dr. Ross Nader. Striking piece with this great offhand glass blowing technique with a dramatic jewel tone palette and an asymmetrical form. 150, what do you go 160? I've got a bit of 150 now, 150, we'll go 160. Any advance on 150, 150 once. Now 150, you could take it to 160 though. 150 twice. Sold 150 to our bidder number 7162.
No, we're at 160.
I'm sorry, we're at 160. We're looking for, I've got 160, would you go 170 please? Any advance on 160? Any advance on 160, 160 once? We'll sell it 160 twice, 160 to our lion and unicorn bidder. Lot 289, very, very nice wall platter by the contemporary glass artist, Dr. Ross Nader. Very cool glass blowing methodology called solo offhand, which has a very dramatic jewel tone palette in aqua, cobalt, amethyst, and orange tones as well. Now 160, would you go 170, please? Signed by the artist, along with additional details to the underside. Now 160, any advance for 160, 160 once. Now 160 twice, we'll sell it 160 to our lion and unicorn bidder, lot number 290. Steuben clear art glass dish. Modernist form, hand-formed sculptural scroll handle with a snail form motif. Heavy, colorless, transparent glass with high optical clarity. And it's got a nice diameter about, let me see, how big is that? I guess 9 inches, right? $70 now, 70, would you go 80? I've got a bit of 70 now, 70, 70 once. 70, 70 twice. We'll sell it for 70 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot number 291, Steuben footed bowl, dated 1981, flared circular form, thick-walled construction, supported by 3 large rounded lug-style feet. Now 60 would go 70. I've got 70 would go 80. I've got a bit of 80 would go 90. Now $80, any advance on 80, 80, 80 once. Now 90 would go 100. I've got a bit of 100 would go 110, please. Now $100, any advance from 1 to 110, 110 would go 120. I've got 120 would go 130. Now 130 would go 140. I've got 140 would go 150. Now 140, 140, any advance from 140 to 150, 140, 140 is my bid. You can still jump in to take it to 150 though. 140, 140 once, now 150 would go 160. I've got a bid of $150 for 160 to advance. Any increase from 150, 150, 150 once. Now 150, 150. Do I hear 160 from you, please? 150, 150 twice. Sold 150 to our live auctioneers, bidder lot 292. Seguso Arte Vetro hedgehog sculpture, very cool. A clear glass internal decoration of controlled air bubbles known as the Bulacanti technique. Represents the animal's quills. The head and pointed snout having a contrasting dark charcoal or smoked glass. Very nice whimsical piece there. I've got 110 would go 120. Now $110 over 120 to advance. Now 120 would go 130. I've got a bit of 130 would go 140. Now $130, will you take me to 140, please? Now 130, any advance from 130, 130, 130 once. Now 130, 130, will you take me to 140? Now 140, we go 150. I've got 150, 160.
Now 150, 150, 150. Will you take me to 160, please? 150, 150 going once. I've got 160. Would it go 170? Now 170. Would it go 180? I've got a bit of 170, 170. Any advance from 170 to 180. Will you take me to 180, please? Now 180, 180. Would it go 190? I've got a bit of 190. Would it go 2? Now $190. Any increase from 190 to 200. Will you take me to 200, please? 190, 190 once. I've got a bit of 190. You can still jump in and take me to 200. 190, 190 twice. So 190 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 293. Lalique French crystal bear figurine. Frosted clear lead crystal. Bear in a walking pose. His head facing slightly downward. Maybe he's looking at his reflection in the ice. Or maybe he's looking down at a fish who has thus far evaded him. Now 150, would it go 160, please? Now 160, would it go 170? I've got 170, would it go 180? Now 180, would it go 190? I've got 190, would it go 2? Now 2, would it go 225? Now 225, would it go 250? I've got a bit of $225 now, looking for now 250, would go 275. Now $250, looking for 275 to advance. Any increase from 250, will you take me to 275, please? Now 250, 250 once. I've got 250. You could jump in and take me to 275, though. 252, now 275, would it go 3? I've got a bit of 275 now. Any increase from 275, will you take me to 300, please? Now 275, 275 once. I've got 275, 275. Any advance from 275 to 300 from you, please? Now 275, 275 twice. Sold 275 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 294. Lalique frosted crystal bull figurine. Bull in a dynamic bucking pose, known as the Vuelta model or design. Matte frosted body, polished highlights. Now 70, would it go 80? I've got a bit of $70 now, looking for 80 to advance. Now 80, would it go 90? I've got a bit of 90, would it go 100? Now $90, now 100, would it go 110? I've got a bit of 110, would it go 120, please? Now 110, would it go 120? Now 120, would it go 130? I've got 130, would it go 140? Now $130, any advance from 130 to 140, will you take me to 140? Now 140, would it go 150? I've got 150, would it go 160? Now $150, looking for 160 to advance, will you down 160, would it go 170? I've got 170, would it go 180? Now 180, would it go 190? I've got a bit of 190, would it go 2? Now $190, now 2, would it go 225? I've got a bit of 200, looking for 225 to advance. Do I hear 225 from you, please? Now 200, 200 going once. I've got 200, 200. You can still jump in and take it to 225, though. 200, 200 twice. Sold 200 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 295. Lalique frosted lion figurine depicted in a seating pose. Flowing textured mane with very nice muscular anatomical details, having the correct Lalique signed details to the underside. Now 180, now 190, would it go 2? I've got a bit of $109 over 200 to advance. Now 2, would it go 225? Now 225, would it go 250? I've got 250, would it go 275? Now $250, now 275, would it go 3? I've got a bit of 275, now looking for 3, now 3, would it go 325? I've got a bit of 300 now 325, would it go 350? I've got a bit of 350, would it go 375? Now 350, will you take me to 375, please? Now 375, would it go 4? I've got a bit of 375, looking for 400 to advance. Any increase from 375 to 4? Do I hear 400 from you, please? Now 40 to 425. I've got a bit of $400 over 425 to advance. Any increase from 4 to 425? 425 would go 450. I've got a bit of $425 over 450. Now 450 will 475. I have $450 looking for 475 to advance. Any increase on 450, 450 once. Now 450, you can still jump in to take me to 475. 450 twice. Sold 450 to our live auctioneers. Bidder, let's take a short break and come back with more of our exceptional Palm Beach Oceanfront estate sale here at Lion and Unicorn. Stay with us.
And we are back with our exceptional Palm Beach Oceanfront Estate auction here at Lion and Unicorn. Back with lot number 296, Lalique frosted crystal seated cat figurine, textured coat details, frosted crystal figurine with the etched Lalique signature, and a nice size too. It's over 8 inches tall. Now 275, 275, but go 3. I have a bid of $275 over 300 to advance. An increase on 275, 275 once. 275 twice. Sold 275 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 297, Lalique frosted lion cub figurine, little figural group there with twin lion cubs cuddling side by side in the frosted crystal with rounded and smooth contours. $80 now. 80 would go for. Would go 90. I've got a bit of 80 now. 100 would go 110. 110 would go 120. I've got a bit of 120. Would it go 130, please? Now 130 would it go 140. I've got a bit of $130 over 140 to advance. Will you take me to 140, please? 130, 130 going once, 130 twice, so, 140, would it go 150? I've got a bit of 140, any advance from 140, you want to take it to 150, you can. 140, 140 going once, now 140, 140 twice, now 150, would it go 160? I've got a bit of 150, would it go 160, any advance from 160, 160, would it go 170? I've got a bit of $160 now, 160, 160, any advance from 160 to 170, 170, would it go 180? I've got a bit of 170, looking for 180, now 180, would it go 190? We've got a bit of $180 looking for 190 to advance. Now 180, 180, any advance from 180 to 190, 180, 180 once. Now 180, 180 twice. So 180 to our live auctioneers, bidder lot 298. Baccarat, French crystal modernist lioness figurine depicted in a reclining pose, late 20th century, with the correct acid-etched Baccarat mark to the underside, or Baccarat, if you prefer. $80 any advance on 80, 80, 80 once, 80 twice. We'll sell for 80 to our, do we have 90? We've got 90, got 90, would go 100. I've got a bit of 90 now, looking for 100 to advance. Now 90, any advance from 90 to $190 going once. Now 90, 90, you want to jump in and take it to 100, you can. 90, 90 twice. Sold for 90 to our live auctioneers, bidder lot 299. Franklin Mint, porcelain and crystal figurine produced for the American Wildlife Federation. Hand-painted porcelain tiger modeled in a crouching pose and mounted atop an irregular crystal landscape formation supported by a solid glass or crystal base and having all the correct details along with the country of our origination. It was produced in Portugal. Now 90 would go 100. I've got a bit of $90 for 100 would advance, 100 would go 110. I have a bit of $100 now. Now 110 would go 120. Now $110. Any advance from now 110 would go 120. Any advance from 110 to 120. 110 going once. Now 120 would go 130. I've got a bit of $120. Now 130 would go 140. Now $130. Will you take me to 140, please? Now 140 would go 150. I've got a bit of 150. Would it go 160? Now $150 looking for 100. Now 160 would it go 170. I've got a bit of 160. Now 170 would it go 180. I've got a bit of $170. I was looking for 180. Now 180 would it go 190. I've got a bit of 190. Would it go 2? Now 190. Any advance from 190 to 200? Do I hear 225 from you? Now 200 and now 225 would it go 250. I've got a bit of 225 now. Any increase now 250 would it go 275. I've got a bit of 250, 250. Any advance from 250 to 275? Will you take me to 275, please? Now 250, 250 once. I've got 250, 250. You can still jump in and take me to 275. Now 275 would it go 3. I've got a bit of 275 now. Now 275. Any advance from 275 to 300? 275, 275 once. Now 275, 275. You can take me to 300 though. 275, 275 twice. Sold 275 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder lot 300. We have a Christopher Radko St. Basil's Baubles glass Christmas ornament produced with a rich dual-tone body, cobalt blue, sky blue, inspired by the architecture of St. Basil's Cathedral. And this is a very traditional style a Christmas ornament, also having the Whitley collection details on it, and the year 2005. Now 90, would it go 100? I've got a bit of 90 now, 90. Any advance from 90 to 190 going once. 90 twice. Sold 90 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot number 301. Erte limited edition bronze sculpture titled Les Amants, the Lovers, by the limited edition bronze sculpture produced during the lifetime of Erte, the Russian-French Art Deco designer known as Herté Romain de Teltoff. Are his letters in French, RT. I always say that if he came to America, he wouldn't have been Ertie, he would have been Artie. RT, Artie. Hey, Artie, get that limited edition sculpture in the back. This one, a very cool figural group with lovers in kind of an interesting dynamic dance pose, I guess, right? 1100 now, 11, what do you go, 12. And this one was produced in 1980 during the lifetime of Herté. Nice size too, almost 19 inches tall. 1200 8 advance on 12 to 13 is produced in a limited edition. Only 300 of these were ever produced during Herté's lifetime. 1200 8 advance on 12, 12 going once. Now 1200, you can still jump in to take it to 13. 12, 12 twice. Sold 1200 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 302. We got a bronze sculpture of a horse titled Gin, a very famous horse of the 19th century, produced in the style of the 19th century French school. This produced after the original by the renowned French animalier artist Pierre-Jules Manet, the spirited Arabian horse named Gin, with its head turned sharply on this great landscape base, modeled in a trotting style pose, and it's signed to the leg with the P.J. Manet sign. Now 110, any advance from 110, 110 going once. Now 110, you want to jump in to take it at 120, you can. 110, 110 twice. Sold 110 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 303. Bronze sculpture by the Hungarian-American artist George Gach, titled "The Race," two thoroughbred race horses in an action pose, running, really showing the speed mounted by two jockeys and produced in that impressionistic style. Now 800, I got a bit of 800, we'll go to 850. Any advance on 800, 800 going once. Now 800 twice. We'll sell for 800 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 304. We got a bronze sculpture draped female figure by the artist Harry McCormick. Graceful nude pose. The head tilted back with a bare torso and having this ruffled skirt. I guess it's a semi-nude figure, then maybe, right? The hem of the garment having a relief motif of butterflies or floral elements, and you've got all the correct details, including the Harry McCormick mark. I wonder if Harry McCormick was any relation to Mark McCormick, because he's a sculptor also. I don't know, just wondering. 110 in advance, 110 would go 120. Not that it's not a common name. I have a hat from the McCormick estate, so and I use McCormick seasoning, so let's not go crazy. 120 in advance on 120, 120, 130 would go 140. That's a nice size too. 19 inches tall, very nice modernist piece. Now 140, what do you go 150, 150, 160, or postmodernist if you prefer. 150, any advance on 150, 150 once. Now 150, 150 twice. Now 160, what do you go 170. I've got a bit of $160 for 170 and 170, what do you go 180. I have a bit of 180, what do you go 190, please. Now $180, any advance 190, now 190, what do you go 2. I've got a bit of $190 looking for 200 to advance. Now 2 to go 225. I've got a bit of 225. Would he go 250? Now $225 looking for 250 to advance. Any increase from 225, 225 once. Now 225 twice. We'll sell for 225 to our sale room bidder, lot 305. Isidore Margulies, a bronze sculpture titled Joan 1. Realist style, a seated nude female figure with a bobbed hairstyle and bangs. And she is seated on a cushion, right, that floats above the base. Kind of interesting. Limited edition, these were produced in 1980. Only 15 of these were produced. This is number 10 in that edition, and it is a nice size. 20 inches, it's 21 inches tall, almost 2 inches, almost 2 feet tall. 850, I got a bit of 850. You gonna take me to 900? All right, let's move on to lot number 306, Isidore Margulies' bronze sculpture. This one titled Debbie 2. Realistic figural bronze work. Debbie 2, produced in 1980 in almost a life-size, very, very tall, 71 inches tall, it's almost 6 feet tall, depicted in a relaxed pose. And I've got a bit of 11, would it go 12? Now $1,100, having this very cool detailed hairstyle and a very interesting expression overall. You want to jump in and take it at 12? You can. All right, let's move on to lot number 307. John Hollowchuck a limited edition bronze sculpture titled On Point, stylized nude female figure in a dynamic dance pose, cast bronze, rich brown patina in motion, and it is presented on a square-cut dark green marble base. Nice size too, over 2 feet tall, 25.5 inches. Now 275 would go 3. I've got a bit of 275 now, lever 300 to advance. 275 once, now 275 twice, now 3 would go 325. I've got a bit of 300 now, lever 325 to advance. Any increase from 3 to 325, 300 once, now 325 would go 350. I've got a bit of $325 over 350 to advance. Will you take me now? 350 go 375. I've got a bit of 350 over 375 to advance. Will you take me to 370? 375 would go 4. I've got a bit of $375 over 400. Now 4 would go 425. I've got a bit of $400 over 425 to advance. Now 425 would go 450. I have a bit of $425 over 450 to advance. Any increase from 425, 425 once. 425 twice, now 425 would sell, 425 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 308, Kenneth Hari, a modernist bronze sculpture. Abstract postmodernist design featuring a female torso with the faceless features, having a very interesting warm brown patina. And I have no bids right now. This was produced in a limited edition. Only 10 of these were ever produced. This is number 10 in that edition. Will you bid $50 on it? I've got no bids. You want to jump in and bid 50? Will you go to 50? Will you take me to 50, please? Any interest at $50? Will you open at 50? I'm looking for $50, having the impressed signature for the artist Hari. All right, let's move on to lot number 309. We've got a pair of antique neoclassical style gilt bronze table lamps with big cat feet and stork form finials, produced in the French Empire Revival or French neoclassical style. Cast brass or bronze components, each designed as a candelabra form with 5 scrolling arms supporting faux wax drip candle covers. Now 80 would go 90. I've got a bit of 80, 80, 80 in advance from 80 to 90, 80 once, 80 twice. Sold 80 Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 310. Life-size brutalist brass and copper sculpture of a Victorian gown. Very interesting. I'm looking at it right now. It's life-size form, looks as presented. Mixed media by the artist Lee Menichetti in 1995 for an exhibition titled Celebration in Palm Beach. And it is very cool with that kind of crimped style with the corset bodice, vertical ribbing. Looks very realistic. I mean, for a metal person to wear. But very cool, very modernist piece, and it'll fill a nice space too. 350 in advance on 350, 350 once. Oh, sorry about that. All right, let's move on to lot number 311. Larry Young, Strolling Woman, pink marble sculpture. I just looked at this too. Very cool modernist design titled Strolling Woman with an abstract form, highly polished pink marble in kind of a baluster form with a mid-century biomorphic abstraction, elongated fluid silhouette with anatomical features. And it's a nice size too, 21 inches. Produced in a limited edition. Only 5 of these were produced, and having additional details, including the Larry Young Robertson Gallery pamphlet booklet, too. $800, which features this work, Strolling Woman. Now $800 in advance on 800. All right, let's go on to lot number 312. Alfonso Redon, also known as Mas Plata, Panamanian artist of the 20th and 21st centuries. This is an original acrylic painting on canvas titled Notas Galácticas. Signed and dated on the reverso, having the artist's lower signature to the lower right. Artist passed just last year. Produced early 21st century. Now 70 in advance on 70, 70 in advance on 70, 70 once, 70 twice. Sold 70 live auctioneers. Bidder lot 313. Another original mixed media painting on board by the late artist, Panamanian artist Alfonso Rendon, also known as Mas Plata. Nice abstract details with fine point pen and ink line work, and it looks like there's various abstract figures. $90 in advance on 90, and now 90 once, 90 twice. We'll sell for 90 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 314. We had a cast bronze abstract sculpture with gold and brown patina titled La Paloma, produced 1989 in a limited edition of 225 by the Spanish artist Alvar Sunol Munoz Ramos, cast bronze with gold and brown patina, and having an interesting sight, a female figure holding a bird, or La Paloma, in her hand. Very cool. $900 now. 9 would go $950. I've got it at 900. 900. You want to take it at 950? You can. Do I hear 950 from you, please? Now 900. 900 once. I've got a bit of 900. 900. You still jump in to take it at 950 though. 900. 900 twice. Sold 900 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 315. We've got a 3D lenticular fine art print titled Curious, by the American artist Chris Dean. Humorous example, lenticular artistry, depicting one of those monkeys, right? That that wind-up monkeys, right? That plays the cymbals, I think. And there's a jungle surrounding it. Kind of a lot of interesting imagery there. Produced in a limited edition, only 40 of these. This is number 4. $50. Any advance on 50? 50 once, twice. Sold 50 live on Unicorn. Bidder lot 316. Original pencil sketch on paper, portrait of the icon Cher. Huge in how many decades? She's been huge since in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the aughts, the ones, and that's 7 decades. Doesn't get any better than Cher. You can jump in and take it for 50. This is an original pencil sketch, portrait of Cher. You want it for 50? It's yours. Take it for 50 right now. All right, let's move on to lot number 317. Ernesto Gutierrez, Peruvian original oil painting on jute, El Torero, a figural group depicting a bullfighting scene with a profusion of bullfighters. What's the matter, guys? It takes you 5 bullfighters to take 1 bull? Come on. 1600 is my bid now. 16 would go 17. I have a bit of 1600. Now you want to jump in and take it to 17? You can. 1600 is my bid going once. Now 1616, you want it for 17? You can take it for 17 now. 1616 twice. We'll sell 1600 to our live auctioneers. Bidder, nicely done. Lot 318. Ernesto Gutierrez, original oil painting on jute. This one depicting a French horn player with really interesting bold colors, and done in kind of a boterismo style, right? With sort of a more of a chunky style, figure, as it were, but reflecting those great Andean cultural folk art designs. 275 now. 275 advance on 275 to 3. Yep. I've got 3 to 325. I have a bit of 300 now. Looking for 325 to advance. At 300, 300 going once. Now 300. You can still jump in to take it at 320. Now 325 going. Now 325 we go 350. I've got a bit of 325, 325. We have 350 to advance. Will you take me to 350, please? Now 325 once. I've got a bit of 325. You can still jump in to take me to 350. 325, 325 twice. Sold 325 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 319, Harry McCormick. We have an original oil painting on canvas titled Jade in Spider Dress. Featuring a very interesting, realistic form of female figure reclining on a white sectional sofa with a great piece of art behind her and a lot of interior landscape details. I got a bit of 800 now, looking for 850 to advance. Having all the correct details, the reverse inscribed Harry McCormick, copyright 1982, with the artist's title. It's a very nice piece, too, 67 inches by 47 inches. Now 800, you want to take it 850, you can. All right, let's move on to lot number 320. We have a photographic print on plexiglass, limited edition, titled A Wonderful World, limited edition piece depicting many, many iconic pieces, lots of iconic personalities, including JFK, Muhammad Ali, Miles Davis, Princess Diana, Ronald Reagan, Martin Luther King. Now, 800, I got 8, Che Guevara, Elvis Presley, Stalin. I've got 800 looking for 850 to advance.
850.
Now 850 would go 9. I've got 850 looking for 900 to advance. Is that 850 online?
950.
I've got 950 would go 1,000. I've got 1,000. I've got 1,000 looking for 1,100 to advance. Now $1,000, will you take me? Also, Mick Jagger, Steve McQueen, David Bowie, Salvador Dali, John Lennon, Frederick, just a great grouping there of people. These sort of like, your fantasy dinner party, right? Everybody you want to have at that dinner party. $1,000 now holding steady. You want it for 11, you can take it for 11.
You want to do 1,100?
I've got a bit of $1,000. You can jump in.
1,100.
Now 1,100. Thank you so much. Now 11. Would it go 12? And it is a huge piece, 98 inches long, 98 inches. I've got a bit of 1,100 looking for 1,200 to advance.
I need 1,200.
I've got 1,100 looking for 1,200 to advance. Now 1,100. This is only 100 of these were produced. I have 12. Thank you. Now 12. Only 100 of these were produced. This is number 3 in that edition. I've got a bit of 12 looking for 13 to advance. You got James Dean sitting there next to Audrey Hepburn, Marilyn, Elizabeth Taylor in the front,
I'll need 13.
Princess Diana, JFK, and Jackie Onassis, Mikhail Gorbachev. Now 1,300, we go to 14. The Queen, Albert Einstein, Picasso. 1,300 is my bid out. 13, any advance from 13 to 14. 1,300 now. 13, 13. You want to jump in and take it to 14? You can. 1,300 once. Now 14, would it go 15? I've got a bit of 14 now. 14, 14. Want to take it to 1,500? You can. We've also got Margaret Thatcher in there, Ray Charles, Warhol, Brigitte Bardot. Now 14. Any advance from 14? 14. Now 15. What goes 16? I've got a bit of 1,500 now. 15, 15. You want to take it to 1,600? You can. Now $1,500. I got a bit of 1,500. You want to jump in and take it to 16? Now is the time for you to do it. 1,500 now. 16. We go 17. I've got a bit of 1,700. We go 18. Now 1,700. Bruce Lee is also in there. Pope John Paul II, Mother Teresa. We've got the Mahatma, George Michael, Barack Obama. I mean, come on. This is your fantasy dinner party. Winston Churchill. I say, Barack, will you please pass me something? 1,700. Any advance from 17? 1,700. I got a bit of 17. You want to jump in to take it to 18? This gorgeous historic and pop culture photo montage. Now 1,700, 1,700 going once. Now 18, would it go 19? I've got a bit of 1,800. You want to jump in to take it to 19? This is the time. Now 19, would it go 2? I've got a bit of 1,900 looking for 2,000. Malcolm X is in there. The names just go on and on and on. Nelson Mandela. Now 19, want to jump in to take it to 2,000. This is the time to do it. Sean Connery. Steve McQueen, how's it going? It's been a while, Steve. Now 19, any advance from 19 to 2,000? This is the time to do it. 19 once. I've got a bit of 1,900. You want it for 2,000? You can take it for 2,000.
Yep.
Now 2, would it go 2,100? I've got a bit of 2,000 now. Now 2,000. Do I hear 2,100 from you, please? Now $2,000. I got 2,000. Will you take me to 2,100? $2,000 going once. I've got 2,000, 2,000. You can still jump in and take it to 2,100 though. 2,000, 2,000 twice. Sold 2,000 to our bidder at Invaluable. Nicely done. That's a really nice piece there. Lot 321, we've got the Boxing Hall or Bobbick in the Ring, limited edition serigraph. Only 250 of these were produced. And it is signed by the late Leroy Neiman. Very cool, depicting the American heavyweight Dwayne Bobbick with handwritten annotations throughout, produced in 1972. And it says in the lower margin, the graphite inscription, Dwayne Bobbick, heavyweight fight with Russian, date 72, signed by Neiman. $100, just a really cool piece. $100 now, 100 any advance, 100 to 110, 100 once, twice, sold for 100 to our Invaluable bidder. Lot 322, we got a fine art pigment print signed and numbered by the artist Marina Abramovic, Serbian artist, entitled The Current. Very interesting, and this is, I've seen this work before, and it's actually, I guess it's a self-portrait of the artist in a crisp white shirt with additional details, and it's hand-numbered, an edition of only 300 of these were produced. Now 350, now 375, what do you go for? I've got a bit of 375, now we're at 400 to advance. Now 400 to go 425. I've got a bit of $400 over 425 to advance. Any increase on 400, 400 once. Now 400, you could jump in and take me to 425 though. 400 twice, now 425, would you go 450? I've got a bit of $425 over 450 to advance. Now 450 with 475. I've got a bit of 450, will you take me to 475 please? Now 450 going once, I've got 475, would you go 5? I have a bit of 5, would you go 550? Now $500 over 550 to advance. Any increase from 500 going once. Now 500, you could jump in and take me to 550 though. Now 550, would you go 6? I've got a bit of $550 over 600 to advance. Any increase now 6, would you go 650?
I've got a bid of $600 looking for 650 to advance. Will you take me to 650, please? Now 600 going once. 600, you can still jump in and take me to 650 though. 600 twice. Sold 600 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot number 323. We have a lithograph on paper titled Clown Girl by the American artist Mitch O'Connell. That's Mitch O'Connell, not McConnell, just to be clear. Clown Girl, very cool abstract pop art design. I mean, it's pop arty, but she looks a little scary, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's cool. I like her. We got the clowns, and it's cool. I mean, I like it, but it's got sort of an edge to it, if you know what I'm saying. And those clowns in the background, I wouldn't turn my back. No bid. Jump in and take it for $20 right now. It's a lithograph on paper. Take it for $20 right now. All right, let's move on to lot number 324. We have an original mixed media painting on paper, two-sided paintings actually, by the late Purvis Young, the very, very collectible outsider artist Purvis Young. This one, abstract composition, oil-based on found paper, and looks like it's got a truck on one side of it, and then the other side has got various, line, designs and the like. Now 190 would go 2. I've got a bid of $109 over 200 to advance. Now 2 would go 225. 200, any advance from 2 you want to jump into 225 would go 250. I've got a bid of 225 now, 225 would go 250. Any advance to 225 to 250, 225 once. Now 225 twice. Sold 225 to our live auctioneers bidder, lot 325. We have a carborundum etching, hand coloring, untitled, and signed by the artist Sandro Chia. Handmade paper, produced late 1980s, early 1990s in Paris. I've got a bit of 325 now, looking for 350. This is a very interesting figural group. You've got the male figure leading what looks like kind of a baby Hulk, sort of thing. Yeah. Incredible Hulk. Now 325, any advance, 325 to 350, 325 once. Nope, let's move on to lot number 326. We've got a poster, a early 20th century liqueur poster in a very nice size, for Tattinger's champagne, right? Not much else to say about it. Just a very, very iconic piece with an Art Deco style female being centered, her silhouette behind the glass there. Now $80 in advance on 80 once, twice. Sold 80 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 327, collection of art monographs, various artists including Urte Renoir and El Greco, various books, art history surveys in various binding styles. The largest volume is Urte, My Life, My Art. And I've got a bit of 50 now, 50 any advance on 50, 50 once, 50 twice. Sold 50 Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 328. Joseph Heller, Catch 22, a signed limited edition book, and it is signed by Heller himself, Franklin Library, produced 1978. I just recently watched, I forget where it was, but there was sort of an updated version of they took Catch 22, made it into a miniseries, and it was very good. I think I bought it. It was like a 10-episode miniseries. If I want to catch it on streaming, Heller's resounding indictment against the stupidity of war, amongst other things. $100 in advance on 100 once, 100 twice. We'll sell for 100 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 329. Franklin Library limited edition volumes, various authors and volumes, high quality full leather, including various titles: The Rector of Justin by Louis Auchincloss, The Trial by Franz Kafka, 5 comedies by Aristophanes, essays by Ralph Waldo Emerson, Faust by Goethe, Johann Wolfgang Goethe, and The Confessions of St. Augustine. Dear Diary, I ate more caramel tonight. I don't know if those were the kind of confessions St. Augustine had. It'd be kind of fun if they were, though. 130 is my bid. 130. I don't think he likes me. I'm jealous of him. Now 140, what do you go, 150? I've got a bid of $140 now. You want to jump at a ticket at 150, you can. 140 going once. Now 140, now 150, what do you want? 160. I've got a bid of $150 over 160 to advance. Any increase from 150, 150, 160, what do you want? 170. I've got a bid of $160 looking for 170 to advance. 160 going once. Now 160 twice. Sold 160 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 330, Franklin Library, 5-piece collection of books, including Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence, Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray, David Copperfield by Charles Dickens, Wuthering Heights by Emily Bronte, and Them by Joyce Carol Oates. The Them volume is signed by Joyce Carol Oates. I think she's still alive. I mean, she was very ubiquitous throughout, and then she did all those great collections of different other authors' works. But there you go. $80 now, 80 would go 90. I've got a bit of $80 now, looking for 90 to advance. 80 going once, 80 going twice. Sold 80 live auctioneers. Bidder lot 331, Franklin Library, a collection of 5 books, 100 Greatest Books of All Time series, featuring The Odyssey by Homer, Moby Dick by Herman Melville, Great Expectations by Dickens, Fathers and Sons by Ivan Turgenev, and Moll Flanders by Daniel Defoe, all books bound in full premium leather, varying shades, including blue and green and black. 120 now, 120, we'll do 130, please. I've got a bit of 120, 120 once. Now 120 twice. Sold 120 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 332, Franklin Library, collection of leather-bound books, from the 100 Greatest Books of All Time series, including The Tragedies of Sophocles, The Decameron by Boccaccio, Don Quixote de la Mancha by Miguel de Cervantes, and the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, all bound in leather volume with 22-karat gilt embellishments. Now 130 go to 140. I've got a bit of $130 over 140 with advance, 130 going once. Now 130, you want it for 140, you can take it for 140. 130 twice. Sold 130 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 333. First American edition, first printing of Brighton Rock by the author Graham Greene, published in 1938 by Viking Press. Graham Greene, very, very popular and highly regarded author, especially early 20th century. He also wrote Our Man in Havana, among other pieces. Now 90, would you go 100, please? Very cool. The spine has got a silver lettering with the title. And I've got a bit of 120 now, 130, would you go 140? And this one, the subtitle is called An Entertainment, which Greene used to distinguish his thrillers from his more serious literary novels. So that's cool, much like Our Man in Havana. 140, any advance on 140, 140 once. Now 140 twice. We'll sell 140 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 334, 5-piece early 20th century literature and fiction collection. 5 books, including Louis Joseph Vance, The Bronze Bell, Washington Irving's Bracebridge Hall, Emily Porter's Miss Billy's Decision. This one identified as the 10th impression from 1915. Also, Weir Mitchell's Hugh Winfrey Quaker, and Victor Bridges' Lady from Long Acre. So I got a bit of 20 now. Any advance from 20? 20 once, 20 twice. Sold 20 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 335, 6 vintage and antique hardcover books, early 20th century, various titles. Let's see. The Great Impersonation by Oppenheim, and produced 1920. Dithers and Jitters by Cornelia Skinner, early 20th century. Other books there too. Kitty by Warwick Deeping. The Talleyrand Maxims by Bechtel. $20 in advance on 2020 once, twice. Sold 20 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. 336 first edition novels, including Last Score or The Private Life of Sir Richard Ormston by Storm Jameson, produced 1961. This Freedom by Hutchison, by Little Brown, and The Sixth Journey. Okay. $30 in advance on 30, 30 once, 30 twice. Sold 30 invaluable bidder. Lot 337, American fiction, works of American fiction, including The Merivales by Alice Ross Culver, The Young and Secret by Alice Grant Rossman, The Door by Mary Roberts Reinhardt, Edna Ferber's Saratoga Trunk,
and Great Son, and then you've got Arthur Train's His Children's Children. All right. $30, 80 advance on 30. 30 once, twice, sold for 32 our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 338, 5 Franklin leather-bound volumes, including All the King's Men by Robert Penn Warren, limited edition, privately printed. Also, The Last Angry Man by Gerald Green, limited edition also. The Ginger Man by Don Levy. Songs of Innocence and Experience by William Blake. Oh, nice. Songs of Innocence, some of those appeared in, what is it? A Bird in the Cage throws all the heavens in the rage, something like that. Very interesting. $80. Auguries of Innocence or Songs of Innocence. $80 now. 80 once, twice, sold for 80 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 339. 5-piece collection of Franklin Library books, hardcover, leather bound, including. Have we advanced? There we go. Produced late 20th century. We've got the collected poems of W.H. Auden, selected poems by Robert Penn Warren, Whistle by James Jones, The Wapshott Chronicle by John Cheever, and the collected stories of Eudora Welty. Very cool. Remember John Cheever, subject of a very infamous Seinfeld episode. P.S. I love the cabin. 110, he had a very interesting life. 110, would he go 120? I've got a bit of 110. By the way, the Wapshott Chronicle is actually signed by John Cheever, so pretty good. And then you could buy the book and watch the Seinfeld episode and know what I'm talking about. 110, 80 advance at 110, 110 once, twice, sold 110 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 340, you know what I'm talking about. Lot 340, collection of Franklin Library leather-bound first edition society volumes, including Kurt Vonnegut's Jailbird first edition, Graham Greene's first edition Human Factor, Justin Kaplan, Walt Whitman first edition, Vance Borgelli, Game Men Play first edition, Wal Stegner's Spectator Bird, and Petronius's Satyricon, a volume that originates in ancient Rome during the reign of the Emperor Nero, which lampooned the Emperor Nero pretty badly and cost Petronius 100. Any advance on 100, 100 once. But you got to tell truth to power now more than ever. 100 once. Any advance on 100, 100 twice. Sold for 100 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 341. Quarto volume report souvenir book, the exhibitions of Indian modernist artist Subodh Tagore, reporting on his exhibitions between 1939 and 1955. Very cool piece of art history on the Indian subcontinent, now for South Asian artist. $30 in advance on 30, 30 once, 30 twice, sold for 30, Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 342, 8 vintage hardcover books, various artists, L.M. Montgomery's Anne of Avonlea. I remember when Masterpiece Theater did that one, right? Or was it, I forget who did it. Anyway, I remember Anne of Avonlea. We've also got the Tontine Volume 1. We had the Volume 2 in an earlier lot, so if you bought that one, you might want to get this one. This is Volume 1 by Costain. Also, the story of Jean Eagles by Doherty. Booth Tarkington's Rumbin Galleries and Maid at Arms by Robert Chalmers. A lot of other cool books there. So jump in and pick them. 30. Any advance on 30, 30, 30 once, 30 twice, sold 30 to our live auctioneers. Bidder! 343, Frederick Remington, American West and Proud Indians of the Northwest postal stamps. First edition copy of Remington's American West, selected and edited by Philip Sinclair. Housed in the original cream cloth slip case, and it's accompanied by a Fleetwood Philatelic album titled Proud Indians of the Northwest. Now 20 any advance on 20, 20 once, twice, sold 20 live auctioneers bidder. Lot 344, 6 leather-bound Franklin Library books, multiple authors produced 1978, 79. You've got John O'Hara's Bernard Malamute's Dubin's Lives, The Last of the Mohicans by James Fenimore Cooper, The Affluent Society by John Kenneth Galbraith, Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy, The French Lieutenant's Woman by John Foles, just great books. And then Two by O'Hara, there we go, by John O'Hara, first edition. Great books there, man. And Woman, collected stories. Now 120, any advance on 120, 120 once, twice, sold 120 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 345, Wedgwood Black Basalt Trough Form Tray. Long trough form, canted corners, everted rim. Produced early 19th century during the Regency period around 1810. Very cool. Now 475, what do you go? 5. I've got a bid of $475 over 500 to advance. Any advance on 475. Now 475 going once. I've got 475. You want to jump and take it at 5? You can. 475 twice. Sold 475 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 346, Wedgwood and Bentley Black Basalt Monogram Seal, produced during the collaboration, the partnership of Josiah Wedgwood and Thomas Bentley. This one having a monogram seal with a central, elegant, various designs, sprigs and scrolling forms, one supposes. This one produced late 18th century, dated from 1769 to 1780. Or, if you will, this is American Revolutionary War era right here. $70 any advance on 70, 70 once. Now 70 twice. We'll sell it for 70 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 347, Wedgwood Bentley Black Basalt Medallions. Various designs, one having a nude male figure representing Mercury. The second one, 2 oval medallions having various, what are the other ones having? Arched, impressed marks on them, I guess. Now 120, would he go 130? I've got a bit of 130, would he go 140, please? Now 130, any advance on 130, 130 going once. Now 140, would he go 150? I've got a bit of $140 now. Any advance down 150, would he go 160? I've got a bit of $150. Any increase from 150, 150 going once. Now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bit of $160 looking for 170 to advance. Any increase on 160, 160 going once. Now 170, would it go 180? I've got a bit of $170. Again, these all produced in the American Revolutionary War era, pre-1780. Now 1700, I got 170. Sorry, I saw an extra zero there. 170, any advance on 170? 170 once, twice, sold 170 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 348, Wedgwood White Jasper Ware Trial Stamp. Produced antique form. Rounded corners in a rectangular block, white jasper ware having a putti or cherub form, and you've got impressed marks that say sugar, and also another one that says trial. I've got 110, would he go 120? Now $110, any advance on 110, 110 going once. Now 110 twice. Sold 110 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 349, Wedgwood Jasperware Pat Serpat Goldfish Vase by Dale Bowen. Pale blue dip with a maritime scene of goldfish swimming with these great aquatic botanical elements and air bubbles to give it a nice little extra touch. Now 550 to a 6. I've got a bit of $550 looking for 600 to advance. Will you take me to 600, please? Now 550 once, now 6 would go 650. I've got a bit of 600, now 650 would it go 7. I've got a bit of 650 now. Any advance from 650? Will you take me to 700, please? Now 650 once. I've got a bit of 650. You could take me to 700 though. Now 7 go to 750. I've got a bit of 700 now. You want to take me to 750? You can't. Now 750 would go 8. Now $750. I'm looking for 800 to advance. Will you take me to 800, please? Now 750 once. 750 twice. We'll sell at 750 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 350, Wedgwood Jasperware Masterpiece Series limited edition square bulb pot. This is the 8th entry in the Masterpiece Series. 3-piece set with the square pedestal body, the flat lid with the multiple apertures, and the central textured flower holder insert. Absolutely gorgeous, having all the correct details. Only 200 of these were ever produced. This is number 15 in that edition. I got 150, would it go 160? Now 160, would it go 170, please? I've got a bit of 160 now. Any advance from 160 to 170, will you take me to 170, please? Now 170, would it go 180? I've got a bit of 170 now. 170, would it go 180? Now 180, would it go 190? I've got a bit of 180, 180, will you take me to 190, please? Now 190, would it go 2? I've got a bit of 190, 190, will you take me to 200? Do I hear 200 from you, please? Now 190, 190, would it go 2? Now 2 would it go 225?
I've got a bid of 200 now. Will you take me to 225? Now 225 would go 250. I've got a bid of 225 now. Any advance from 225 to 250? 225, 225 once. I've got 225, 225. You can still jump in to take me to 250 though. 225, 225 twice. Sold 225 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 351, we got a Wedgwood marbled jasperware lidded pedestal bowl. Wedgwood solid marble jasperware, also referred to as agate ware, which models the style of agate. Integrated clays with varying blue and white tones that create this swirled marbling effect throughout the body and the lid, and the interior rounded bowl domed lid decorated with relief molded overlapping curved leaf-like patterns. Now 325 would go 350. I've got it at $325 now. 325. Will you take me to 350, please? 325, 325 once. Now 325 twice. Sold 325 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 352 Wedgwood blue jasperware plates from the Rubin collection. Neoclassical jasperware, matte blue grounds, white sprigged bas-relief decorations, central medallions depicting putti or Cupid form, children or cherubs, one holding a mirror for another. I've got a bid of 120 now. 120 would it go 130. Now 120 any advance. 130 would it go 140. I've got a bid of $130 now. Any advance from 130, 130 going once.
Yep.
Now 140 would it go 150. I've got a bid of 140, 140. Will you take me to 150, please? Now 140, 150. Would it go 160? I've got a bid of 150, 150. Will you take me to 160, please? Now 160. Would it go 170? I've got 160, 160. Want to jump in to take it to 170, 170, 170. Want to take it to 180? I've got a bid of 170, 170. Any advance from 170 to 180, 170, 170 once. I've got a bid of 170, 170. Want to take it to 180? You can. 170 twice. Sold 170 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 353 Wedgwood blue and white jasperware trinket boxes, a group of 3, various designs in heart or kidney shaped forms. One dark blue box, 2 light blue ones. Now 30 any advance from 30 to 40, 30, 30 once. Now 30, now 40, would you go 50? I've got a bid of $40 now. 40, 40 going once. Any advance from 40 to 50, you want to take it to 50, you can. Now 50, would it go 60? I've got a bid of $50 now. 50, 50, you want to take me to 60, you can. I've got 50, 50, any advance from 50, 50 once. Now, now 60, would it go 70? I've got a bid of $60 now. 60, any advance from 60, will you take me to 70, please? Now 60, 60 once. I've got 70, would it go 80? I've got a bid of $70 now, looking for 80 to advance. Will you take me to 80, please? Now 70, 70 once. I've got a $70 bid. You want to jump in to take it to 80, you can. 70, 70 twice. We'll sell for 70 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 354 Wedgwood bone china Highland cattle pedestal vase, produced late 20th century with a dark forest green ground, featuring Highland cattle in a Highlands moor landscape by the artist M. Harnett, having these great details in a wonderful ovoid form. Underside having all the correct details. Now $60 any advance on 60, 66, now 6, now 70, would it go 80? I've got a bit of $70 now, looking for 80 to advance. Will you take me to 80, please? Now 80, would it go 90? I've got a bit of $80 now. 80, 80, will you take me to 90, please? Now 80, 80 once. I've got 80, 80, you can still jump in to take me to 90. Now 90, would it go 100? I've got a bit of $90 looking for 100 to advance. Now 100, would it go 110? I've got a bit of 100 now. You want to jump in to take it to 110? Any advance on 100, 100, 100 once. I've got 100, 100. You still jump in to take it to 110? Yeah. Now 110, would it go 120? I've got a bit of 110 now. 110, 110. You want to jump in to take it to 120? You can. 120, would it go 130? I've got a bit of $120 now, looking for 130 to advance. Any increase on 120, 120 going once. Now 130, would it go 140? I've got a bit of $130. Will you take me to 140, please? Now 130, 130 going once. I've got a bit of 130, 130. You want to take it to 140? You can. 130 twice. Sold 130 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 355, Wedgwood decorated chinoiserie earthenware vase, footed form with a flared tri-lobe scalloped rim, designed without a handle, body decorated with a dense all-over blue transfer print with leaves and flowers, and having these landscape panels in the chinoiserie style. Now $20 in advance on 20, also produced
late 19th century, possibly early 20th. Any advance on 2020 once, twice, sold 20 to our live auctioneers, bidder lot 356. Wedgwood Imari style bone china moon flask, produced late 19th century, influenced by the Japanese Imari style, produced right around 1880. Flattened circular body, also called a pilgrim flask, with the flared arched rectangular foot. Now 80, any advance from 80 to 90. I've got a bit of $80 looking for 90 to advance. Now 80, 80 once, 80 twice. Sold 80 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 357, Wedgwood globular aventurine glaze scale pattern vase. This is a unique piece, part of the Unique Wear series. Spherical body, elongated, flared white neck, decorated with a tactile raised imbricated fish scale pattern. Very interesting. The scales finish in a rich chocolate brown aventurine or aventurine glaze. Now 160, would you go 170, please? I've got a bit of 170, would you go 180? Now $170, now 180, would you go 190? I've got a bit of $180, now 180, 180, now 190, would you go 2? I've got a bit of $190, will you take me to 200, please? Now 190, any advance from 190, 190, now would you go 2, would you go 225? I have a bit of 225, would you go 250? Now $225, looking for 250, now 250, go 275. I've got a bit of 275, would you go 3? Now 275, now 3, would you go 325? I've got a bit of $300, now 325, would you go 350? I've got 325, now any advance from 325 to 350, will you take me to 350, please? Now 325 once. I've got a bit of 325, now 325, any advance from 325 to 350, now 350, go 375. I've got a bit of $350 looking for 375, now 375, would you go 4? I've got a bit of $375 now looking for 400 to advance, will you take me to 400, please? Now 375 going once. I've got 375. You want to jump in and take it to 400? You can. 375 twice. We'll sell 375 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 358, Wedgwood Majolica Glaze Stoneware Chapman and Hall Redware piece. Produced for Chapman and Hall by Wedgwood. Bulbous ovoid body tapering to a small pedestal foot. Having this tall flared neck with a wide rim, and then this great contrasting two-tone lower portion of the body with a matte unglazed redware or terracotta stoneware, the upper in the thick glossy majolica glaze. Now 50, any advance on 50? 50 once, twice, sold 50 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 359, Wedgwood limited edition bone china lidded urn, produced as part of the limited edition Deer series with a lidded urn form. Now $50, any advance on 50, now 60, would you go 70? I've got a bit of $60, now looking for 70 to advance. Any increase from 60 once, now 70, would you go 80? I've got a bit of $70 looking for 80 to advance, and now 80, would you go 90? I've got a bit of $80 now looking for 90 to advance. Any increase on 80, now 90, would you go 100? I've got a bit of $90 now. You want to jump in and take it to 100? You can. Now 100, go to 110. I've got a bit of 110. Would you go 120? Now $110. Any advance for 110? 110 going once. I've got a bit of 110. You can jump in and take me to 120, though. Now 120. Would you go 130? I've got a bit of 130. Would you go 140? Now $130. Will you take me to 140, please? Now 140. Would you go 150? I've got a bit of 150. Would you go 160? Now 150, any advance for 160, would it go 170? I've got a bit of 170, would it go 180? Now $170, looking for 180 to advance. Will you take me to 180, please? 170 going once. Now 180, would it go 190? I've got a bit of 180, now 190, would it go 2? Any advance from 190, will you take me to 200, please? Now 190 going once. I've got a bit of 190 going twice. Sold 190 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. And on that note, we're going to take a short break, give you a chance to stretch in your private auction space, and we'll come back with more of this exceptional Palm Beach oceanfront estate sale here at Lion and Unicorn. Don't you dare go anywhere. And welcome back to our exceptional Palm Beach Oceanfront estate sale here at Lion and Unicorn. We're on lot number 360. We've got a Wedgwood relief molded Rockingham glazed humidor with metal lid and handle, having this great earthenware design, high relief, 17th century style procession, possibly with the Cavaliers or Musketeer style details, in this great glossy brown Rockingham style glaze. Now $50 any advance on 50. 50 go now 60 would go 70. I've got a bit of 70 would go 80. Now $70 any advance on 70. 70 going once. Now 70, you could jump it and take it to 80 though. Now 70 twice. We'll sell for 70 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 361, Josiah Wedgwood sepia transfer printed fish tile, sepia tone transfer printed with hand decorated illustrations of various underwater marine species with a puffer fish in the lower foreground. Upper portion of the tile has the inscriptions, "So many formed," and "Be nature." I've got a bid. The verso has the Josiah Wedgwood and Etruria marks impressed. Now $80 any advance on 80. 80 going once. Now 90 would go 100. I've got a bid of $90 now. Any advance on 90 now. 100 would go to 110. I've got a bid of $100 now. Any advance on 100. 100 going once. Now 100, but you can still jump in and take me to 110. 100 twice. Sold for 100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 362, Wedgwood porcelain ice cream cooler. 3-piece ice cream or sorbetto, sherbet, cooler or serving dish. Decorated in a Chinese export style with a pale yellow honeycomb ground with hand-painted enamel floral sprays. You've got the outer cylindrical vessel, 2 shell-molded handles, and 3 peg feet. Now 150 would be 160. I've got a bit now 160 would be 170, please. Having the Wedgwood marks to the underside and the Rubin Collection provenance label. Now 160 would go 170. Now 170 would go 180. I've got a bit of $170 looking for 180 to advance. Now 180 would go 190. I have a bit of $180 looking for 190. Now 190 would go 2. I've got a bit of $190 looking for 200. Now 2 would go 225. I've got a bit of $200 looking for 225 to advance. Will you take me to 225, please? Now 225 would go 250. I've got a bit of $225 looking for 250 to advance. Will you take me to 250, please? Now 225 going once. 225 twice. Now 250 go 275. I've got a bit of 250 now. Will you take me to 275, please? Now 250, 250 once. I've got 250 twice. Sold 250 to now 275. Would it go 3? I've got a bit of $275 looking for 300 to advance. Will you take me to 300 now, please? Now 275 once. 275 twice. Sold for 275 to our live auctioneer's bidder. Please get your bids in quickly. Thank you. Lot 363, Wedgwood pedestal cake stand in the Versailles pattern. Very, very pleasing 19th century earthenware pedestal cake stand, or taza. Produced in the Versailles pattern. Very, very elegant, as one might expect, with a queensware creamware body with a shallow dish, lobed scalloped ribbon, all those great, great decorations throughout. Now 60 would go 70. The decoration in brown transfer printing with the foliate and rosette details. Now 60, any advance on 60, 60 once. 60 twice. We'll sell for 60 to our live auctioneer's bidder. Lot number 364, Wedgwood cobalt dish. A freeform bowl with a deep cobalt blue high gloss interior, white exterior. The underside having the Wedgwood marks to it, and produced late 19th century, mid to late Victorian period, around 1880. Now $30 any advance on 30. 30 once.
40.
Now 40, would you go 50? I've got a bit of $40 now looking for 50 to advance. Any increase on 40, 40 going once. Now 50 go to 60. I've got a bit of $50 now. Any advance on 50, 50 going once. I've got a $50 bid. You want to take it to 60, you can. 50 twice. Sold for 50 to our live auctioneer's bidder. Lot 365, Wedgwood ironstone tree and well platter, having a matching perforated mazarine drainer. Both pieces in the chinoiserie pattern with overglaze enamel colors. I've got a bit of 100 now. 100 would be 110. Now $100. Any advance on 100? 100 going once. Now 100 twice. Sold for 100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 366, Wedgwood W. Allen miniature ceramic dishes. one Wedgwood bone china platter, one M. Allen Majolica dish, oval form Wedgwood platter, the Majolica dish, a 21st century with relief molded trompe l'oeil, or fool the eye, asparagus, lemon wedges, and tomatoes. Now 30 would go 40. I've got a bit of $30 now, looking for 40 to advance. Any increase on 30, 30 once. Now 40 would go 50. I've got a bit of $40 now. You want to jump at a ticket of 50? You can. Now 40, 40 going once. Any advance from 40, 40 twice. Sold for 40 to our live auctioneers. Bidder, lot 367, Wedgwood transfer print plates, creamware plates. Large dinner plate with a black transferred neoclassical landscape. The other is a commemorative plate, 25th anniversary of Wedgwood Society with transfer print view of Etruria Hall. Now $20, any advance from 20 to 30. 20 going once, 20 twice. Sold 20 to our live auctioneers. Bidder, lot 368, Wedgwood bone china cabinet plate, hand painted by Albert Holland, early 20th century, depicting a hand-painted floral bouquet with a pink rose, purple anemone, orange poppies, and additional details, and having all the correct details to it. The floral painting on the front signed A. Holland. Now 70, any advance on 70, 70 once, 70 twice. Sold 70 to our Lion and Unicorn. Bidder, lot 369, Wedgwood pearlware covered butter tub in the water lily pattern having the underplate and the lid finished with a gilded ball finial, both the tub and underplate having gilded rims. And you've got this great black interlocking loop border to the interior rim of the box and the edge of the underplate. Now 100, now 110, what do you go 120? I've got a bit of $110 now. Any advance on 110, 110 once. Now 110, you want to jump at a ticket at 120, you can. 110 twice. Sold 110 to our Lion and Unicorn. Bidder, lot 370, Wedgwood bone china decorated plates by Glenn Haywood from the Rubin Collection Provenance, each one having a slightly recessed center with a narrow gilded rim and central decorations with naturalistic illustrations of North American birds on branches, including a blue jay and a mourning dove also. Now 50, any advance on 50? 50 going once. Now 60, would it go 70? I've got a bit of $60 now, looking for 70 to advance. Will you take me to 70, please? Now 70 would go 80. I have a bit of $70 now. Any advance on 70? 70 going once, 70 twice. We'll sell for 70 to our live auctioneers. Bidder, lot 371, Wedgwood porcelain bone china fish plates. 3 Wedgwood plates, marine and fish motifs, various designs. One a Wedgwood bone china dinner plate in the dolphins pattern. Also having a Wedgwood bone china plate by Lawrence Whistler, produced in the mid-20th century. And then you've got a Wedgwood porcelain plate for Higgins and Siter, early 20th century, produced around 1900. Now 110, any advance on 110, 110 going once. Now 110 twice. Sold 110 to our Lion and Unicorn. Bidder, lot 372, Wedgwood Moonstone coffee tea service. Tall lidded pot, lidded sugar bowl, and a creamer, all having the Art Deco style with silver tone metal housings over cream-colored ceramic bodies. The ceramic inserts decorated with a wide central band of horizontal ribbing. Now $80, any advance on 80? 80 going once. Now 90, would it go 100? I've got a bit of $90. When you jump at a ticket at 100, you can. Now 90, any advance on 90? 90 going once. Now 90 twice. We'll sell for now. We got 100. I got 100. We do 110. I've got a bit of $100 now, looking for 110 to advance. Any increase on 100? I got 100 now, going once. Now 110. Would it go 120? I have a bit of $110. You want to jump at a ticket at 120? You can. 110 going once. I have 110 twice. Now 110 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 373, Wedgwood creamware pitcher in the alphabet pattern, designed by Eric Revilius, constructed with a globular form and a flared neck pinched pouring spout, a looping handle, and the exterior having these great transfer block letters of the alphabet with various images, like a B for the bird cage, a G for the globe, things like that. Now 150, any advance on 150? Looking for 160 to advance. I've got a bit of 150 once. Yep. Now 160, would it go 170? I have a bid now 160, any advance from 160? 160 going once. Now 160 twice. Sold 160 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 374, Wedgwood Georgetown Collection cup and saucer, part of the Georgetown Collection of Wedgwood in the Springfield pattern. White porcelain with blue transfer designs with this wide geometric diamond lattice border, scalloped edge, and these essential floral sprays. I like the looks of that, and all the correct details for the collection as well. I've got nothing bid right now. You want it for $20, it's yours. Jump in and take it for $20 right now. It's yours for 20. You want it for 20? Take it for 20 right now. All right, I've got 20. Thank you. There's 20. Would it go 30? I've got a bit of 20 now. Any advance from 20 to 30? Will you go for 30 now? Now $20. Any advance from 20? Do I hear $30? $20 once. Now 20 twice. We'll sell for 20 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 375, Wedgwood Etruria teacup and matching deep saucer, produced in the bramble pattern. Antique design with children in pastoral settings. The saucer having the little boy and the little girl in a garden landscape, and various other cool pieces along with the correct details for Wedgwood. And I've got no bids right now. You want them both for 50? Take them for 50 right now. Jump in and take them for 50. Do I hear 50 from you, please? I've got 50. Thank you. There's 50. Well, 60. I have a bid of $50 now. Will you jump in and take it for 60? Any advance from 50 to 60? Now 50 once. 50 twice. We'll sell it for 50 to our live auctioneers bidder. Thank you so much. Lot 376, Wedgwood Pekin pattern, chinoiserie style, or otherwise known as Peking, but the antique style, as they would have referred to it as Pekin, decorated with that chinoiserie design, transfer a flow blue base, and all those great rosettes and designs. I've got nothing right now. You want to jump in and take it for 20? You can. This was produced circa 1920, so it's likely 100 years old. Jump in and take it for $20 right now. I've got 20. Thank you. There's 20. We'll go 30. Now 20 once. I've got a $20 bid. You can jump in and take it for 30. Any advance from 20, 20 once, twice, sold for 20 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 377, Wedgwood first period chinoiserie teacups and saucers. Early 19th century, likely Regency period, 1810, 1820 era. Chinoiserie style, hand painted with figures in traditional dress, and you've got both the teacup and the matching underplay saucer. The mark for the period suggests they were produced 1812 to 1822 during the Georgian Regency period. Now 100, we're going to go 110. I've got a bit of $100 now, looking for 110, now 110, we're going to go 120. I have $110, any advance from 110, 110 going once. Now 120, would it go 130? I've got a bit of $120 now. Will you want to jump in and take it 130? You can take it for 130. 120 going once. Now 120 twice. We'll sell it for 120 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 378, Wedgwood Floral Industrial Trial Mold. This one manufactured with a rectangular off-white plaster or bisque block with a high relief scene featuring a floral branch with petaled blossoms. The word trial, the numbers 10 impressed on the front face. Now 110, 110 once. 110 twice. We'll sell 110 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 379, Yadro Voyage of Columbus figurine, a figural group depicting little children surrounding a globe, and they're tracking. You've got the pictures of the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria as they go across the Atlantic. Very, very cool. Only 7,500 of these were ever produced. This was, and it was produced for the 500th anniversary of Columbus's voyage in 1992. Well, his voyage was 1492. This was made in 1992. 150, any advance on 150? 150 once. I've got 160. Would it go 170? I've got a bit of 160. Now you want to jump in and take it to 170? You can. Now 170. Would it go 180? I have a bit of 100, and it's a nice size too. It's 10 inches tall. Now 180. Any advance from 180 to 190? Do I hear 190? Now 190. Would it go 2? I've got a bit of 190. Now 2 would go 225. Now 200, 200, will you take me to 225, please? I've got a bit of 200, would it go 225? Any advance to 225, 200 once. Now 200 twice. Sold 200 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 380, Yadro walking, or rather elephants walking figural group. I like that. You've got an elephant family, most likely father, mother, and baby elephant, or elephant calf, as they're called, walking over this great landscape base, and it's a really nice size too. It's over 16 inches long, and the bull elephant in the lead, lifting his trunk up in the lucky upturned form. Now 130 any advance on 130, 130 once, 130 twice. So 130 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 381, Yadro 1988 Museum Collectors Society. From the Caprichos collection, you've got a museum basket, a white lace-like basket, accented with the yellow and gray details and filled with pink blossoms, having all the correct Yadro back stamps, looking very much like a basket with those lace details. Gotta like that. 110 now, 110 any advance now, 120, would it go 130? I've got a bid of $120 now, 130, would it go 140? I have a bid of $130 now, any advance from 130, 130, 140, go to 150. I've got a bid of $140 now, 150, would it go 160? I've got 150, want to jump in and take it to 160, you can. Now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bid of 170, would it go 180, please? Now 170, 170, will you take me to 180, please? I've got 170, 170 going once. Now 170, 180, would it go 190? I've got a bid of $180 now, 180, 180, want to take it to 190, you can. Now 180, 180 once. Now 190, would it go 2? I've got a bid of $190, looking for 200 to advance. Will you take me to 200, please? Now 190, 190, now 2, would it go 225? I've got a bid of $200, looking for 225. Now 225, would it go 250? I've got a bid of 225 now. Will you take me to 250, please? Now 225, 225 once. I've got a bid of 225. You can still jump in and take me to 250, though. 225 twice. Sold 225 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 382, Yadro porcelain basket sculpture from the Caprichos pattern, enhanced with soft pink trim and floral accents in pink and blue. Decorated and designed as a porcelain basket with delicately formed ruffled edges. Now $60, also accompanied by the original Yadro box. Now 70, would it go 80? I've got a bid of $70 now, looking for 80 to advance. Will you take me to 80, please? Now 70, 70 once. I've got a bit of 70-70. You can still jump in to take it to 80, though. 70-70 twice. Sold 70 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 383, Yadro porcelain mask bird of paradise mask from the Yadro Caprichos collection. Half mask with the lavender-colored ground, intricate pierced mesh and lace textured surface, and the eye openings finished with a black glazed border. I like the looks of that. The only thing is you might be tempted to wear it as a mask. It's so delicate. Now 100, I got 100, we'll go to 110, please. Accompanied by the clear acrylic display stand as well. Now $100 in advance on 110, now 110, would it go 120? I've got 120, would it go 130, please? Now 130, would it go 140? I've got a bit of $130, now you want to jump in and take it to 140, you can. Now 130, 130, will you take me to 140? Now 140, would it go 150? I've got a bit of 150, would it go 160? Now 150, 150, will you take me to 160, please? I've got 150, 150 going once. Now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bit of 160, 170, would it go 180? Now 170, 170, would it go 180, please? Will you take me to 180? 170, 170, now 180, would it go 190? I've got a bit of $180. You want to jump in and take it to 190, you can. Now 180 going once. I've got a bit of 180, you can still jump in and take me to 190. 190, would it go 2? I've got a bit of $190. You want to jump in and take it to 200, you can. 190 now, 2, would it go 225? I've got a bit of 200 now. Now 225, would it go 250? I've got a bit of $225 looking for 250 to advance. Will you take me to 250? Now 250, go 275. Now $250, will you take me to 275? Now 275, would it go 3? I've got a bit of $275 looking for 300 to advance. Now 3 would go 325. I've got a bit of 300 now. Any advance from 3 to 325? Do I hear 325 from you, please? Now 300 once. Now 325 would go 350. I've got a bit of 325, will you 350 to advance. Any increase from 325, will you take me to 3? Now 350, go 375. I've got a bit of 350 now, looking for 375. Now 375, will you go 4? I have 375, looking for 400. Will you take me to 400, please? Now 375, 379, 4, will you go 425? I've got a bit of 400 now. Now 400, will you take me to 425, please? Any increase from 4 to 425, $400 is my bid going once. I've got 400, you want to take it to 425, you can. Now 400 twice. Sold 400 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 384. Yadro porcelain clown with saxophone figure, little figural group, with a little boy in a clown costume and a pointed hat. He's got a little dog. And your little dog. Having a little bit of fun there. I've got a bid of $40 now, looking for 50 to advance. Now 40 once. Now 50 would go 60. I've got a bid of 50 now. Any advance from 50? Will you take me to 60, please? Now $50, $50 going once. I've got a $50 bid. You can still jump in and take me to 60. 50, 50 twice. Sold 50 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 385, Yadro Porcelain Rosita figurine, mat dress figurine of a little girl with reddish brown hair and a bow in her hair, button jacket, and a little landscape base. And she's got a dog too. I like that. I like how Yadro figures are almost never alone. They have some sort of a pet or animal, which is nice. You know, everybody should. $30 my bid now, 30 go 40. You know, there's a loneliness epidemic even among porcelain figurines. Now 40, what do you go 50? I've got a $40 bid now. Any advance from 40, 40 once, 40 twice. Sold 40. Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 386, we've got the Norman Rockwell Court Jester figurine. I like the look of this, and I'm sure, and of course, because as with all of Rockwell's creations, this, of course, after an original illustration by Rockwell, and of course, many of Rockwell's adults were modeled after him, so it's kind of funny that he's got like a chicken hat and a chicken costume. Pretty cool. 110, any advance on 110, 110 once. Now 120, would it go 130? I've got a bid of $120 now, 120, 120, would it go 130? Any advance on 120, 120 once? 130, would it go 140? I've got a bid of 130, 130, any advance from 130 to 140? You want to take it to 140? You can. 140, would it go 150? I've got 140, 140, want to jump it to take it to 150? You can't. Any advance from 140? You want to take it to 150? Do I hear 150 from you, please? Now 140 once. 140, 140 twice. Sold 140 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 387, Yadro Aroma of the Islands figurine. A glazed porcelain figurine featuring a sort of Polynesian or Micronesian female figure with a floral lei around her neck and a lavender tone wrap with additional details. A nice little landscape form base with additional details with flowers, and looks like maybe there's a shell form basket down there. Lots of cool stuff. Again, nothing not to like about that. The 130 is my bid now. 130 go to 140. I've got also accompanied by the original Yadro boss. 140 would it go 150? Now $140. Any advance on 140? 140 once. Now 150 would it go 160? I've got a bid of 160. Would it go 170, please? Now $160. Will you take me to 170? Now 170 would it go 180? I've got a bid of 180. Would it go 190? Now $180. Any advance from 180? Will you take me to 190, please? I've got 190. Would it go 2? Now $190. Any advance? Now 2 would it go 225? I've got a bit of 200 now. Any advance from down 225 would go 250. I've got 225, 225. Do I hear 250 from you, please? Now 225, 225. Now 250 go 275. I've got a bit of 250. You want to jump in now? 275 would go 3. I've got a bit of $275 looking for 300 to advance. Will you take me to 300, please? Now 275, 275 once. I've got a bit of 275. You can jump in and take me to 300, please. 275, 275 twice. Sold 275 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 388, Yadro Clown with Violin figurine designed by Salvador Devon, a little boy in a clown outfit with kind of a straw hat or a little, I don't know, maybe a pork pie kind of hat, and he's got a violin. I've got a bit of 30 down, now 30 go to 40. Any advance on 30, 30 once.
40.
Now 40, would it go 50? I've got a bit of 40 down, looking for 50 to advance. Any increase on 40 down, 50 would go 60. I've got a bit of $50 now, looking for 60 to advance. Will you take me to 60, please? 50 once. Now 60, would it go 70? I've got a bit of $60 now, 60, 60 once. Now 70, would it go 80? I've got a bit of 70 now, 70, would it go 80? Any advance on 70, 70, 70 once? Now 70, now 80, would it go 90? I've got a bit of $80. Any advance from 80 to 90? Will you take me to 90? Now 90, would it go 100? I've got a bit of $90 now, 90. Will you take me to 100, please? Now 90, 90 once. I've got 90, 90, now 100, would you go 110? I've got a bit of $100. You could jump in and take it to 110, though. $100 is my bid now, 100 going once. Now 100, you could still jump in and take it to 110. 100, 100 twice. Sold for 100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 389, Yadro Young Harlequin, a little seated clown, wearing the traditional Harlequin outfit from the Commedia dell'arte, including that bicorn hat, and he's seated in a nice chair with his peaked hat. And I've got a bid of 40 now, looking for 50, also accompanied by the original box. Now 40-40 going once, 40-40 twice. We'll sell for 40 to our bid square bidder. Lot 390, Yadro figurine Mystical Garden. Only a limited edition, only 5,000 of these were produced. This is a fairy in a garden setting with these great large pastel flowers, having all the correct details, and has got the wooden display base to present it along with the original box. 150 now, any advance from 150, 150, looking for 160 to advance. Now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bit of 160, 160, want to take me to 170, you can't. 170, 170, would it go 180? I've got a bit of $170, now 180, 180, would it go 190, please? Now 180, will you take me to 190? 180, 180 once. I've got a bit of 180, 180. You can still take it to 190 though. 180, 180 twice. Now 190, would it go 2? I've got a bit of 190. You want to jump in and take it at 200? You can. 190, 190 now. 2 would it go 225. I've got a bit of 200 now. Looking for 225 to advance. Any increase from 2 to 225. Now 225 would go 250. I've got a bit of 225. Looking for 250 to advance. Will you take me to 250, please? Now 225. Now 250 go 275. I've got a bit of 250. Will you take me to 275, please? Now 275 would go 3. I've got a bit of 275, looking for 300 to advance. Any increase from 275, 275, 275, now 3 would go 325. I've got a bit of $300, looking for 325 to advance. Any increase from 3 to 325, 300, 300 going once. Now 300, 300, you can jump in and take me to 325 though. 300, 300 twice. Do I hear 325 from you, please? And we'll sell 300 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 391, Yadro Pensive Harlequin. He looks like he's worried. Am I going to get the part? That other Harlequin looks like I think the director likes the other Harlequin better than he likes me. Or maybe he's just thinking, how am I going to deliver this next performance? Either way, I guess they both work. This designed by Virginia Gonzalez, produced 1997. Now 80 would go 90. I've got 90 would go 100. And this produced in that Gress bisque finish with matte surface tones. Now 100 would go 110, please. Also accompanied by the original box. Now $100, any advance on 100, 100 going once. Now 100, 100, you want to jump in and take it to 110, you can. Now 110 would go 120. I've got a bit of 110, now 110 would go 120, please. Do I hear 120 from you? Now 110, 110 once. I've got 110, 110, you want to jump in and take it to 120, you can. Now 120 would it go 130. I really do like that peaked cap that he's wearing with all the great relief designs to the top. Now 120 would it go 130. I've got a bit of 120, now 120, 120. Will you take me to 130, please? 120, 120 once. 120 twice. Sold 120 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 392, Yadro Shelf Sitter Figurine. This is a rag doll, including the original box. These were designed to be seated on a, on a shelf or on a ledge somewhere where the legs could hang off. And she's got her little dancing leotard and ruffled skirt. $20 now into my bid. I got also covered by the original box too. Now 2020. Any advance on 2020 once? 20 twice. Sold 20 invaluable bidder. Lot 393, Yadro Angel figurine pieces, all produced by Yadro, including pieces from the mini Angelitos set, 3 small angels in various poses. And then you've also got the large winged cherub head ornament with the holly sprig and other details. Now 20, any advance on 2020, 20 once. 2020 twice. Sold 20 Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 394, Hakata bisque figurines, Snowflake Maiden of Winter and Cherry Blossom Maiden of Spring. Produced by Hakata in bisque, also including the certificate of authenticity for the Cherry Blossom Maiden of Spring figure. Both of these are limited edition figures. Now 50, any advance on 50. 50, 50 once. Now 50, you want to take it to 60, you can. 50, 50 twice. Sold 50 Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 395, Royal Dalton figurine Coco. This is Coco, who was the royal executioner from the Gilbert Sullivan opera, The Mikado. Defer to the Lord High Executioner. And that's him right there. And he's got a list of people who are on his hit list. Now 170, a very kind of interesting story. And it was kind of a as fun as an opera about an executioner can be, I guess. 170 and 8 advance on 170, 170 once, twice, sold 170 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 396, Wedgwood Black Basalt Aphrodite figurine and flower frog depicting the Olympian immortal goddess Aphrodite, also known as Venus, seated on this interesting ocean wave base with one arm raised, and she's holding a shell. Now 450, we go 475. It's a nice size too. It's 12.5 inches tall, and at the base you've got all of the apertures around the perimeter of the base where you can put the flowers. Very nice. 650 now, 687, we go 750. At 750, we go 8. I've got a bit of 750 now, looking for 800 to advance. Now 750, 750, you want to take me to 8, you can. 750 is my bid. Any advance from 750, 750 once. 750 twice. We'll sell at 750 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 397, Wedgwood creamware seated woman with basket. Produced very nice, early to mid 20th century, laced bodice, full skirt, carrying this great basket. And I'm guessing that this is probably, it could be either a figurine or maybe the basket. It could also be possibly a sweetmeats holder as well. Some of those figures, sweetmeat holders, are designed like figures with baskets. So just so you know. 170 any advance on 170, 170 once, 170 twice. Sold for 170 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 398, Norman Rockwell limited edition porcelain figurine produced for the Gore. I'm sorry, 390. Oh, did we jump? Did we lose a 398? Oh, we skipped a lot. Sorry about that. We have a group of 2 porcelain figurines. This is the Spirit of America from that collection produced by the Norman Rockwell Museum. You've got Rockwell painting one of the 4 one of the 4 Freedom series that came out during World War II, and this is, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Freedom from Want. Oh no, I'm sorry, this is Freedom of Speech. I'm sorry, this is Freedom of Speech. And then the other one, you've got Rockwell in the triple self-portrait. Pretty cool. $40 now, 40 any advance from 40 to 50, 40 once, twice. Sold 40 live auctioneers bidder. Lot 400. 6 Norman Rockwell figurines, hand-painted scenes from his illustrations. Including various manufacturers, Gift World of Gorham, the Norman Rockwell Museum, and Dave Grossman Designs. You know, all kinds of cool designs and very recognizable from Rockwell's illustrations. $30 now, 30 any advance from 34. You'll take it at 40, you can. 30 once, 30 twice. Sold 30 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 401, Bonnie Porter porcelain figurine on a wooden base, hand-painted bisque porcelain by the American artist in a Victorian-style dress. It kind of reminds me a little bit of, I don't know, well, maybe not. I was going to say Orphan Annie, but maybe not. Hard to tell. I just like the looks of it, though. I've got no bid. You want it for 20 bucks? Jump in and take it for 20. Do I hear 20 from you, please? I've got nothing bid. Will you take it for 20? Any interest at $20? I love the realistic design. Very cool. She's got kind of an earnest look on her face. You want it for 20? It's yours for 20 right now. Take it for 20. All right, so on to lot number 402. Bonnie Porter 5 porcelain busts on wooden bases, various characters, female figures in various designs, and what looks like possibly different I like that one. The central one is sort of like dressed with a clown hat, and different other historic periods. $20 now, 20 any advance from 20 to 30, 20 once, twice. Sold 20 live auctioneers bidder. Lot 403. Lalique Langer crystal goblet. This is a single goblet designed by Marc Lalique, the son of René Lalique. Clear lead crystal with the wide rounded bowl, short stem with a prominent vertically ribbed bulbous knop. Now 110, would you go 120? I've got a bit of 110 now. Any advance from 110 going once. 110 twice. We'll sell for 110 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 404, Lalique Langer's crystal goblets, a pair of them, clear rounded bowls, short stems, molded frosted crystal spherical knops with that vertical fluting, and having the Lalique France etchings to the underside. Now 150 to 160. I've got a bit of 150, now 150. Will you take me to 160, please? Now 150, 150 once, 150, 150 twice. Sold 150 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 405, Baccarat crystal wine glasses in the very highly regarded Messina pattern. deep vertical bevel cuts and flared circular footses. Now 100 any advance from 100 to 110, 100 once. Now 100 twice. Sold for 100 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot 406, Heron Chinese Bouquet Raspberry hand-painted round platter. Produced in the Chinese Bouquet Raspberry or Apogee Pink pattern, hand-painted with the floral motifs. The scalloped rim with a nice gilt trim embellishment to the rim. Now 275 would go 3, and it's a nice size 2, 13 and 3, almost 14 inches in diameter. Now 275 once, 275 twice, sold 275 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 407, Heron hand-painted porcelain oval serving platter in the Chinese Bouquet Raspberry or Apogee Pink, or I'm sorry, Apogee Purpur pattern, as it's known. Hand-painted magenta floral motifs with that oval or oblong form, scalloped rim, and that great, nice prominent gilt trim to the edge. 190 would go 2. I've got a bit of 190 now. 190 would go 200. Will you take me to 200, please? Now 190 once. Now 2 would go 225. I've got a bit of 200 now. Would go 2. Now 225 would go 250. I've got a bit of $225. I'll give her 250 to advance. Now 225 going once. Now 250 go 275. I've got 275 would go 3. I've got a bit of $275. I'll give her 300 to advance. Will you take me to 300, please? Now 275 once. 275 twice. Sold 275 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 408, Heron hand-painted covered butter dish in the Apogee Pink or Chinese Raspberry Bouquet, or Chinese Bouquet Raspberry pattern, rather. Domed lid top with this great lemon form finial, and it looks like with a little bit of juice to the side, and one little slice that sort of fell off. It's got kind of a nice whimsical design. I like that. 180 would go 190. I have 180 once. Now 190 would go 2. I've got a bit of $190 looking for 200 to advance. Will you take me to 200, please? Now 190 once. I've got 190 twice. We'll sell for 190 to our lion and unicorn bidder. Lot 409, Heron Rothschild bird sandwich tray in an oblong form with interesting rounded sides, and that very popular Rothschild bird motif with birds on a branch and additional forms as well, insects and the like, butterflies. 140 is my bid now. 140 would go 150. I've got a bit of 140 now. 140 going once. 140 twice. We'll sell 140 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 410, Heron Chinese Bouquet pink dinner plates, a pair of them, also known as the Apogee Pink pattern, scalloped rims, molded osier basket weave to the border, and that nice gilt stripe to the rim. Now 90 would go 100. I've got a bit of $90 now, looking for 100 to advance. Now 100 go to 110. I've got 110 would go 120. Now $110. Will you take me to 120, please? 120 would go 130. I've got 130 would go 140. Now $130. Do I hear 140 from you, please? 130 going once. I've got a bit of 140 would go 150. Now 150 would go 160. I've got a bit of 150. You want to take me to 160? You can. 150, 160 would go 170. I've got 170 would go 180. Now $170 looking for 180 to advance. Will you take me to 180, please? Now 180 would go 190. I've got 190 would go 2. Now 109. Now 2 would go 225. I've got a bit of 200 now looking for 220. Now 225 would go 250. I've got a bit of 225 now looking for 250. Now 250 go to 275. I've got a bit of 275 would go 3. Now 275 take me to 300. Will you take me to 300, please? Now 275 once. I've got 275. Now 3 would go 325. I've got a bit of 300. You want to take me to 325? You can. Now $300. Now 325 would go 350. I've got a bit of 325 now looking for 350 to advance. Will you take me to 350, please? Now 325 once. I've got 325. You want to take me to 350? Any advance to 350? 325 twice. Sold 325 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 411, Heron dinner plates in the Chinese Bouquet Raspberry or Apogee Purpur pattern. A pair of them, each one with centralized peony spray in raspberry pink, and you've got that scalloped rim with a prominent gilt trim to the edge. Now 90 would go 100.
I've got a bid of $90 now, looking for 100 now. 100 would go 110, please. I've got 110 would go 120. Now 120 would go 130. I've got a bid of 120 now. 130 would go 140. Now 140 would go 150. I've got 150 would go 160. Now 160 would go 170. I've got 170 would go 180. Now 180 would go 190. I've got 190 would go 2. Now 100. Now 2 would go 225. I've got 200 would go 220. Any advance from 2 to 225. 225 would go 250. I've got a bit of 225, looking for 250, 2 advance now, 250, go 275. I've got a bit of 275, would go 3. Now $275 over 300 to advance. Will you take me to 300, please? Now 275 once, 275, 275, any advance for 275, 275 twice. Sold 275 to our live auctioneers bidder. Excuse me. Lot 412, we've got 2 pairs, 2 cups, 2 saucers in the Heron Chinese bouquet, looks like Chinese bouquet raspberry pattern. 4 pieces, 2 demi-tasse or teacups, and 2 matching saucers with generous bowls with the 24-karat gold embellishments. Now 110 would go 120, please. I've got a bit of 110, now 110 would go 120. Any advance on 110, 110, 120 would go 130. I've got a bit of 120 now, 120 would go any advance to 130, please. Now 120, 120 going once. I've got 130 would go 140. I've got a bit of $130. You want to jump in and take it to 140? You can't. 140 would go 150. Now $140. Do I hear 150 from you, please? 140, 140 going once. Now 150 would go 160. I've got a bit of $150. Do I hear 160 from you? Now 150, 150 once. I've got a bit of 160. Would it go 170? Now $160. Will you take me to 170, please? 160, 160 once. I've got a bit of $160. You want to jump in and take it to 170? You can. Yep. 170, would it go 180? I've got a bit of $170. Do I hear 180 from you, please? Now 170, 170 once. I've got a bit of 170. You want to jump in and take it to 180? You can. 170 twice. Sold 170 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 413, Heron hand-painted porcelain cream pots, lidded cream pots. Custard cups with various vignettes of birds on branches. Very possibly, I believe this is this the Rothschild bird pattern? I'm not sure. You've got birds on branches, which would suggest that is the case. 300 is my bid now. 3 to 320 now. 325 to go 350. I've got 350 to 375. Also got those great gilt accents as well. Now 375. Would it go 4? I have a bid of 375 now, looking for 400 to advance. Will you take me to 400, please? 375, 375 once. Now 375, now 4, would you go 425? I've got a bid of 400, looking for 425 to advance. 400, now 425, would you go 450? I have 425, will you take me to 450, please? Now 425, 425 once. I've got 425, 425, will you take me to 450? 425 twice. Sold 425 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 414, Heron Apogee Pink, hand-painted porcelain setting, 5 pieces, also known as the Chinese bouquet pink pattern, featuring 24-karat gilt embellishments and consisting of a dinner plate, a salad or dessert plate, a soup bowl, a tea or demi-tasse cup, and a saucer underplate. $100 now, 100 go to 110. All of them having the correct Heron Hungary backstamp details. Now 110 would go 120. I've got a bit of 110 now. 110 would go 120. Any advance on 120 now? 120 would go 130, please. I've got a bit of 120 now. Will you take me to 130? Now 130 would go 140. Now $130. Do I hear 140 from you? Now 140 would go 150. I've got a bit of 140. Will you take me to 150, please? Now 150 would go 160. I have a bit of $150. Do I hear 160 from you, please? Now 150, 150 once. I've got 160. Would it go 170? I've got a bit of $160 looking for 170 to advance. Will you take me to 170? Now 170. Would it go 180? I've got a bit of $170 looking for 180 to advance. Now 180. Would it go 190? I've got a bit of 180. Will you take me to 190? Now 190. Would it go 2? I've got a bit of 109. Now 2 would it go 225. I've got a bit of $200 looking for 225 to advance. Will you take me to 225? Now 225 would go 250. I have a bid of $225 looking for 250 to advance. Do I hear 250 from you, please? Now 250 with 275. I've got a bid $250 looking for 275. Will you take me to 275? Now 250, 250 once. I've got 250, 250. You want to take it to 275? You can. 250 twice. Sold 250 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 415, Heron Hungarian porcelain 5-piece place setting in the Chinese bouquet raspberry or Apogee purpur pattern. 5 pieces, a dinner plate, dessert or salad plate, soup bowl, tea or demi-tasse cup, and saucer. Now 100. I got 100. Would you go 110, please? Now 110. Would you go 120? I've got a bid of $110 looking for 120 to advance. Now 110 once. Now 120. Would you go 130? I've got a bid of 130. Would you go 140? Any advance on 130? Will you take me to 140, please? Now 140. Would you go 150? I've got a bid of 140. Any advance on 140? 150. Would you go 160? I've got a bid of 150. Any advance to 160? 160. Would you go 170? I've got 170. Would you go 180? Now $170. Any advance from 170 to 180? 180. Would you go 190? I've got a bid of $180 looking for 190. Will you take me to 1? Now 190. Would you go 2? I've got a bid of $190 looking for 200. Now 2. Would you go 225? I've got a bid of $200 looking for 2. Now 225. Would you go 250? Now $225 looking for 250. Will you take me to 250, please? 225 holding steady and going once. I've got 225, 225 twice. Sold 225 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 416, Heron Hungarian porcelain 5-piece setting in the Chinese bouquet raspberry pattern or Apogee purpur in that peony design with floral sprigs. And again, having the dinner plate, soup bowl, dessert or salad plate, teacup or demi-tasse cup, and saucer, all having the correct heron marks to the underside. Now 110, would you go 120? I've got a bit of 110 now, looking for 120 to advance. 120, would you go 130? Now $120, will you take me to 130? Now 130, would you go 140? I've got 140, would you go 150? Now 150, would you go 160? I've got 160, would you go 170? Now $160, now 170, would you go 180? I've got a bit of 170, would you go 180? Anyone advance from 1, now 180, would you go 190? I've got a bit of 108, now 190, would you go 2? Now $190, do I hear 200 from you, please? Now 2, would you go 225? I've got a bit of $200 over 225 to advance. Any increase from 2 to 225, 200 once. Now 200, you could jump in and take me to 225 though. 200 twice. Sold 200 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 417, Heron Hungarian porcelain Apogee purpur or Chinese bouquet raspberry, featuring 5 pieces, the dinner plate, dessert or salad plate, soup or pasta bowl, tea or demi-tasse cup, and saucer. 100 now, looking for 110 to advance. I've got a bit of 100 now, 110, would it go 120? I have 110, any advance to 120, 110 once. Now 110, now 120, would it go 130? I've got a bid of $120. You want to jump in and take it to 130? Now 130, would it go 140? I've got a bid of $130 looking for 140 to advance. Will you take me to 140, please? Now 130 once, now 140, would it go 150? I've got a bid of $140, now 150, would it go 160? Now $150, any advance from 150? You want to take me to 160? You can. 150 once. Now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bid of $160, now 170, would it go 180? I've got a bid of $170, now 180, would it go 190? I've got $180, any increase from 180, now 180, would it go 2? I've got a bid of $190, you want to jump in and take me to 2? You can. 2, would it go 225? I've got a bid now $200, you want to jump in and take it to 225? You can. Now 225, would it go 250? I've got a bid now of 225, I'm looking for 250 to advance. Any increase from 225, 225 once. 225 twice. We'll sell 225 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 418, Hermes Mosaic A24 gold porcelain presentation plate, part of the Mosaic A24 pattern with the geometric mosaic pattern in ochre and gray tones, having that Art Deco design with the featuring that mosaic that was featured in the flagship store of Hermes in Paris. Now 160, would it go 170, please? I've got 160 once, twice, sold 160 to our invaluable bidder lot 419, Hermes Mosaic A24 gold porcelain presentation plate from the Mosaic A24 gold pattern. Wide rim with that gray and white geometric mosaic pattern. Now 140, would it go 150? Now 150, would it go 160? I've got a bit of 160, would it go 170, please?
Now $160 looking for 170. Down 170, would it go 180? I've got 180, would it go 190? Now $180 looking for 190 to advance. Will you take me to 190, please? 180 once, twice, sold 180 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 420, Hermes Mosaic A24 gold porcelain salad plate with that intricate ochre and gray mosaic design, featuring those great geometric tile motifs with the gold gilding and that central horse and carriage medallion motif with the H logo. 110, now 120, would it go 130? I've got 130, would it go 140, please? Now $130, will you take me to 140? 130 once, 130 twice, now 140, would it go 150? I've got a bit of $140 looking for 150 to advance. Any increase from 140, 140, now 150, would it go 160? I've got a bit of $150, will you take me to 160, please? Now 150 once, 150 twice, sold 150 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 421, Hermes Mosaic A24 gold porcelain salad plate with the design inspired by the mosaic floor at the Hermes flagship store in Paris. 140, would it go 150, please? Now 150, 160. Decoration having that central medallion with the horse and carriage design. 160, would it go 170, please? I've got a bit of 160. Now you want to jump in and take it to 170, you can. 160 once, twice, sold 160 to our bidder at invaluable lot 422, Hermes Mosaic 24 gold porcelain dinner plate from that Mosaic 24 gold collection. This one obviously larger than the salad plate, 11 inches in diameter, having the word Hermes subtly incorporated throughout the pattern. 170, would it go 180? Any advance on 170? 170 once, twice, sold 170 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 423, Hermes Mosaic A24 gold porcelain dinner plate with that geometric mosaic border in a profusion of very, very elegant colors. 70, any advance now? 100, would go to 110, now 130, 140, would it go 150? I've got 150, would it go 160, please? Now 150, any advance from 150, 150, now 160, would it go 170, 170, would it go 180? I've got a bit of $170 looking for 180 to advance. 170 once, now 170. You can jump in and take it to 180 though. 170 twice, sold 170 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 424, Hermes Mosaic 24 gold porcelain bread and butter plate with that printed mosaic pattern and the prominent letter H in the center with the nice gilt trim to the rim. 160 is my bid now. 160, would it go 170? I've got a bit of 160 now. 160, any advance from 160? 160 once. 160, 170, would it go 180? I've got a bit of 170, looking for 180 to advance. 170 once. 170 twice. Sold 170 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 425, Hermes Mosaic A24 gold porcelain bread and butter plate with that circular design, mosaic concentric rings of gray and white tiles. Now 160, would it go 170, please? I've got 160 once, 160 twice. Now 170, would it go 180? I've got a bit of 170. You want to jump in and take it to 180? You can. 170 once, 170 twice. Sold 170 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 426, Hermes Mosaic A24 porcelain soup bowl from that Mosaic A24 collection with nice gilt embellishments throughout. I've got a bit of 150, 160. Would it go 170? Now $160. Any advance on 160? 160 once. Now 170. Would it go 180? I've got a bit of 170. Now 180. Would it go 190? Any advance on 180? Now 190. Would it go 2? I have a bid of $190 looking for 200 to advance. Any increase on 190, 190 once, 190 twice. Sold 190 to our live auctioneers bidder. And let's take a short break. Give you a chance to regroup and move around your private auction space. We'll come back with what is likely to be our last segment of our exceptional Palm Beach Oceanfront Estate sale. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. And we are back. It is our exceptional Palm Beach Oceanfront estate sale here at Lion and Unicorn. Did I mention earlier it's National Ice Cream Day? Make sure you treat yourself for one a little bit later on today. We're on lot number 427. We've got a soup bowl from the Hermes Mosaic A24 Gold collection with the inspiration from the mosaic pattern found at the old Hermes flagship store. Now 180, any advance for 180, 180 once, 180 twice. We'll sell for 180 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 428, Hermes stainless steel travel cutlery set, all stainless steel, contemporary minimalist designs featuring a knife, a spoon, 2 forks, each one marked with the Hermes Paris details and the hallmark, and it's accompanied by the folding storage roll. Now 180, would it go 190? I've got a bid of 180. Any advance from 180, 180 once, twice. Sold 180 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 429. Villeroy and Bosch Alt Amsterdam Vitro porcelain tableware set from the Alt Amsterdam or Old Amsterdam pattern. Vitro porcelain with transfer printed floral motifs, and you've got here various pieces. How many pieces altogether? 11 pieces, including salad or bread and butter plates, a pair of candlesticks with square bases, a small taza or compote. Jumping to take the whole group for $50 right now. Take it for 50. It's yours for 50 right now. Do I hear 50 from you, please? All these for 50 bucks. It's yours. Take it for 50 right now. All right, let's move on to lot number 430. 36 Bing & Grondel porcelain tea service pieces. Danish porcelain with the motifs after the work of the Swedish artist Carl Larsson. We've got 12 trios of Bing & Grondel teacups with saucers and small plates. So 36 pieces, 12 times 3. All great details featuring all the correct details for Bing & Grondel. Now 50, any advance on 50 to 60? You want it for $60. That's a great price. 50 to 36 pieces. Jump in to take it for 60 right now. 50 once, I got 50. You want to jump in to take it to 60? You can. 50 twice. Sold 50 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 431, Reed & Barton sterling silver bowl in pattern 44 by the American silversmith Reed & Barton. Deep center well with a wide flared rim, and you've got the correct details for sterling around it. Weighs 100 grams. Now 130, would it go 140? I have a bid of 130. I was over 140 to advance. 130 once, twice. Sold 130 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 432. We have a soup tureen, silver-plated soup tureen and lid, oval form bulbous body with a cast foliate handle design decorated with acanthus leaves. The lid having a central beaded ring finial handle or finial handle. $60, maybe now 60. Finial sounds like an Irish person named Feeney. Advance on 60. 60 once. 70, would it go 80? I've got a $70 bid now. Any advance on 70? 70 once. Now 80, would it go 90? I have an $80 bid. You want to jump in to take it to 90? You can. 80 once. 80 twice. We'll sell for 80 to our to our live auctioneers bidder. 433 antique Victorian silver-plated tipping water pitcher on a stand with a silver-plated pitcher, coordinating tilting stand, the tall cylindrical pitcher, and the ornate circular base. I've got a bit of 20 now 20 with 030, very much in keeping with the aesthetic movement. Now 20 once, 20 twice. Sold 20 to our live auctioneers bidder, lot number 434. 91-piece silver-plated setting and serving utensil set in the Baroque pattern from Godinger, including 12 soup spoons, 12 dinner knives, 12 dinner forks, 24 salad forks, 24 teaspoons, 2 large serving spoons, 2 large slotted serving spoons, a large serving fork, a small serving spoon, and a ladle, all of them having the Baroque pattern details. Now 110, would it go 120, please? I've got a bit of 110 now, 110, would it go 120? Any advance on 110, 110 once, 110 twice. We'll sell for 110 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 435, Mexican sterling silver heart-shaped sipper straw spoons. Used for cocktail spoons. You can also use them as iced tea sipper spoons or drink stirrers, all having what a heart shape or spade form design to the end. Very mid-century modern. 150 is my bid. Now 150, what do 160? I have a bid of 150, now 150 once, twice. Sold 150 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 436, McCoy Black Kooky kettle, tea kettle with a matte black glaze, globular body, curved spout, and a removable lid having gold tone script lettering that says cookie kettle or kooky kettle, and having this swinging metal bail handle with a coiled wire grip. Jump in and take it for $20 right now. It's yours for $20. Take it for $20 right now. All right, let's move on to lot number 437, McCoy Clock Mouse Cookie Jar, featuring a very cool whimsical design. Looks like a mantle clock with a little mouse sitting on top of the lid. And the relief text says, time for cookies. Always time for cookies. $40 any advance on 40, 40, 40 once, 40 twice. We'll sell for 40 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 438, McCoy cookie safe jar, modeled like a old school safe, having the money bag on top as the finial. Very, very cool. And additional details. Does it have kind of a thing? It says, it says cookie safe to the bottom. I like that. Take it for $20 right now. You want it for 20? It's yours for 20 right now. Let's move on to lot number 439. McCoy hot air balloon cookie jar. Bulbous body with the bright yellow or chartreuse green glaze molded vertical segments with orange stripes, and looking like a hot air balloon, including the relief basket weave design and ballast sacks on the outside. Cool. And of course the top with the lid. $40 any advance on 40, 40, 40 once, 40 twice. Sold 40 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 440, McCoy ceramic barn form cookie jar called Dutch Treat. Very much in keeping with the New York or Pennsylvania Dutch form with the barn. I wonder if it's got the little hex design to it, because many barns have that kind of, people think that that's a curse, but it's really a good luck sign, that hex form. $20 is my bid now. 20 any advance on 20. 20 once, twice, sold 20 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 441, McCoy sunflower pagoda ceramic canister, kitchen canister, glazed earthenware with a tapered cream-colored body, contrasting chocolate brown hexagonal lid and molded finial. And you can use it for all kinds of storage purposes. Take it for $20 right now. It's yours for 20. And that great sunflower design to the outside. You want it for 20? Will you take it for 20? Any interest at $20 from you right now? All right, so on to lot number 442, McCoy ceramic lantern form cookie jar. Matte black glaze, hand-painted decorations with a cylindrical body and the vertical ribs and all kinds of cool details. Makes it look like a very nice lantern. Take it for $20 right now. Right now. Now. Just give me 1 second while we play catch-up. Some of you may prefer to play barbecue sauce, but we're playing catch-up right now. Give us a chance to the auction platforms to sync up. Do we have a bid, perhaps?
Well, we do have 200.
Really? All right, hold tight. We're going to give our bids opportunity to sync up. It looks like we do have some bids on this. We have a bid of 200. Thank you so much for your patience. Now, 225. All kinds of great accents and details, too, with the yellow speckling. Now, $200 in advance on 2222 would go 225. Now, 200 once. 200 twice. We'll sell it. 200 bidder number live or to our bidder at Live Auctioneers. Lot 443, Japanese Satsuma Dragon teapot, produced either late 19th century or early 20th century in the Meiji period, with those great Satsuma form of figural designs and great gilding to the outside. Man, nothing not to like about that. Featuring a column that says Dai Nippon, or Great Japan. Will you take it for $50 right now?
110.
I've got 110. Thank you. There's 110. Would it go 120? I've got a bid of $110, looking for 120 to advance. Also, the mark attributing it to the workshop of Juzan in the Hodogaya district of Yokohama, so we even know who the artist was. Now 110, or at least the workshop of the master artist. 110, 110. You want to take it to 120? You can't. 110, 110 once. 110 twice. We'll sell 110 to our Live Auctioneers bidder. Lot 444. Japanese Satsuma earthenware vases in a very pleasing baluster form with almost teardrop shapes, slender necks, molded elephant head handles finished in gilt. I've got 80, would it go 90? Now 80, you want to take it to 90? You can. 80 once, 80 twice. Sold 80 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot 445. Mason's patent ironstone brown velvet pattern pitcher, octagonal form. Wide flared scalloped rim with a decorative scrolled handle made with ironstone ceramic and decorated with a transfer printed floral pattern and all kinds of designs throughout. It's a very, very striking piece. It's got additional details including Mason's, patent ironstone, and additional marks. $50 now, 50 any advance from 50 to 60, 50 once, 50 twice. Sold 50 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot number 446, 19th century antique English slip glazed neoclassical jasperware footed vase. Very, very striking work with a chocolate brown body, applied white sprig decoration. One side has got the Great Seal of the United States on it. The reverse has got neoclassical figures with a tree, looks like little pooty cherubs. Very, very cool 19th century antique piece. Now 600, would it go 650? I've got a bit of $600 now, looking for 650 to advance, 600 once. Now 600, you could jump in and take it to 650 though. 600 twice, sold 600 to our lion and unicorn bidder. Lot number 447, Lenox Autumn Pitcher and Serenade Bowl, two pieces. Fine ivory porcelain with the pitcher in the autumn pattern and a large footed bowl in the serenade pattern, both by Lenox. $20 now, 20 any advance from 20 to 30, 20 once. Twice, sold 20 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot 448, Jacob Petit blue and white gilded floral art vases. A pair of decorative footed vases and a matching larger vase, all in a coordinated blue and white design. Now 425, would it go 450? Larger vase having the same design language, all produced, having the correct details with the JP mark to the underside. Now 425, would it go 450? I've got a bit of 425 now, 425 once. All right, let's move on then to lot number 449. We've got a hand-painted Delft blue and white pottery group, various items here, including some vases, a flared rim mortar, two small knob handles, matching pestle, a decorative miniature clog shoe piece, a globular vase with a rounded body, and a bottleneck vase. I got a bit of 20 now, and 20 would go 30. And the advance on 20 once, twice, sold for 20 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 450, porcelain square dishes, a group of 4 white porcelain indented square octagonal forms decorated with varied patterns in overglaze enamels and gilding. I've got a bit of 40, would go 50. Now $40 any advance on 40, 40, 40 going once. Now 50 go to 60. I've got a bit of $50 now, looking for 60 to advance. Any advance on 50, 50, 50 once. Now 50, 50 twice. Sold 50 to our lion and unicorn bidder. Lot 451. Group of Salle Gamine French Napoleon Bonaparte story plates. 6 of them with transfer print scenes from the life of the emperor and, dare we say, tyrant Napoleon Bonaparte, having various historical scenes from his life between 1797 and 1814. And the reverse has got various details and to the back. So a very likely 19th century production on these. $50 any advance on 50, 50 once, 50 twice. Sold for 50 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 452. Karl Kauba, Native American bronze sculpture, the Austrian Art Deco, late 19th century, really Art Nouveau sculpture. Sculptor with a great Native American design in bronze, peering out behind a rocky formation. Now 150, and it's got this great reddish brown marble plinth to the underside with the incised artist's signature. Over 100 years old, this piece. 150 now, 150, what at 160? Any advance on 150, 150 once, 150 twice. We'll sell for 150 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 453. We have a figural group here, bronze sculpture by the artist Kenneth Hari, modernist sculpture, mother and child in a very loving embrace, in a close embrace, and on a rectangular wood plinth base. Only 10 of these were ever produced, and you could take this for $50 right now.
Yep.
I've got 50, thank you, there's 50 to 60.
I have a bid of $50 now. Any advance on 50? 50 once, twice. Sold 50 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 454, another mother and child bronze sculpture on a wooden base. I'm sorry. Oh, we skipped past that. So we're at lot number 455. Hold on one second. Just 1 second. We're having a little, give us a moment here. Hold tight while our auction platforms connect, conjoin. And our next line here, we got lot number 455. We've got this bronze sculpture by the artist Isidore Margulies, 20th and 21st century artist, titled Elsa from 1977 with this great chocolate brown patina featuring a nudist form figure in a sort of reclining form. Now 300, we go 325. I've got a bit of 300 now. Any advance from 300? Now 350, would you go 375, please? Now 375, would you go 4? I've got a bit of 375. You want to take it for 400 right now? It's yours for 400. Only 10 of these were produced. This is number 7 in that edition. All right, let's move on to line number 456, Isidore Margulies' Venus Observed bronze sculpture from the 1970s. Female figural work, partial bust, well, in 3/4 form from mid-thigh up. In a button-down shirt with a hyper-realistic look, as if perhaps they'd come out of the water or the like, much like Venus. But this is kind of a more modernist of that motif. 400 is my bid now. 4 would you go 450. I'm sorry, would you go 425? Now 400 once. I've got a bit of 400. You can still jump in and take it at 425. 400 twice. Sold 400 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 457. Joseph Lorkowski Bolton. Bronze Native American bust from the work of the 20th century artist Joseph Lorkowski Bolton, depicted in 3/4 bust form from, again, mid-thigh up in a very traditional Native American motif with the costume and the like. $50 now, 50 any advance on 50, 50 once, twice. Sold 50 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 458. We've got a romance sculpture after Louis-François Moreau, part of the famed French sculpturing family. Now 458. This is after Moreau figural group titled Romance with Neoclassical Female Figures. Probably one giving advice at the other on Love l'Amour. Take it for 50. Now 50 goes 60. I've got a bit of 50 now. Any advance on 50? 50 once, 50 twice. We'll sell 50 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 459, we have a bronze horse sculpture by the artist Marilyn Newmark. Horse galloping with a realistic details to the anatomy. Also produced in a limited edition. Only 30 of these were produced. And all the correct details for the in cursive script for the sculpture. Now 400, would you go 425? I got 425, would you go 450? Now 450, would you go 475? I've got 475, would you go 5? Only 30 of these were ever produced. This is number 2 in that edition. It's got the artist inside signature, M. Newmark. Now 6, would you go 650? I've got a bit of 600 now, looking for now 650, would you go 7? I've got 7, would you go 750? Now 700, will you take me to now 750, would you go 8? I've got a bit of 750 now, looking for 8. Now 8, would you go 850? I've got a bit of 800, looking for 850 to advance. Now 850, would you go 9? I have a bit of 850 now, 9, would you go 950? I've got a bit of 900 now, 950, would you go 1,000? I've got a bit of 9, now 1,000, would you go 1,100? Now $1,000, now 11, would you go 12? I've got a bit of 1,100, looking for 12, now 12, would you go 13? I've got a bit of 13, would you go 14? Now 13, would you go 14? Any advance on 1,300? Will you take me to 1,400, please? Now 1,300 going once. I've got 13. You can still jump in to take me to 14. Now 14, would you go 15? I've got a bit of 14. 14, you want to take me to 1,500? You can. Now 15, would you go 16? I've got a bit of 1,500. Any advance from 1,500 to 1,600? Will you take me to 1,600? Now 1,500 once. I've got a bit of 1,500. You want to jump in to take you to 16? You can. 15 twice. Sold 1,500 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 460.
McCoy hammered bronze luster glaze ceramic teapot, produced with a metallic bronze-toned glaze, having that hammered texture to the upper body and a metal handle with the mark McCoy USA. Take it for $20 right now. I got 20. What do you go? 30. And he advanced on 20 once, twice, sold for 22. Our invaluable bidder. Lot 461. We have a coal-painted white metal figure on a base figural group titled C'est Blériot, attributed to the artist Ruffoni, with the name on the base. And this, a commemorative piece depicting two boys who are looking up at the historic flight of Louis Blériot as he took his balloon flight across the English Channel. So kind of cool. C'est Blériot! Now 160. I'm sorry, now 60 would it go 70. I got a bit of 60, now 60, and advance on 60, 60 once, twice, sold 60, invaluable bidder. Lot 462, Alfonso Rendon, pen marker work on board depicting angels, also known as Mas Plata. Panamanian artist who just passed last year, featuring various, got I guess like a diptych sort of work there. Two unsigned pieces with angels in kind of a modernist design. $50 now, 50, any advance on 50, 50 once, twice, sold 50 to our bid spirit bidder. 463, the Panamanian artist Alfonso Rendon, Mas Plata, mixed media abstract work on black ground canvas, untitled piece with biomorphic and geometric designs in charcoal and pastels. 150 now, unsigned, but attributed to the artist and very much in his métier. 190, what do you go? 2. I've got a bit of 2, what do you go? 225. Now 200, any advance from 200 once. Now 200, you want to take me to 225, you can. 200, 200 twice. Sold 200 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot 464. Annie Leibovitz, hardcover first edition HarperCollins photograph book. Also a framed Museum of Art poster. Nice cool group there with the photography volume titled Photographs 1970 to 1990. And accompanied by a black and white photograph of Steve Martin used for the Museum of Art poster. Now 60, would you go? 70. I've got a bit of $60 now. Any advance on 60, 61, 60 twice. Sold 60 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lots 465. Clayton Rabo. We've got an abstract giclée on canvas in acrylic. Other side of the sky abstract composition with the artist's signature use of various details and a very cool abstract design. Now 110, would you go? 120? I have a bit of $110 now. 110, any advance on 110 once. 110 twice, we'll sell 110 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot 466. Edna Hibble, a signed limited edition lithograph, Chinese boy. A young boy in a very distinctive ethnographic, early 20th century style design, ethnographic with the headpiece and other details. Is produced, I believe, in a limited edition. Now 30, I got 30, would 40. Any advance on 30, 30 once, thou 40, would 50. I've got a bit of $40 over 50 to advance. Any increase on 40, 40 once, 40 twice. Sold 40 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 467. Ernesto Gutierrez, an original oil painting on jute, titled Madre Joven, or Young Mother, done in that style of a Peruvian folk art, with also kind of a little bit of that boterismo style, sort of seeping through, I think, maybe unintentionally, I don't know, or maybe I'm just seeing things. Wouldn't be the first time. Now 250 to 275. Any advance on 250, 250 once, 250 twice. Sold 250, lion and unicorn bidder. Lot 468, Everett Raymond Kinstler, signed numbered lithograph depicting the great American actor James Cagney in various stages of his life. You've got him in old age in the late 20th century, but you've also got him depicting George M. Cohan in Yankee Doodle Dandy, and then there in his gangster image too, holding the gun from Public Enemy. Yeah, I'm the top of the world, Ma, top of the world. Take it for $50 right now. All kinds of cool details on there. You know, it's interesting. James Cagney, before he died, said he wanted Michael J. Fox, if they ever made a movie about him, to play him. But of course, Michael J. Fox never actually did that. Still a good actor, though. All right, so on. This is lot number 469. Thank you, Jimmy Cagney, for he was my stepdad's favorite actor, I think. Edna Hibble, we've got the limited edition museum suite from 1977, published by JAR Publishers, a portfolio with 6 original lithographs on rice paper, hand-pulled in Switzerland. 110, would it go 120? And the cover having the Hibble signature style in the plate with the museum suite title. 130, any advance on 130, 130 once. Now 140, would it go 150? I've got a bit of 150, would it go 160, please? Now 150, any advance on 150, 150, 150 once. 150 twice. So 150 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 470, we've got the mixed media original on canvas in acrylic. Contemporary artist James Peter Henry, titled Spiritual Warfare. Kind of an interesting, lots of details, some cubism influences there, and it's a large size too. It's protected by clear acrylic, and it's over 40 inches by 31 inches. You want to take it for $50? Take it for $50 right now. Who's going to take it to 50? Do I hear 50 from you? Will you take it to 50? All right, so on to lot number 471. Josh Agel Shag. Or rather, Josh Agel, and the title of this is, I think, let's see, it's A Woman on a Tiki. I like that. It's kind of a cool, kind of a mid-century modern, right? You got that kind of mid-century design with the tiki statue, the girl, and those monkeys. And those monkeys are sort of stylized as the see no evil, hear no evil monkeys, you know, smiling in the mouth. The artist known as Shag, I guess that's his professional name. Now 300, now 325, would it go 350? But I like that look. Now 325, any advance on 325, 350, would it go 375? I have a bit of 350, any advance on 350, 350 once. Now 350 twice. Sold 350 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 472, Mara Aboud. We have an original acrylic painting on stretched canvas titled Persian Hounds, done in a very, sort of throwback to that sort of Indo-Persian style, in a very, very striking colorway, too, with great botanical elements. Produced 1978, and it's a large size too, 54 inches tall. 425 is somebody out. 425, would it go 450? I've got a bit of 425, looking for 450 to advance. All right, let's move on to line number 473. We've got a signed screen print by the American artist Mark Sabin. Looks like a unicorn duel. See, this is the problem. Those unicorns, if they, that's why we don't have any unicorns, because they spend all their time fighting like this. Come on. This one titled Unicorn Year 1980, limited edition, only 250 were produced. You can take it for 50 right now. You want it for 50? Do I hear 50? Will you take it for 50? Any interest at $50? Will you take it for 50? All right, so on to lot number 474. Liberty Bell signed numbered lithograph, Norman Rockwell, depicting Rockwell wrapping the Liberty Bell in a happy birthday. The original one produced for the July cover of the American Artist magazine for the bicentennial, and it's hand-signed by Rockwell. When did he that's right, he passed in 78. He was around for he was around for a lot of my life anyway. Well, not a lot, but you know what I'm saying. He was around for a long time, so that's very cool. 275, any advance on 275? 275 once, twice. We'll sell it for 275 to our live auctioneers bidder. Very cool. It's nice that he was around for the bicentennial, too. I didn't realize that. So was my sunburn. It was the worst sunburn of my life. We have a portfolio of 24 masterpieces of graphic art, limited edition collector's portfolio, curated for the American Express card members. Now 50 any advance, and all great artists here, too, including Cezanne, Chagall, Degas, Toulouse-Lautrec, Joan Miro, Picasso. $50 now. Any advance from 50, 51 cents. And this was produced, it looks like 1949, I believe. Maybe, right? 50 once, twice, sold. 50 invaluable. Bitter, lot 476. We have a carborundum etching on handmade paper titled La Dulce Aquavita, the Sweet Water Life, signed by the Chilean artist Roberto Mata, having the certificate of authenticity as well. Very interesting abstract surrealist piece, signed to the lower right with the only 125 of these were produced. Now 32 to go, 33. I have a bid of 3,200, looking for 3,300 handmade paper. All right, let's move on to lot number 477. Theo Tobiasi, a signed chromolithograph on paper by the expressionist, French-Israeli expressionist artist Theo Tobiasi, featuring featuring Moses holding the tablets, and you've got other details, and it looks like kind of a stylized, maybe that's a Jerusalem cityscape, hard to tell, but it's a very cool modernist piece. 110 now, 110 any advance on 110, 120, 110 once. 110 twice will sell. 110 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 478 hardcover books. Volume Hogarth's Works Volume 2 and Camille Mauclair La Peinture Italienne. Large format art history books. I've got a bit of 40 now, looking for 50 to advance. Any advance on 40, 40 once, twice, sold. 42 are invaluable. Bidder lot 479. 11-piece book group assortment of art-related monographs, museum guides, exhibition catalogs from the early 20th century, some of them in the mid-20th century also. Lots of different titles. National Gallery volumes, Gustave Geoffroy's Le Musée d'Europe, Da Vinci by Gabriel Salas, just various subjects. $30 now, any advance on 30, 30 once, twice, sold. 30 invaluable. Bidder, lot 485, a collection of 5 Franklin Library leather-bound books, multiple first editions, including the Alcestiad by Thornton Wilder, Women of Crisis by Robert Coles and James Hallowell, Full Disclosure by William Safire. Man, he was a great writer and just a great columnist. A Distant Mirror by Barbara Tuchman. I read that years ago. I think I still have that book. That was her book on the Middle Ages and all the interesting things about the 14th century, actually. And Trinity by Leon Uris, who wrote Exodus, among other great books. Now 130, any advance on 130, and these are all octavo in size with that leather-bound cover. 30, 131, any advance on 130, 130 once, twice, sold. 132 our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 481, Franklin Library leather-bound books, including a limited edition Rabbit Run, signed in blue ink by the author, John Updike. Other books include limited edition Tales from the Arabian Nights by Sir Richard Francis Burton, not to be confused with Dick Burton, the actor. Also limited first edition Destinies of Darcy Dancer, Gentleman by J.P. Donlevy. And then The Unmade Bed by Sagan and Tales of Edgar Allan Poe. And look at that really, really striking red-bound leather books with the 22-carat gilding embellishments. 140, any advance on 140, 140 once, twice, sold. 140 live auctioneers, bidder lot 482. Franklin Mint leather-bound first editions produced 79 and 80, including Smiley's People by John Le Carre, Oak and the Calf by Alexander Solzhenitsyn, Loon Lake by E.L. Doctorow, Uncollected Stories of William Faulkner, and Proteus by Morris West, who wrote Shoes of the Fisherman. It was a very interesting book in the 70s. I like that. Again, elaborate leather-bound, mostly black. One of them has a blue leather cover and 22-carat embellishments, 22-carat gold embellishments. 120, any advance on 120, 120 once, twice, sold. 120 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 483, 5-volume Franklin Library in this great red leather-bound, including various titles, Analects of Confucius, plays by George Bernard Shaw, The Red and the Black by Stendhal, great philosopher, poems by John Donne, no relation. Well, why not? Yeah, my great great-granddaddy. And Joseph Conrad's Lord Jim, all finished with that, all edges gilt and nice details. $80 now, any advance from 80 once. John Donne, of course, a friend of Shakespeare's. $80 once, twice sold to 80 live auctioneers. Bidder, lot 484, Franklin Library, 5 limited editions, various books, including Exodus, as we mentioned, by Leon Uris. Hans Christian Andersen's Fairy Tales. I'm Hans Christian Andersen, dun 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 dun. Translated from the Danish. Also, we've got Charles Darwin's Origin of Species. Charles Darwin, of course, related to the Wedgwood family. His wife was a Wedgwood, and so was his mom. Origin of Species, and also Plutarch's 12 Illustrious Lives. Very good book. He compares various lives from the ancient world with his own time. And then the last one is the Aeschylus, Orestia. 120, any advance on 120, now 130, would it go 140? I've got a bit of 130, down 140, would it go 150? Now $140, and when you want to take it 150, down 150, 160. I've got a bit of 150, now 150, 150, want to take it 160, you can. 150, 150 once. Yep. Now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bit of $160, now any advance from 160, 170, would it go 180? And now 170, 170, you want to take it 180, you can. Any advance from 170, 170, 170 once. 170, 170 twice. Sold 170 to our live auctioneers. Bidder. Lot 485, we have 3 first edition books. Various authors, including Summer by Edith Wharton. 1917 publication. Also, The Du Maurier by Daphne du Maurier, published 1937. And lastly, Cousin Jane by Harry Leon Wilson, published 1925. All early 20th century. Who's going to take it for $20? Take it for $20 right now. You want it for 20? Early 20th century, over 100 years old. Well, 2 of them over 100 years old. You want it for 20 bucks, take them for 20. All right, move on to lot number 486. Vintage hardcover novels, various authors, early mid-20th century, including Taylor Caldwell. He was great, right? Taylor Caldwell. Didn't he write, well, this one is Dynasty of Death, but I think he wrote some of those great, Rich Man, Poor Man. He had some great books early. Baroness Orski, Castles in the Air. The Evil Shepherd by Oppenheim. And Howard Spring, My Son, My Son. 20 bucks takes him home. 20 bucks, now 20. In advance from 2020 once, twice sold. 20 live auctioneers. Bidder, lot 487. 6 volumes, early 20th century, with various titles. A Dixie Rose in Bloom by Augusta Kortrekt. Nedra and the City of Mass by George Barr McCutcheon. Miss Billy Married by Eleanor Porter. Other titles there. Take them all for, you got 20, any advance from 2020 once, twice sold. 20 live auctioneers. Bidder, lot 488. 5-group lot, assortment of mid-20th century hardcover novels, including Donna Flor and Her 2 Husbands, the first American edition. Also Catherine Worth, New Worlds for Josie. Bruce Lancaster, Break to the Wanderer. Boot and Herndon, Bergdorf's On the Plaza. I guess about Bergdorf Goodman, maybe, right? $20, any advance on 2020 once, twice sold. 20 live auctioneers. Bidder, lot 489. Hardcover books. Various titles, Remembering Laughter by Wallace Stegner. Bright Promise by Richard Sherman. Alan Radsford by Ellen Douglas Deland. The Bride of Newgate by John Dixon Carr. And Esmeralda, or Every Little Bit Helps by Nina Cox Putnam. $20 in advance on 2020 once, twice sold. 20 live auctioneers. Bidder, lot 490. Franklin leather-bound classics, late 20th century, including Alice's Adventures in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn by Mark Twain, Pilgrim's Progress by John Bunyan, Gulliver's Travels by Jonathan Swift, Sons Come and Go, Mothers Hanging Forever by William Sarian, and The Caine Mutiny by Herman Wouk. And the Caine Mutiny is assigned by the author, Herman Wouk, great author. Strawberries, they got into the strawberries. Now $100, any advance on 100 once. Yep. Now 110, would it go 120? I've got a bit of $110 looking for 120 to advance. Will you take me to 120, please? Now 110 once, 110 twice. We'll sell for 110 to our live auctioneers. Bidder, lot 491. 5-volume limited edition classics from the Franklin Library, including The Red Badge of Courage by Stephen Crane. That was his first. He had never seen war before. He never appeared, and he wrote this one of the seminal books about warfare. Everybody thought that he had actually been in war because of the way he described it. Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen, and various works by the Bard, Shakespeare. $70 any advance on 70 once, twice sold. 70 live auctioneers, bidder lot 492 Franklin Library. Collection of 5 books, leather bound, including The Naked and the Dead by Norman Mailer. He was a very salty guy. That'd be very worth reading. Also, The Confessions of Nat Turner by William Styron, Cry the Beloved Country by Alan Payton, A God Against the Gods by Alan Drury, and Poems of John Keats. Very nice group here. And 3 volumes, The Naked and the Dead, The Confessions of Nat Turner by Styron, and Cry the Beloved Country by Alan Payton, all signed by the authors. Now 110, any advance on 110 once. And of course, The Naked and the Dead by Norman Mailer. That's a great signature to have. Boy, there's some great stories about Norman Mailer. He did not hold back. 110 once, 110. But you know what? He did have regrets at the end of his life, and that's a good thing when people say, you know what, I wasn't always right. 110 once, twice sold. 110 to our live auctioneers bidder. I'll eventually get to that too. 493, 5-piece group, 20th century literature and biography from the early 20th century. First edition from Gertrude Vanderbilt Whitney, a biography by B.H. Friedman, other books too. Anne Morrow Lindbergh's Dearly Beloved, retaining the original dust jacket. Also Enter Sir John by Clemens Dane, other books there too. Take them all for $20 right now. They're yours for 20. Who wants them for 20? You want them for 20? Take them for 20. This one's lot number 494. Franklin Library and First Edition Society notes from the editor's booklet sets, various booklets published by the Franklin Library and First Edition Society. You got the autobiography of Benjamin Franklin, Origin of Species, the Scarlet Letter, Faust. So very nice. $30 any advance on 30 once, twice sold. 32 are invaluable. Bidder lot 495. Philatelic Collection, World War II and U.S. postage stamp books, 6 albums and binders, mostly issued by Fleetwood, including first day covers and postal histories. Some fun stuff there for postal collectors. $30 any advance on 30 once, 30 twice. Sold. 32 our line and Unicorn bidder lot 496 Franklin Library books. A collection including The Naked and the Dead by Norman Mailer, Jane Eyre by Charlotte Bronte, Madame Bovary by Gustave Flaubert. Oh, poor Madame Bovary. Political writings by Thomas Paine. Boy, that'll stir you up a little bit. You think you're stirred up now, that'll stir you up. Political writings by John Stuart Mill and writings by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, all bound in full genuine leather. Various colors. The copy of The Naked and the Dead is signed by Norman Mailer. 120, now 120 would it go 130. 130 would it go 140. And he was at a great dinner with the, well, she's kind of, with the Duchess of York. There's kind of a funny story about that. 150, any advance from 150, 150 once. Now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bit of $160 now, and 170 would it go 180. I have a bit of $170 now. Any advance from 170? By the way, Norman Mailer, he could be kind of a jerk too. There were some things that but you know, whatever. I guess they say that about me too. Any advance on 190, 190, any advance? You want to take it to 190? Now 2 would go 225. I have a bit of 200. You can take it for 225 though. Any advance on 200? Now 225 would go 250. We have a bid of 225. Will you take me to 250, please? 225 once. Now 225 twice. Sold. 225 to our bidder at invaluable 497. Rosenthal porcelain cased mantel clock in an architectural form with the arched pediment, 4 stylized paw feet, and housing a movement manufactured by the New Haven Clock Company. So a nice group there. I've got a bit of 30 now. 30 would go, well, not group, but a nice, a collaboration is what I meant to say. $30 any advance on 30 once, twice. Sold. 30 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder lot 498. Sterling silver and 84 silver Russian Judaica cups featuring various designs. 2-footed Kiddush goblets and a beaker. The goblets with flared rims on baluster stems. Also having an 84 standard mark in the oval for the beaker. Now 140, any advance on 140, 140 once, twice, sold 140 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot 499, we got a Mongolian silver repoussé snuff bottle featuring a floral design with dragon birds and waves. The stopper has a dragon bird figure and various designs with stones, including malachite and coral. Is it missing one of the stones? Or some of the stones are missing, I guess. Now 90, any advance on 90? All right, let's move on to lot number 500. We have a double snuff bottle, bird and flowers, inside painted glass. 2 snuff bottles, a two-piece group. Showcasing landscapes, flowers, birds, crabs, various designs. $70 any advance on 70, 70. You want to jump in and take it to 80? You can. 2 orange stoppers, and they're both yours for 80. Will you take it to $80? Take them both home for 80 right now. They're yours for 80. Take them for 80 right now. All right, let's move on. This is lot number 501, Peking glass snuff bottle. Featuring Keelin and Chilongs, mythical figures. The Keelin, also referred to as the Asian unicorn, topped with a domed green stopper. Now 70, any advance on 70? You want to take it for 80? Take it for 80 right now. It's yours for 80. All right, let's move on to lot number 502, Martinsville, an Art Deco glass dresser set, 5 pieces. Featuring a mirror, powder jars, and perfume bottles with Art Deco designs attributed to New Martinsville. I've got a bid of 30 now, looking for 40 now. 40 would go 50. I have a $40 bid now. 40, any advance from 40 to 50? 40 going once. Now 40, you could jump in to take it to 50 though. 40 twice, sold 40 to our live auctioneers. Bidder, lot number 503, Drexel Heritage Talavera carved wood armchairs with a palm tree motif from the Talavera line. American furniture produced in Morganton, North Carolina in 2006. Very nice American armchairs, featuring kind of a Louis XVI style. The backs having a gracefully rounded silhouettes, fluted legs to the front, and having this red and gold striped upholstery fabric. Now 60, any advance on 60, 60 once. Twice, sold 62 are invaluable. Bidder, lot 504, Pakistan lapis lazuli statement ring, produced in the style of Multan, Pakistan, constructed in a silver tone white metal, central flat cut lapis lazuli stone with deep blue color and visible gold tone pyrite. Inclusions. Now $40 in advance on 40. 40 once, twice, sold for 40 to our live auctioneers. Bidder, lot 505. We have an original, one-of-a-kind Irene Marie Angel bag, black and white couture hair on calf, precious leather with black chandelle feathers. And I've got a bid of $80 now. 80 would go 90. Any advance on 80, 80 once, twice, sold 80 to our live auctioneers. Bidder, lot 506. An Irene Marie Angel bag, precious petite evening bag with black marabou and ostrich feathers, jet black teardrop crystal handle lined in purple satin rayon with a silver tone shoulder chain, and black teardrop crystals. Now 50, any advance on 50, 50 once, 50 twice, sold 50 live auctioneers. Bidder, lot 507, Venetian feathered plaque doctor mask. Actually, plague doctor. They mean plague doctor. Because the plague doctor form having that long elongated. So this is kind of a sort of a carnival or Mardi Gras style mask in the form of a plague doctor. That says plaque, but should be plague. $100 in advance on 100, 100 once. And the mask and the beak are both fashioned in paper mache too, by the way, along with having those great feathers to the headdress. Now 120, would it go 130? Any advance on 120, 120 once, twice, sold 122 our invaluable bidder. Lot 508, Chanel charcoal gray designer sweatshirt from the fall 2002 ready-to-wear collection in a soft charcoal gray knit with a round neckline. Now 90, would it go 100? I've got a bid of $90, looking for 100. Now 110, would it go 120? Any advance on 110, also having all the correct details with the black woven Chanel label. Now 110 going once, 110 twice. We'll sell for 110 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. And our final lot of the afternoon, Hermes Paris, a silk tie in the magenta geometric triangle pattern, $70 now. I got a bid of 70 now. 80 would go 90. I have a bid of $80 looking for 90. Now 90 would go 100. Now $90, now 100 would go 110. I have a bid of $100 looking for 110 to advance. Will you take me to 110, please? Now 100 once, 100 twice. Sold for 100 to our live auctioneers bidder. And on that note, we call it quits. We'll call it a night. How about that? I think it's still Sunday. Nice to have you with us. Thank you so much. Don't forget, the auction invoices are going to go out on Tuesday. We appreciate you joining us. Stay tuned for more auctions during the week. We'll talk to you soon.